21 degrees centigrade here in Abuja and about 30% humidity. Well, yeah, I mean...
Depends on who you ask, huh?
Yes, indeed. So, depending on what you feel, sometimes you just wonder, is it really the same thing that we're all feeling with the weather? Well, yes, and this area is where we call Galadimawa in Abuja. Look at that weather out there, but this is an interesting area, isn't it?
Very hazy this morning. And pretty dusty as well. And it's one of those days in northern Nigeria that you remember that you are in the north. It is cold this morning, hazy right there. The commute to work, a lot of people on the roads this morning around Abuja. There's some traffic around Area 1, around Wuye as well. Also some traffic at Bega Junction. We also saw some traffic today at Karu. And of course, we're seeing at Kubwa some place, and we're looking at there, right there on the screen, Mark, where this is Galadimawa, and that is a hold up there as well. It's a new trend in the FCT where we used to be so proud that everywhere is 10 minutes away. But if you do get up in the morning and start to go to work, you will run into these hold-ups at particular parts of the nation's capital. So you do have to prepare for that. Get up earlier, you know, and get yourself ready to be at work before the hold-ups start at these junctions.
Well, it's good that the development around there, as you can see, there's also a flyover being built around there. Galadimawa is a heavily residential area, lots of estates. People who live there work within the city, so it's certainly not unexpected that you will be seeing that sort of traffic early in the morning. But that area too has also been a bit problematic. During the rainy season, we've lost 1 or 2 lives around that area as a result of the flooding. So it's a good thing that we're seeing that development, but this is what we're currently seeing. The skyline, the beautiful and very familiar skyline of Galadimawa here in Abuja.
Ayo, I hope the only thing you heard is not traffic.
I hope not too. Good morning, Ayo.
Well, I guess now that Lagos is in Abuja, I guess we should begin to feel Abuja. We should begin to feel Lagos in Abuja. But hey, I'm going to transit, and this is an extension of Lagos, I dare say. I mean, people are saying now that, you know, that there is a little difference between Lagos and Ogun State. Well, this is the Shagamu interchange, and of course, that is it right there. Leads you, some parts of it leads you to Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, some to Benin, some to Ogun State, and it's a beautiful sight, wouldn't you say? Good morning and welcome. This is Lagos. I'm Ayo Makinde. And of course, yes, this is Olumarok, by the way.
Straight away, let's just take you through some of the issues that will play out today in the Federal Capital Territory. Well, yes, you did see some skyline about some roads, but there may be more because repair works are still going on in parts of the city. And today, they'll be moving to Maitama area for repairs on some of those roads. Now, the thing about this is this. I know that in some other cities, like Lagos, for instance, you know that when you are in some areas and repair works are going on, you see the traffic unit to some extent because they kind of give you the directions, the signage is there to point you properly to where you ought to go for, because people are trooping into the city almost on a regular basis. But in the FCT, need we say, FCT transport unit, you need to stand up and be counted because, goodness, it's becoming hugely challenging because they don't see a lot of those signage on many of those roads. Look, they have to do what they have to do with constructing roads, and the ministry have got to do their job. But the transport unit, the FRSC, all those traffic agents need to go out there and help direct or channel traffic properly because it was nightmarish.
Sometimes, you know, when you look at construction work in the FCT, you start to wonder how much collaboration is going on here. Because you get to the road and then you find out
it's blocked.
That it's blocked.
No
then
way.
You have to stop. It happened to us here at Guzape.
Follow this road,
yes.
This is the place. Nothing whatsoever.
And we were all shocked here at Guzape when we found out that we had to either follow you know, the Federal Secretariat side and then go through Asokoro or go through Apo before you come to the office. No signage, no explanation as to why this was done. We also saw it at that area, the roundabout before Area 1 roundabout, if you're going to Games Village. It was a shock to everyone that we had to start turning towards Games Village before we start going to Area 1. So it's a lot of information that needs to be put out there, and that information doesn't come as at when due. In fact, yesterday night, I was caught up in the hold-up there. The hold-up was from that road that is going to Games Village all the way to Beggar roundabout.
Wow.
At night, yesterday.
So that's like Ring Road 2 all the way to Nnamdi Azikiwe.
Yes.
Now, we know that there's a lot of work going on in the FCT, but please, authorities, we know that we cannot have omelets without breaking eggs, but by all means, we know this is also not to punish citizens. This is actually to make it easier for them. So by all means, is it possible for you to give some notifications? Is it possible for you to make some announcements? Is it possible for traffic wardens to be present in the places that have now been cordoned off? Shehu Shagari was totally inaccessible yesterday. That's the side leading up to the Federal Secretariat. Essentially, a huge chunk of Asokoro and Guzape have been cut off effectively from the rest of the city. You can't go in through Gariki, you can't go in, that's the Muhammadu Buhari way, you can't go in through Shehu Shagari way. The only access is Nnamdi Azikiwe Expressway, and then much further later into Asokoro. So I think that there needs to be more communication, and then even within the city itself. I mean, people are not saying don't do your work, but do it in a way that shows that you're thinking about the shock that this will immediately, and it's not even now that fuel is how much, that will now start going round and, I mean, every time you're making those turns, you're looking at your fuel tank, you're looking at your gauge. But hey, this is where we are. We know it's going to be for the total good, but in the meantime, can we do it with a human face?
Well, yeah, so also happening today will be the National Assembly. They are resuming today. Remember, they came back last time, but they had to go again because of the elections that happened over the weekend, the rerun and by-elections. And so they'll be resuming today, and listed on their other paper today, part of what they are supposed to consider. They're supposed to feature the CBN governor, FIRS chair, Minister of Finance, Budget and Planning also listed. But they will be debating or having a sectoral debates and dialogue this day as part of their periodic policy brief series. So all eyes will be on the National Assembly as well. Ayo.
Well, yes, and on business this morning, the attention is on the Forex market, the foreign exchange rate, its impact on import duties and allied reverberations on the prices of goods and services, and how it directly or indirectly affects the buying power of Nigerians. That's on Business News at the top of the next hour.
All right, let's take you through some of the dailies now. So, we're going to start with Vanguard newspaper today. High cost of living is the theme here. Niger residents protest hunger, shut down major roads. I almost think it's Niger.
Right here in Nigeria. So not be deceived.
Yeah, so it's a big one here this morning, and so that's what Vanguard leads with here today.
From the New Telegraph, Nigeria needs a third force counter-terrorism agency to tackle insecurity, says an expert. That is a conversation that I think will reverberate, especially among the security forces. A third force counter-terrorism agency to tackle insecurity. Are they saying that the agencies that are in place to tackle insecurity, have they not been able to deliver on that? Do we need another agency? That's from the New Telegraph. And then, of course, we're seeing at the bottom of that place more on that story, pages 2, 3, 26, and 30. And then we're seeing at the bottom here, I'll personally report devastating hunger and starvation to Tinubu. That's also from the New Telegraph.
Then you have Daily Trust right there for you. Protest rocks Niger over cost of living. I nearly made that mistake too. You also have a number of writers to that particular story. Jigawa, Taraba residents want food prices controlled. Student demand action, say inflation threat to education. Cano governor to meet president over hardship, and so on and so forth. Page 4 will give you details, all of them linked to that lead headline, Protest Rocks Niger over cost of living.
The lead story, yes, thank you, Moffat. The lead story of the Nigerian Observer is from that interview that everyone is talking about. CBN policies boost transparency, liquidity, FX inflow. That's according to the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Cardoso. Nigerian Observer leads with that one, and the writer denies converting domiciliary accounts to Naira. I guess some people can now breathe easy. As the lead of the Nigerian Observer today.
Nigerian News Direct, divestments, failure to domesticate production responsible for hike in drug costs. This is ascribed to the federal government, and they say that to roll out executive orders to mitigate prices of drugs.
From The Guardian, building materials, labor spike construction costs by 200%. Very worrying there. 200%. Page 6 of The Guardian.
And you also have on the front page of This Nigeria, CBN forensic audit uncovers 2.4 billion US dollars FX infractions, says Cardoso. That story is right there on the front page. Right there, Apex Bank under new leadership inherited $7 billion Forex debt. That is also there on the front page of This Nigeria.
What do you make of the story on the front page of the Daily Independent this morning? Nigeria needs to borrow 21 trillion naira in 2024 to avert bankruptcy. Who is saying that? Well, that story is on the front page and it continues on the inside pages. That's Daily Independent this morning. All right.
Yeah, so what sticks out for you?
Oh, quite a number of stories you can see on the front pages this morning. I don't think we've gone through all of them, but you see right there the fact that we discussed this yesterday. Protest rocks Niger over cost of living. It happened right here on the program. We discussed it as a breaking news. But you also see that security is still right there on the front burner. Yesterday, many passengers abducted on Kogi-Abuja highway is also right there on the front page of Daily Trust. We know that security agencies are trying to up the ante, but they need to do so much more in terms of making sure that residents, citizens are able to earn a decent living. Those people who are farmers, those who are trying to ensure that they're moving goods from one area to the other, are able to do so, safely. They're able to do so without worrying about additional costs. I mean, not everyone can fly. And even if you can fly, not all goods can go by air. Maybe they can. So these are the things that I'm hoping that, we'll be able to pay more attention to. But I think that the lead story right there, as we've seen on the front page of most of the dailies, is the protest that rocked Niger over the cost of living.
And that is part of what we will be considering here today on the program. So yes, that ends it with a look at some of the dailies here this morning. But again, we'd like to remind the officials in the FCTA, Department of Road Traffic Services, pick that Jabi, or Area 1 or JB roundabouts where you are checking car papers, and get to the other parts of the roads and help direct traffic. Let them all go ahead and cooperate. That is the way government agencies should work. All right, so we're back in just a moment. We need to talk about the economy. So yes, indeed, if you're in need of any challenge whatsoever, look at those numbers. You can call any one of them if you happen to be in the FCT, that is. We're back in a moment. Stay on with us.
Gathering at the indoor hall of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, Victoria Island, Lagos, as captains of industry, entrepreneurs and special guests, including the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, students, and a media gather for the 21st Center for Values in Leadership annual lecture and international leadership symposium. The two-day event kickstarts with the topic Skills-Driven Entrepreneurship, and the keynote speakers, Dr. Adiele Wankwo, a management consultant in infrastructure development, and Dr. Henrietta Onwebweze, an associate professor of entrepreneurship at Lagos Business School, are lined up to do justice to the subject.
We can't continue to program people to believe that you go to school to get a job, because it's not going to yield right results. We have to begin to develop job creators. Let's even look at the result of skill-based entrepreneurship, which is what most of our SMEs are. Most of them are not very schooled, but guess what? They contribute 50% to our national GDP. Okay? They contribute over 84% of employment in the country.
I have spoken to governors about skill acquisition. When you look, and that's where my experience comes in, when you look at great nations, I'm trained an engineer, a planner, and an economist. Those people are not really the people that build the nations. Nations are built by technicians and artisans.
People work a whole...
Not left out are renowned employers of labor as panelists.
What can we do to get the government to be interested to support local production? It's not something that will happen on its own. It has to be deliberate. It has to be intentional.
Most time I do challenge people that if a young man that went to college come out and you give him 10 million naira and give 1 million to a young man that succeeded to do apprenticeship for 5 years, give them 5 years, the 1 million naira guy will overtake the 10 million naira guy.
Founder of CVL, Professor Patutomi, explains why he settled for this engaging topic as he marks his 68th birthday.
People say, Nigeria, naira is collapsing, this is... And I'm hearing all kinds of conversations that don't get to the root of why naira is in trouble. Naira is in trouble because we do not produce. This is something I've talked about for years. But a lazy elite focused on how can we extract rent has not managed to put his mind to it. Now that it's happening to us and we're seeing it, perhaps this is the time to get everybody's attention.
This year's CVL Symposium is a double-header as the conversation constitutes a Tuesday with focus shifting to democracy, legitimacy, governance, and performance.
All right, so we're going to be talking about the troubled naira and some of the economic policies that the government has put in place. How do we ensure we steer the ship, at least, of those policies in the right direction? We've got Dr. Nnemeka Obiareri joining us virtually. He's a development economist, also an investment banker. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on the program today. Well, yes, indeed, challenges. We're facing a lot of challenges, even though the officials heading different departments say they're doing their bit and they're raising hope, saying the right things are being done and that the results will come in time. But tell us, from your perspective, looking at the figures and the policies and how it's been implemented, are we doing the right things?
Chamberlain, the policies, pronouncements are in the right direction, but the actions of the physical managers of the economy are not in tandem with their pronouncements. Every economy runs on a tripod: the physical, the monetary, and the social economic aspects of the society. The monetary managers are the Central Bank of Nigeria, who, in my own estimation, Yemi Cardoso is doing his utmost best to fix the massive rot and bleeding that he inherited. He is doing his utmost best, but the challenge here is that what he's trying to tackle is 10% of the problem. He's only applying opiates and elixir to an ailment. He's only tackling the symptomatic manifestations. We are not addressing the root cause, which is 90% on the physical side. And the root cause here is the supply side of the dollar. We need to understand where we are today and how we can navigate ourselves structurally and intelligently out of it. Our problem started major problem started in 2015. And I will take you back. Any economy that wants to run must have price and forex stability. We are not the only country within the same band. We started with Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore within the same period. Go and check other currencies of the world. The Singaporean dollar had remained very stable over the last 34 years to the US dollar. In fact, it has even gained 18%. Foreign exchange policies of any government and country must be very, very strategic. What Yemi Cardoso have done is trying his best to remedy an already very, very dirty situation. And it's from the physical side. In 2015, Buhari inherited a foreign exchange market that was 199 naira to $1 at the parallel market rate and 197 to $1 at the official market rate. Remember that under Obasanjo, Naira lost at 8 naira, from 88 naira when Obasanjo became president to 124 naira when he left. Under Jonathan and the Yar'Adua, Naira lost 78 naira to $1, which is even bad. But under Buhari, it went overboard. We lost over 600 naira to $1. And it was because of the bazaar. It's not actually has to do with honest economic transaction, because if you look at it very, very well, between 2015 to 2023, our total import volume was 451 billion. Our total export volume within that same period was 406 billion. Buhari inherited foreign reserve of $29 billion unencumbered. And within that period, we had inflow of over $168 billion through foreign diaspora remittances. So net, we had a positive net inflow of dollar. We had excess dollar coming into this country on very lawful transactions. But what basically happened was that there was something that happened in between. Between those periods, the CBN governor, Emefiele, against the extant laws of the Federation, printed and handed over to Buhari over 23 trillion naira, about $60 billion by the exchange rate of that time. What Nigerians have not bothered to ask is, what did they do with that naira that was given to them? It was not project-tied. Most of the governors were doing bazaar. In fact, one of the reasons, the pressure we are feeling on the dollar side of the market is because 60% driven by criminality. On the crude oil side, we were doing 2.5 million barrels a day in 2011. In fact, Buhari inherited 2.3 million barrels a day. Buhari left with less than $1 million barrel a day. Melek Kyari, the NNPC MD, told us clearly that on a monthly basis, Nigeria loses about $1.9 billion through crude oil theft and inefficiencies. That's a whooping $22 billion that are supposed to come into the official account that are lost to thieves and inefficiencies. Still today, nobody has been prosecuted. Nobody has been arrested. The output have not yet been ramped up to 2.5 million barrels a day, which is the major foreign exchange earner for Nigeria, which is the crude oil. So the problem we have here is fundamental. We should stop looking at the opiate side, applying the elixirs. We must tackle the fundamental issue, which is the physical side. And to tackle the fundamental issue is not a dash, it's a marathon. We must fix the very foundation of this country, the constitutional, the physical, the resource production and distribution architecture of Nigeria back to 1963, when we had regions, autonomous and independent, and producing whatever they wanted to consume. They keep 50%, 30% is paid to the port, and 20% to the federal government of Nigeria to run simply defense and foreign affairs. Most of the items today that we had in the exclusive list was the job of the constituent units, from seaport to airport to road and to other things. We must look back to what worked for us. As at that time, politics was not a do or die affair. People that came to power.
If I may interrupt you, sorry to interrupt you, I can feel your passion, and in some ways I can also say I can feel your pain. Because this is all very painful for all of us, the fact that our Naira is crashing in the manner that it is crashing. But recently, I mean, I'm sure you heard the interview granted by the CBN governor. Did that interview, for you as an investment banker as well, did it buoy your confidence in the economy? He kept on saying that the Naira is undervalued, and he talked about a range of issues and what it is that they've been trying to do. You made reference to it. The mess has already been created, and this is where we found ourselves. Does his statements, his pronouncements going forward? Does it give you confidence as an investor?
Mokwe, I must tell you of a truth. I wouldn't like to be in the position that Yemi Cardoso is now. You know, he was trying to be very diplomatic. His takes were very, very good. But let us address the issues. He mentioned some very salient issues. He inherited $7 billion in unpaid obligations. And then he says something very, very striking. $2.5 billion of these issues were forwards that could not be verified. Entities that did not exist got allocations. Can we have a list of those entities? See, we're talking about massive crime, massive haste. Now, attempted haste upon this land. You know, by now we should be having a list of those who tried to do this and having the EFCC getting cracked to solve this matter. This is a massive criminal economic sabotage that we're talking about here. And then on the issue of Naira being undervalued, I find it very, very humorous. You know, very, very comical. Because for me, let me explain this. How do you determine the intrinsic value, exchange value of a currency? See, as of today, you can only determine the intrinsic value of any currency based on looking at the historical track record, looking at the productivity of such economy, looking also at the confidence that the investing world, even the local people, have on the government and leadership and the institutions of the state. I give you a clear example here. Singapore, very tiny strip of land, smaller than Alimosho, in 2022 did over $720 billion worth of exports. They imported almost the same value. The Singaporean currency has been very stable over the last 33 years.
Mr. Perry, you and I know that the investment that have now yielded, you know, what it is you're referring to in Singapore did not happen today. I mean, everyone makes reference to Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and the work that he did in building, you know, setting the foundations right for Singapore. Sadly, we've had a very, very, will I say, mixed development around our country, and this is currently where we found ourselves. Looking at what he has said in terms of doing the work that he intends to do at the CBN, we've not really spoken with the minister of the coordinating minister of the economy now to know precisely what's going to be happening in the fiscal side, which is where you've made a lot of reference to. But in the monetary side, as an investor, and also looking at the history of the Naira, which is what you've also made reference to, do you think that the Naira is undervalued? And do the statements also buoy your confidence?
Naira, as of today, there is no yardstick to say that there are no empirical basis to say that Naira is undervalued. I was trying to get to a point before you interjected. You can empirically say that the currency is undervalued based on historical performances. Naira has never been stable over time. Go and check. Over the last 8 years, I've never seen a currency that has been as volatile. Go and check every other currency in the whole world. The only currency that have been as volatile as the Naira are those of the highly indebted poor countries where we've unfortunately found ourselves. Like I said, Yemi Cardoso is doing his utmost best. Don't get me wrong. In fact, his interview was very brilliant. But he said something which the press is missing. He said he does not control the supply of the dollar, which is the truth. And you know, very funny thing. They said, okay, they are channeling all the revenues of the MTS to CBN. It does not solve the problem. I will explain to you why. It is the revenue that they give to Yemi Cardoso that he will be able to use to intervene. And this issue that, the market has been floated. Yes, it has been floated, but the CBN will also from time to time intervene to ensure stability. But the CBN can only intervene. Yemi Cardoso can only do his job well if we have the supply of the dollar. Handing over the resources to him, it does not cut it. What is the federal government of Nigeria doing to ramp up the supply side of the dollar, which Yemi Cardoso does not control? And how do we ramp up the supply side? Our major foreign exchange, which is the low-hanging fruit, is the crude oil. How do we stop the oil theft and ramp up output to 2.5 million barrels a day? Those wells that we have produced, that 2.5 million, have not dried up. What are they doing as a matter of urgency? What are we also doing to tackle the geopolitical risks in Nigeria? He mentioned something about federal portfolio investors. Yes, federal portfolio investors are hot money. They can come in now and they go the next 3 months. Those are not the kind of investment we are looking at. We are looking at foreign direct investment. We are looking at foreign diaspora remittances, which can come in almost about $50 to $100 billion if we tackle the socio-economic and geopolitical issues in Nigeria. And what are the geopolitical issues? The issues of insecurity. A bag of rice is 72, 78 naira today, 1,000 naira per bag. And most of this rice we're even talking about are imported rice. Our output annually is 3.8 million tons domestically. Our consumption is about 7.5 million tons domestically. We practically import half of it. But we have rice is something that can be cultivated and harvested and processed within 1 year, twice in a year. What are the physical measures being put in place by those in the physical side, the governors, local government chairmen, and the presidency, to create a secured environment to enable the farmers go to the farm and cultivate and process more than 8 million tons of rice, which can be done with just about only 1 million hectares of land? And these are what issues. See, on his interview,
Mr. Obiareri, sorry to interject, because there's quite a lot that was said in that interview, and I can feel, like Mark White said, your passion on this, and this is your feelings on this is shared by a lot of Nigerians who are worried about the situation that we find ourselves in. But we do have to get to a lot of other things that he talked about during that interview. As you mentioned, the CBN does not produce FX, and that's something he mentioned during that interview. He said it relies on what comes in. He also talked a bit about palliatives, In fact, I want to quote him. He says, I have no illusions that interventions are necessary in our country. They help to channel resources to people, however small. And then, of course, he now talked about these obligations. I really wish we could get you to, talk about some of these obligations that the CBN governor was talking about. $7 billion in unpaid obligations. And then, of course, $2.4 billion had issues, not having valid import documents. Can you break down how this was even possible in a country that has laws and has checks and balances on how we do our business here? How was that even possible, to happen at that time?
It was possible, and it happened at that time because we had a very lawless, irresponsible government that was in place. And it is also very shocking that a central bank could give a forward obligation that it could not deliver. And like I said, it's not the central bank thing. Yes, those central banks also had their issues. There was so much recklessness over the last 8 years, which is not Yemi Cardoso's fault. Net, like I explained to you, Nigeria should have been having over excess of $100 billion in our position. We shouldn't even be talking about unpaid obligation. Even the $2.4 billion that have been discovered to be a Ponzi arrangement should actually be tackled and not be swept under the carpet. You mentioned about the interventions. In this same country, the CBN told us that they disbursed about 1.3 trillion on the rice value chain. Today, a bag of rice was 7,500 in 2015. Today, 78,000. That intervention did not work. And it's like Yemi Cardoso said, the structures were in place for the interventions to work. And that those structures in the place also has to do with the fiscal side. I give you an example. Nigeria in 1960 to 1966 had commodity boards. The West had cocoa. Ghana is doing about 800,000 tons of cocoa every year. The southwest of Nigeria can do twice what Ghana is doing if we have the produce board in the southwest. The southeast and the south and the southwest can do over $7 billion worth of palm oil value chain. We practically import half of what we consume in that area. This is an industry we control 45% of the global market in 1965. In the north, the granite pyramid, they cut in their textile, they have all disappeared. And that also boils down to the physical foundation. Like Yemi said, for the structure to work, I give you an example. In 2019, I had a session with the governors of the north and the southeast and south under the PDP Governors Forum. And I told them, in the north, the 19 northern states can develop 1 million hectares of date palm plantation over a period of 3 years. That can get about $12.5 billion annually over the next 70 years. But the structures must be put in place for Yemi Cardoso to bring intervention money to fund it. In the southeast, I gave the example. In southeast, we live communally. 1,150 autonomous communities. If each of them develop 50 hectares of land under a MCCCP framework, we can develop over 100 to 200,000 new tenera 100,000 palm plantation, hectares of palm plantation.
I like the fact that you're bringing up solutions. I like the fact you're bringing up solutions. So that's actually where the conversation is going to now. He has talked about a few things, the CBN governor, that they have to do. The new monetary policy committees to focus on price stability and inflation. We're seeing that, and we're hearing that we're going to meet the new members of this MPC before February the 26th. This new direction on price stability and inflation, is this something that can be done? Is this something that can yield the results that we need, to fix this problem?
Yes, it will yield results. Like I said, despite the fact that they are going to do this, they will also try to see how we can bring in the huge informal sector into the formal sector. Inclusiveness, financial inclusion. The CBN also will need the help of the state governors and the local governments. Today, we are estimated to have over 27 million MSMEs. We don't have a register for them. CBN cannot intervene or execute monetary policy that works if we have a huge informal sector and the physical side are not pulling their strengths. Like I was trying to explain before you interrupted me. If the governors of the states and local government chairmen provide the structures for intervention, and we've given them proposals of what they can do, apart from the CBN alone, Yemi can also mobilize several development funds outside there to bring in funds to develop this market, to build up this economy. Productivity is very key for us to be able to sustain the transparency that has been injected into the Forex market, which is very, very key. But beyond what he's doing, like I said, we are paying so much attention to the CBN, which is not the issue. This man has done what he's supposed to do. We should look at the physical side. I'm sorry to say this. Despite all that he has put in place to protect the Naira, to ensure price stability, to engender transparency in the market, which is very, very key, even the FPIs themselves will not come if the geopolitical risk, the insecurity, and some of the structural deformities from the physical side are not tackled. And for us to tackle it, we must overhaul the constitutional and fiscal framework of this country back to 1963.
Dr. Obiariri, I'm glad, very, that you are a development economist. So one of the things that excites me is the fact that all of these things that we are talking about and the solutions that you have begun to profile is pointing in the direction of solutions. But there is something the CBN governor said, and if we juxtapose it with what is happening in some parts of the country, it's a little troubling. So I'd like you, from a development perspective, to speak to Nigerians on that. On the one hand, the governor of the CBN says the time for panic and cynicism is not now. We are on the road now where the right policy decisions are being taken. On the other hand, we have a situation where there are protests in Cano, protests in Niger State, all because of hardship. Add to that the fact that the governors of Nigerian Governors Forum, say that the food in Nigeria is the cheapest in West Africa. So the challenge I'm having here is how the development initiatives or ideals of government are being communicated to people in a way that the people can take ownership of these things and be able to wait and be able to add a little patience to what's going on. So please speak to us on that.
You see, in this country today, we have over 211 million Nigerians that are below the retirement age of 65, based on NPC statistics. These are adults. These are not children that you can browbeat and deceive. Nigerians are not lazy. Nigerians are very resilient people. When you see people protesting, they are not protesting because they cannot work. They are not protesting because if they have work or the environment is clear for them to work, that they cannot put their limbs to work to produce results. Nigerians are seeing the insensitivity of the political class. Like I said, 90% of the problems are foundational, and these problems are on the physical side. How do you tell Nigerians to have patience, to listen to you, when you see the kind of recklessness, the kind of waste, the kind of purges, the kind of corruption that we are experiencing across the 3 tiers and arms of government? How can you tell a poor farmer in the village that cannot go to his farm that all will be well, and if he goes to farm, he's either beheaded or kidnapped? when he sees you driving convoy of 28 SUVs paid with taxpayers' money and still allocating billions and tens of billions of naira to yourselves, flying around in private jets. It does not make sense. For Nigerians to believe there should be the signages, the signs, the actions of those on the physical side must translate their utterances. We need to quickly begin to fix most of these challenges. The major one is insecurity. This country has potentials to produce and export nothing less than $100 billion worth of food commodities. This country has the natural endowment and the capacity to feed itself and export more. But those in the physical side must provide the enabling environment, the cushions, the empathy for people to see, okay, let us tighten the belt and wait for the Eldorado. The fact remains that the actions of those who are our governors and those on the physical side of the economy does not support their utterances and their pronouncement. And I've always said it, this country is a country that is so blessed by God. This country can build up a $1 trillion sized economy in the next 8 years that will trickle down to the lowest base of the economic pyramid. But we must be able to sacrificially do the right things, lead by example. The major problem of this country is leadership. Just like Mookbe said, Singapore got to where they are today by leadership.
But you also know
talk about the shepherd.
Yeah, but my apologies, Dr. Obiari. You also know, I mean, because the question I ask is actually along the line of communication. You also know that, I mean, you talked about Singapore, you know, siding with my colleague Mark right there, which is the truth. But you also know that communicating to people, you just underscored the same thing. Telling people to be patient, that there's going to be an Eldorado tomorrow, is going to be a tough one, particularly in the light of the fact that their purchasing power dwindles by the day. And that the thing that they could buy for 20 naira yesterday, today, they can only buy it for maybe 5 or 10 naira. So how do we communicate these initiatives to people in a way that they will understand? Yes, you have also underscored it. You don't envy Cardoso. Many people don't envy the president, but they all asked for the job and they got the job. So how do we communicate to people that, look, it's going to get tougher before it gets better? And what kind of body language should people see from government officials at whatever level, that will make them believe that indeed, let's give government some time?
Very simple. Cut the cost of governance, stop the looting, stop the extravagance, wastefulness, stop the profligacy. That is the only action that will communicate it rightly to the people. Saying one thing and doing another thing. Nigerians are not fools. Nigerians are not lazy. Nigerians are not dumb.
Dr. Obiari, we've heard people say quite a number of times that we should cut the cost of governance and all. The question is how? What needs to give that will convince Nigerians that things will get better?
What needs to give? Like I said it, annually, over 40% of whatever is budgeted are actually looted and stolen. We need to see the actions in place to fight corruption. I give you an example. Fighting corruption is not the job of EFCC alone if we put this water right. Amend the CCB Act. Make it compulsory for every public office holders to declare their assets and liabilities publicly so that Nigerians can see clearly that these guys are not stealing their monies. Put in a whistle-blowing provision that makes it compulsory. If anybody blows a whistle to help recover a loot, the person gets 20%. When you do this, every Nigerian becomes an EFCC agent. Even the banker who will post the teller will even report, because if you're stealing 1 billion and he helps to blow the whistle and it is recovered, he will get 200 million, which is more than his 300 years salary. So we must put in place measures that will show Nigerians that we really mean to be transparent, that we really mean to be accountable as leaders. And when you put this in place and stop the leakages, you saw the Better Gate transferring money to private accounts, and he was suspended. It is on record that 99% of those in the MTS are still doing it. You know, we must instill discipline. Nigerians must see clearly. Communication through body language, communication through actions. Our president has been away for almost about 2 weeks now on medical tourism to France. Does it augur well that in a country that is homogeneous, we do not see our president? We have not seen our president for the past 2 weeks. So is it the kind of body language that you expect to communicate to Nigerians to tighten their seat belts? These are the kind of things we should be addressing. Like I said, the monetary policy managers are doing their utmost best. But I can tell you, beyond just mere pronouncements, beyond just mere grandstanding, the actions of those that manage our physical area are nothing to write home about. And again, look at even the budget. Over 16 trillion naira out of 28.7 trillion are going to be used. We are practically spending everything we are going to earn in Nigeria because the deficit is about 9.9 trillion. Practically everything we are going to earn in Nigeria, from debt to non-oil to oil revenue, will be spent to service the profligacy of less than 1 million people in the public service. Does that make sense?
So, Dr. Perry, tell us some of the issues that several people have raised. This dollarization of the policy of CBN, many think that it appears to be just on paper. So, does it have any impact when we see institutions in this country charging fees in dollars?
Like I said, if we actually want to tackle corruption, there are two areas through which the political class and the criminal elements in Nigeria launder money, either through properties and real estate or through buying dollar and taking it out of circulation or transferred out of Nigeria. The CBN or the National Assembly should pass a law banning the use of dollar cash in Nigeria above $5,000. It will be punishable by 1 year imprisonment without option of fine. That is number one. Number two, we must put in place laws and the measures to ensure that for you to register your property or any of your high-end assets, you must include your BVN, your TIN, and your name. And again, the law should be amended when it comes to money laundering or issues that has to do with money. The onus is upon whoever has such money to prove beyond reasonable doubt that such funds were reasonably acquired. These are the only ways we can tackle this. I've never seen a country where the kind of things we condone here happens. It is happening because we have refused to instill transparency, we've refused to instill accountability, we refuse to fight corruption from the foundations. Deterrence is actually the best way of fighting corruption. When somebody knows actually that the laws have been so structured, the issues of the state have been so built that he must surely be caught, the person will stay away from doing it. When we amend these laws and then establish CCB agencies in all the 774 local government areas under PPP arrangements, I will tell you this, even the politicians will be scared to steal because even it is their neighbors or their brothers or sisters that will blow the whistle on them. It is the right of Nigerians to know what their public office holders own and owe on a public-to-know basis. In America, we knew how much Obama was worth when he became president. We knew how much he was worth when he left presidency. We knew how the monies came about. There is no political office holder in America that we cannot just call up his asset and liability statement publicly. In Nigeria here, they even file to CCB secretly what they even intend to steal. But if you have an e-portal where every public office holders will upload their asset, that's not like Yadua did, and then update it annually, the room will be too hot for anybody to play games. And then tackle the financial sector area. Get the bankers to be part of the EFCC. It's such a way that if they blow the whistle and catch those people that are diverting our monies, moving it to BDCs to pursue dollar and all those stuff, that they will collect 20% and make it watertight. If we do this, the deterrence will help us to stop the graph. And if we stop the graph, which is 60% the problem we have in Nigeria across all sectors, this country will fly.
Well, I hate to go back to 2015, but in 2015, we saw the president declaring his assets, and we're hoping that would have a follow-on effect on all the other government officers. Well, sadly, it seemed to stop to the vice president. But let's move on now, because you have talked about production and how we need to also go back to production. In the report you played before your interview started, we heard Professor Patutomi talk about how where we are right now is as a result of our lack of investment in production and a lazy elite, those were his words, who prefer to seek rent, who prefer a rentier economy, Well, you have also said we should go back to 1963. Some people will say you're talking about restructuring. There is a political side to the economy. You know, I don't know. That's something that is more long-term in some people's opinion. But where we are right now, it looks like the problems are very immediate and they are very pressing. In the meantime, you know, while we talk long-term, what can we be doing? How do we get our factories, you know, back on track?
Well, like you said, the short-term interventions is for us to put in place measures to stop the bleeding. And to stop the bleeding, we must tackle it. You know, there's no shortcut to this. Practically what we are doing here, is that we are applying elixir, which is like somebody has cancer and there is a headache because of that cancer. And because of that headache, you're giving the person Fensic without applying the root cause, removing the cancerous growth that is growing in the body. The person will eventually die. And that is the problem with Nigeria. We're talking about productivity. What are the factors of production? The people, human capital, the land, the capital, the funding, and the machinery. To put Nigerians to productive work, and for Nigeria, when Nigeria was productive between 1993, you could see that there was a physical and structural arrangement that enabled it to work. We had a resource control framework. When you do it, every state will look inward. I'll give you an example. Niger State alone can generate nothing less than $5 billion annually from agro value chain. But we discovered that almost 13 communities in Niger State or 13 local government areas have been overtaken by terrorists and bandits. How do you engender productivity in that area when there is no security? And to fix security, it also goes back to the constitutional framework. We must amend the security architecture of Nigeria to allow the communities, the local government, to train and equip themselves. Lawful terror, the task on lawful terror. Because between 1960s, we had regional police. In fact, the Eastern Nigeria had a more efficient regional police that was more efficient than the federal police. And when they wanted to make peace in Congo Republic, they invited them to go there. If you devolve security back to the communities, and interestingly, Bola Tinubu and the APC have been at the forefront of physical federalism, sovereign national conference, and state police. So what happened now that is a proportion and the commander-in-chief effect this? If you empower Amatokun and provide Amatokun with the same level of sophisticated arm as the bandits and kidnappers ravaging the southwest, in 3 months, they will change the map of every inch of the areas in the southwest. You cannot use pump action to produce somebody that is carrying RPG. And we know the right thing to do. For us to fix this country, we must look at, and let me tell you, it is not a long thing. All the National Assembly has to do with the presidency is to bring out the 1963 Constitution, dust it, delineate it from 4 regions to 6 regions that we currently have, and pass it as the new Constitution of Nigeria. The National Assembly can do it in 2 weeks. The state assemblies can do it in less than a month or 2 months. We can do this. Every one of us agree today that Nigeria needs to be restructured. If you look at the history of this country, from 1999 till now, we've progressed in error. Obasanjo was the best that have happened over this Fourth Republic. After Obasanjo, that good man, Yar'Adua, came. Illness took him away. Jonathan came, and we thought he was the worst. Buhari came. Under 8 years, Buhari printed 23 trillion naira and wasted it. Under Tinubu, in 7 months, we have printed 7.8 trillion naira. We are not talking about that. What did they do with the naira? And we keep on borrowing, and Nigeria keep on worsening. Let me tell you, even if you bring an angel in this country, you cannot fix it under the current constitutional framework that we run. And to change this law of the foundation of this land cannot take more than 3 months if they are very sincere and honest.
All right, those are some of the issues that we'll hope that the authorities, even National Assembly themselves, will probably consider, because they will be resuming today. And of course, the CBN is listed to appear there, so who knows how that will turn out. But we have to thank you for coming on this morning, Dr. Nemeka Obiari, development economist and an investment banker.
Thank you, Chamberlain.
All right, so we'll be back in a moment, but business will be up next at the top of the hour.
have taken some difficult and yet necessary decisions to save our country from fiscal catastrophe. One of those decisions was the removal of fuel subsidy, which had become an unsustainable financial burden on our country for more than 4 decades. Another was the removal of the chokehold of few people on our foreign exchange system that benefited only the rich and the most powerful among us. Without doubt, these two decisions brought some discomfort to individuals, families, and businesses. I am well aware that for some time now, the conversations and debate have centered on the rising cost of living, high inflation, which is now above 28%, and the unacceptable high underemployment rate. From the boardroom at the broad streets in Lagos to the main streets of Cano and Nembe Creeks in Bayelsa, I hear the groans of Nigerians who work hard every day to provide for themselves and their families. I'm not oblivious of the expressed and sometimes unexpressed frustrations of my fellow citizens. I know for a fact that some of our compatriots are even asking if this is how our administration wants to renew their hope. Their compatriots, take this from me. The time may be rough and tough. However, our spirit must remain unbowed because tough times never last. We are made for this period, never to flinch, never to falter. The socio-economic challenges of today should energize and rekindle our love and faith.
Welcome to the future of gold mining with Jaipur Gold and Ventures PLC, where vision meets innovation. We have a bold vision to become a major player in gold, copper, and lithium mining production and refining globally, with a commitment to investing over $600 million within the next 5 years. With continuous exploration at our strategic mines in Nigeria and other countries in the world, targeting production and measured reserve of at least 30 million ounces of gold by 2028, with a world-class gold refinery. Having already secured about 650,000 ounces of gold, presently worth about $1.3 billion in one of our gold mines, we shall scale up to 100 million ounces of gold in reserve and production on or before the year 2033. Jaipur Gold, a new dawn shaping the future of minerals mining in Nigeria and other parts of the world. Jaipur, partnering for results.
Right before that commercial break, it sounds like President Bola Tinubu is aware of what people say, what people are going through. And of course, he himself said it. Nigerians, or some Nigerians, are asking, is this the renewed hope we voted for? Well, I hope that indeed he will give Nigerians the renewed hope that they looked forward to when they went to the ballots, you know, to choose him as the president at the helm of affairs of the country. Good morning. Welcome to the business side of Sunrise, Business Morning on Sunrise Daily. That's where you are now. So for the next 27 minutes or so, we'll be doing some business. Let's head out to the global space. Oil prices were a little moved in early trading on Tuesday as market participants assessed a visit to the Middle East by the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken to discuss a ceasefire offer in the region. Blinken met Saudi Arabia de facto ruler on Monday, that was yesterday. Palestinians hope the visit will clinch a truce before a threatened Israeli assault on Rafah a border city where about half the Gaza Strip population is sheltering. The ceasefire offer delivered to Hamas last week by Qatari and Egyptian mediators awaits a reply from militants who say they want more guarantees if it will bring an end to the 4-month-old war. Looking at the prices now, Brent is gained 0.15% at $78.10 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate Crude futures also gained 0.12% to $72.86 a barrel. Both benchmarks gained nearly 1% on Monday, rising for the first time in 4 sessions. Still staying on the global space now, let's see what's happening with grains as soybean futures slid on Tuesday, trading close to the previous session's lowest level in more than 3 years amid expectations of ample supplies. Corn and wheat edge higher as traders adjusted positions ahead of key reports on demand and supplies expected later this week. The most active soybean contracts on the Chicago Board of Trade fell 0.1% to $11.95 a barrel. Corn added 0.2% to $4.43 for half a bushel, and wheat gained 0.5% to $5.93 for a bushel. Soybeans dropped to their lowest level since December 2020 on Monday at $11.79 for half a bushel. In the agricultural market, the focus is on a slew of government reports slated to be released on Thursday. Well, we'll come to Nigeria now. A lot of things happening. First, the African Development Bank is set to commence the disbursement of $540 million in the first phase of 8 states in Nigeria for the development of special agro-industrial processing zones. And this was disclosed when a delegation of the bank and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, presented their separate reports on the status of projects being executed in Nigeria to Vice President Kashim Shettima at the presidential villa. The Vice President asked for immediate action, saying it is time for the government and its development partners to walk the talk and ensure food security in line with the vision of President Bola Tinubu for the Nigerian people. Speaking after the meeting, the officials of the bank initiative says it is aimed at turning the rural landscape into economic zones of prosperity and harnessing the power of commercial agriculture and food. Certainly when we have things like this and they are implemented successfully, we will not have the protests such as the one we had in Niger State yesterday. And of course, we do hope that it is being curbed and nipped in the bud so it doesn't spread to other states. Now, the executive director of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Mrs. Noye Ayeni, has been speaking on her plans to grow the nation's non-oil export. She was speaking during an interview with reporters. Ms. Ayeni explains that value addition for all export products will form part of the council's strategies to achieve its Double Your Export initiative.
What we did in the council in recent times is to identify the top 20 products based on the level of production in the country and the level of demand in the global market. So we picked the 20 top products, and we want to give it intensity and attention from the farm gate to the market access. So based on that, we have the early team. We believe that with this, we should also be able to achieve our mantra of double export within 12 months to 18 months. Again, we also are working with various exporters, encouraging them to also find ways of adding value to their products. That's value addition. Because at this point in the history of our country, again, we can no longer export commodities just raw because you just earn normal price in the global market. So we're encouraging the exporters to ensure that they add value because processed commodities give you premium price in the market, in the global market. Some of the exporters already have processing facilities, and we're going to support them, working with them to ensure that through that, we will be able to increase the volume and value of our export.
Well, now talking about collaborations, Germany's Minister for Economic Development is currently in the country having conversations on skills development and export. Of course, hopefully it will be to the benefit of both countries. Yesterday, she had a meeting with our Minister of Finance, as well as Minister of Investments and Trade, and we captured that in this report. It's a meeting holding at the request of the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, led by the Minister, Venja Scholz.
And also Mr. Charles Odi, Director General Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria.
The minister comes with a proposal of cooperation between Nigeria and Germany on issues ranging from development of women-led MSMEs, skills development, and talent exports between both countries.
And we also have...
Her proposals are attractive to the Nigerian government.
And we know that if we can improve the SMEs, we are immediately contributing about 45% to Nigeria's GDP. So we are coming to partner and support us in this development is a major booster to the presidential ambition to grow the economy to a $1 trillion economy and see a GDP growth rate of almost 10%. This is within a period of about 4 to 5 years. So we're really happy to have you here with support and the partnership with the agenda of His Excellency.
This meeting is a follow-up to earlier deliberations on the sidelines of the G20 Investment Summit. Look forward to the fruits of those meetings, or the meetings that the German minister will be having with her Nigerian counterpart as she stays in Nigeria. Now let's look at the commodities market and how all the changes we've been talking about, the FX rates, those multiple circulars from the Central Bank of Nigeria is affecting, the commodities segment. And to have that conversation with us is the Chief Executive Officer of Financial Derivatives Company, Mr. Bismarck Rwani. Good morning, Mr. Rwani. Good to have you on the show.
Good morning.
So last week we were, awash with a lot of circulars from the Central Bank, and then there was that interview with the governor of the Central Bank, and I think one of the most outstanding points that came out from there is the backlog, the repatriation of funds and all of that, and how the CBN has been able to cover, I think, more than 4 billion. It's left about 2-point-something billion. Would you say this is enough to win the confidence of our investors in every sector, not just the airline at this point?
Thank you very much. The thing is that paying your debts, right, is not an achievement in that sense. You've made forward commitments as a central bank and as a country. You are paying that. So thank you very much. You've met your obligations. Now, the point that investors are looking at, do you have the capacity to meet future obligations when you enter into them? These obligations had matured a long time ago under the old central bank governor. They were not met. They were rolled over and whatever. So I think, firstly, it is good that the central bank governor has come out to say this is the position. They've carried out a forensic audit. They found out that some of the documents lacked authenticity, and those that are authentic are being paid. The question remains that in the face of declining oil revenue, in the face of declining commodity prices globally, will Nigeria be in a position, one, to meet its immediate obligations, and two, to meet commitments that have actually that will mature in the near term? I think that is the issue. And what I think the central bank governor is doing, one, is to announce the policies that are required to sustain this path, but two, also to clean house, to make sure that internal infractions by conniving banks and speculators are eliminated. Having said that, the big question is, where are we going to find the new money to meet our growth aspirations? We want to grow this economy to $1 trillion in 8 years. That means we have to grow at about 8% a year. And therefore, we need to fix some of the infrastructure gap that we have. Those are the key things, both short-term, medium-term, and long-term.
So you talked about new money, and unfortunately, even as at this morning, the price of oil, the global oil price, is less than $80. Our production, perhaps the government is working on something to boost production, but where do you see us getting the new money? And when we look at the non-oil exports, NEPC, they've been in the news and all of that, but we've been talking about diversifying the economy for a very long time. It doesn't seem like we're having the benefits of that. So where do you see this low-hanging fruit when it comes to new money?
Well, new money comes, first and foremost, governments do not finance all their development aspirations from revenue. Revenue is only one source. If you have fiscal sustainability and consolidation, investors will come there to invest, to increase the productivity and make a return on their investment. What we are not addressing, and everybody's talking about it, is to increase taxes here, improve the payment of taxes and the mobilization of internal revenue. That's only one part of the equation. To endear, to get the confidence of investors, you have to reform the institutions and make things look much more transparent. That is the real challenge. Today, the price of oil has declined to about $78 or $78, which is about the benchmark price. But your production is well at about 1.3, 1.4. So there's a shortfall on your production. Your production target was 1.78. Therefore, there's already ab initio there's a shortfall. Secondly, because you have backlogs and commitment which you have not met, you have also borrowed some money. In the new deal from the African Development Bank means we pledged 90,000 barrels of oil a day, and we pledge this. Therefore, the shortfall on your cash flow is imminent and it's going to happen. Those things have to be put together. That's why I say we need new money. We need to sit down with the International Monetary Fund to craft out a policy which would be attractive to potential investors and debt holders, bondholders for Nigeria. We meet the rating agencies. Once you do all of these things, you'll find that new investments begin to come in, including some of the domestic investment which will actually consolidate the growth path and trajectory of this economy. Definitely, there's some hope at the end of the tunnel, but there's a lot of work to be done now. It's more than photo opportunities. It is now the hard work and the heavy lifting.
And until these things are done, I guess we'll keep seeing the squeeze on purchasing power, and unfortunately, protests such as the one that we had yesterday in Minna, which we fear, and hope that is being curbed so that it doesn't spread. I mean, people are getting so squeezed, they cannot but speak out and protest.
Yes, that is true. The spillover effect of cost of living crisis, and it's not just in Nigeria. There's a cost of living crisis. People do not like that. And when they do not see evidence of the belt tightening, both at the public and public space, then that makes them more irritated. And an irritable man is very sensitive, and he becomes angry. And if an angry man is also hungry, then it's a recipe for chaos. So what you have to do is not just quell the riots, but to go to the root cause and understand how you deal with this, including what you want to say, the wage review. I've heard a few governors talk about palliatives. Palliatives are temporary relief and that does not address the fundamental and the root cause of this crisis. So we need to do that. And if you look at domestic prices and the slides you have there, the rice has gone all the way to 75,000 naira a bag for the imported rice. And after we've had all the rice pyramids of the past, and you see that the price of flour at this time of the year, it's now up to the flour price is 75,000 naira, and sugar at 70,000 naira. So sugar goes into bread, flour goes into bread, baking powder goes into bread, and so the price of a loaf of bread is going to be, probably unaffordable to the ordinary man. Now, if you go to yams, the same thing is happening. If you go to beans, the same thing is happening. So that is why people are getting really tired and exasperated because of, one, hopelessness, two, the cost is going up, costs are rising, and three, there's ostentatious living by people in public space at a time of sacrifice.
Well, sacrifice, but the president has promised us that he will not disappoint Nigerians. The hope for a renewed hope will not be killed. That's what he said. I mean, we had that track this morning from the Sunrise team. So we do hope to see that. But thank you so much, Mr. Bismarck Rwani, Chief Executive Officer of Financial Derivatives Company.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll move right up. Still following up on some of the activities or those statements from the Central Bank of Nigeria last week. We know that one of that affects customs duties. We saw that efforts to unify FX rates. We saw that the customs duties, their rate has gone up to about 1,356 naira for a dollar. And of course, that will affect imports and affect consumption. Let's have for this conversation now Dr. Mude Yusuf. We know him as the Chief Executive Officer of CPPE, but he's also a member of the board of the customs. And then also we have joining us for this conversation a former chairman, Association of Licensed Customs Agents in Seme Border. We have Mr. Lasisi Fanu joining us for this conversation. Do we have Mr. Fanu? Good morning, Mr. Fanu. Mr. Fanu. Can you hear me, Mr. Fanu?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
So kindly confirm to us, you have a first-hand interaction with the customs duty rate. What's the rate now, and when did it change?
The rate now is actually 1.413. 0.62 to $1.
So that's again, that's 1,004. Did you say 1,400?
Yeah, 1,400 and 1,413 naira, 0.62 to $1.
For a dollar. So not even 1,356, because there was a story
that was second of February, about 5 days or 6 days ago. That change came up to 1,356 to $1. We were crying, shouting, and all we woke up to see yesterday was 1,413. So at the 0.62 to $1. I don't know how the importers can survive in this. It is not possible. I'm just saying it is not possible for them to survive in this. Fine, we understand that the federal government, I mean the customs, through customs, want to generate funds, but this is not the procedure. This is not the way. It is too rampant. You cannot change it like that way and expect the person who has made his calculation based on the exchange rate of probably as at December 751, he has calculated what is going to import, what is going to expend on the goods, to the landing cost. Okay, I'm going to make a profit of maybe 2,000 naira or 150,000 on a 40-foot container, for example. You now raise it from 951 in order of December to now 1,413. How do you expect the importer to generate that money, the difference, to clear these things out? And it has been so for quite a long time. And this is why we have so many overtime cargo in the port that the importers cannot longer clear. Some abandon them because where is the fund to clear? Some of these foreigners, some of the exporters, because they are exporters to our importers. When you make your demand, they send the goods to you. For them to repatriate to get their money from these people is very difficult. You can see a lot of overtime cargo there. Customs will come up. If you cannot pay, certain time go, definitely they are going to seize it. So overtime cargo. Tomorrow is coming up.
So Mr. Fanu, Mr. Fanu, this obviously will spill over to consumers. How do we expect it to manifest? Is it in prices? Is it in shortage of supply? And what kind of goods can we expect to be most affected?
all goods entirely. It's not a particular kind of good. It affects all goods because all goods in the market, we are import-dependent nation, and with import-dependent nation, what am I saying? We import almost everything we use in Nigeria. If we import everything we use in Nigeria, the price is going to be alarming, because me and you will go to the same market, we are going to buy what has been imported, how they have cleared it. Either too expensive, definitely the importer will increase his money. The importer increases money, the consumers are going to pay with exorbitant price. Then me and you, that my salary remains the same. For me, I'm on pay as you go. You, that your salary remains the same, maybe 400,000 2 years ago, you are still earning that same 400,000. Now you take that 400,000 out to the market, you cannot even buy what you buy 3 months ago. How do you survive it? There are other things there.
Yeah, Mr. Fanu, that's driving it really down home, to where I am. But let's bring Dr. Muda Yusuf. Now, Dr. Muda Yusuf, good morning, sir. You are now a member of the board of Nigeria Customs. Is this a way of pushing consumers to domestic and locally produced products?
Thank you very much, Ine. First of all, let me say that I'm not here to speak on behalf of the Nigeria Customs Service. The Customs Service have their own channel of communication and of commenting on issues. So please, whatever I'm saying, I'm not saying in my capacity as a member of the board. I'm saying my comments is in my capacity as the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise. Now, my view about this first is about the frequency of the changes. Because in international trade, and in any business for that matter, when there is frequent policy changes, it creates a whole lot of problems for investors. A lot of uncertainty, unpredictability, volatility. Those things are very detrimental to investment. So we need some stability. Between June and now, we have had 6 changes in the customs duty dollar rate for customs import duty payment. And let me also say that the fixing of this rate is not by the Customs Service. The fixing of the rate is by the central bank. It's not the customs that fixes the rate. The customs only implements. So it is the central bank that changes this rate. And you need to also, bring it to the attention of the central bank that these things have a lot of implications for trade, for investment, for planning, and all of that. So that frequency, I think we need to check it. 6 changes in 7 months is quite a lot. Secondly, is the fact that the cost of import is already extremely high by virtue of the depreciation or the devaluation of the currency. So if there is any window of opportunity for the government to bring relief within the fiscal policy environment, it's through trade. Because it is extremely difficult for citizens and for businesses when you are dealing with a situation of highly depreciated currency and a situation of high import duty at the same time. It is strangulating. Yes, we have reforms. We have to deal with the reform. We have to cope with it. But when it comes to trade, we should create some soft landing, so that the pain of the reforms will be reduced. So my appeal is that the rates that CBN has fixed for the computation of import duty, I think that rate should be reviewed to something that is much more investment friendly in the light of the current excruciating conditions that the citizens are facing. So that for me. Then the other point is the effective date of these reviews. Each time we have this dollar rate fixed or changed by the central bank, it takes immediate effect. So even transactions that are already in the pipeline that people did not plan for are caught in the web. And normally import cycle is about 2 to 3 months. So any transaction that has commenced through the opening of Form M, I think should be exempted from this kind of changes.
All right, Doctor.
Of course, that is the kind of thing that the businesses expect.
Yeah, Dr. Yusuf, don't you think that this now leaves the CBN in a tight corner? On the one hand, we're expecting unification of, FX rates for better planning and a more fair value of the naira. And then on the other hand, we have like this now, the import by customs agents, causing, a challenge. How do you see them balancing that as a CBN?
No, it can be done. The foreign exchange market is a different issue completely. We are not saying that we should go and tamper with that. What we are saying is that there is room for discretion around the issues of trade. This is a trade policy matter, essentially. The government can exercise discretion in fixing a rate that will not create further exacerbate the inflationary situation. It's not mutually exclusive. The whole idea is to make sure that the pressure of the reform is not too difficult, too profound, too painful on the citizens. We leave the market, the foreign exchange market as it is. We are trying to unify. That can remain what it is. But when it comes to issues of trade, imports, cost of goods, cost of machineries, cost of medications, whatever we can do to reduce that, we can do that. So we can exert that discretion by ensuring that the rate for the payment of import duty for the clearance of cargo is much less than whatever the market rate is in the Forex market.
All right,
and
sir.
It doesn't have any distortionary effect. It doesn't disturb anything.
Okay.
It can only make life better for the citizens. I think that is the point.
All right, sir. Chief Executive Officer of Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise and also a member of the board of Nigeria Customs Service, Dr. Muda Yusuf. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would also like to thank the former chairman of Association of Licensed Customs Agents at Seme Border, Mr. Lasisi Fanu. Thank you so much, Mr. Fanu, for your time.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Bless you too. So let's just do a quick review of the market before my time goes out of my hand. Now, I hope we have the numbers there. We have it. So we have the all share index yesterday was down 0.73%. I'll say this is normal. There are no fears about it. In fact, this makes it so normal. There has to be profit taking. That's the balance in the market. Else, it might look suspicious. The equities cap is at 56.721 trillion naira. The activity had mostly red yesterday. Volume at 841.55 million, value 19.32, and deals was the only one that gained, and all of that. Sectors, the banking, the most liquid sectors, they got hit again by profit taking yesterday. So we saw it down 2.30%. Consumers also down marginally. Industrial goods unchanged. Insurance, those penny stocks, they're creeping in on us and making some gains. Top gainer, can you believe, was Dark Communication yesterday? Oh, thanks to the broadcasting industry. Well, that's the much we can take on a business morning on Sunrise Daily. So it's back to the Sunrise team.
It's in the streets of Mina, the Niger State capital, to protest the high cost of living. Protesters blocked major roads within the metropolis in the morning, lamenting the rising cost of food items and government's inability to arrest the situation. Attempts by the deputy governor and his team to address the crowd were at first not productive. Eventually, he was able to get through to the protesters.
His Excellency received a report this morning that yes, there is a group of youths and women that are protesting about the issue of economic hardship. And already the council is on the process. He directed me, the advisor political and the commissioner for local governments, to go and address the youths, because the issue they comes up with is about issue of hunger. And already in one of the items of discussion in the council is about issue, how do you cushion the economic hardship of the entire state? And how do you relate with the federal governments to ensure that, yes, some policy that will come with human face, that our people will not be in languishing of this added poverty. So we have gone there and we have addressed the youths, that actually we are discussing to see how we can bring issue of palliative around the state, not only a segment of people that are protesting. And I want to tell you that, yes, not in some few days to come, the state government will see into action to ensure that, yes, we elevate the issue so that this protest will not continue.
However, later in the day, the governor, Mr. Umar Bago, addressed residents of the state in a broadcast.
The federal government has shown interest. I've spoken to the vice president, I've spoken to the NSA on the current situation, and we're on top of it. We have also sent a lot of security apparatuses to locations where we think are vulnerable.
He also announced a ban on mass purchase of grains from local markets in the state.
Trucks who come to park or buy foodstuffs from our villagers in bulk should be halted for now. We have stopped mass purchase from our local market in all our local government from now henceforth until further notice. Anybody found doing that, we have given security agencies go ahead to confiscate those trucks and share the food to the people.
The state administration also condemned the actions of those who speculate and hoard food in an attempt to profit from future price increase.
All right, welcome back. Yes, indeed, Ali Ouadu joins us next. He is the Special Assistant to the President on Public Affairs. Good morning. Thank you for coming on today.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So I'm not sure to ask if party officials were shocked at the scenario that played out in Minna, Niger State capital, yesterday. First of all, were you, by the way?
No, I wasn't.
The party wasn't?
The party hasn't.
Why? Because the president, everybody knows that people are going through hard times.
Yeah.
So what then is the response? I mean, we've seen the statement from the spokesperson of the APC, Mr. Moka, saying, surprising to some people too, that these are political opponents who instigated the crowd. So if party officials like yourself were not surprised, you saw it coming, why were you surprised to see his comments?
I mean, sometimes it's about perception. It's how he sees it. You know, it usually doesn't mean he's right or wrong.
You see it differently?
Yeah, I see it differently. And the government sees it differently, Mr. President sees it differently. And, you know, everything that is being done is to address all of this. But, you know, we understand that to get through this stage where we find ourselves, these are some of the, you know, side effects of critical changes, critical reforms that has to happen. It's been a long time coming. And Mr. President and the entire team understand the fact that when I say we, not just because we're in government, because we're not in government a couple of years back, a lot of people have heard this, Nigerians have heard this, you know, give us a little time, give us a little time. But Mr. President is saying, I mean, this time is different. And everything that's happening shows that it's different. I mean, the charts, the indices, the data, it's showing that, yes, something is being done. You know, we've just turned around a disastrous run. That's the truth. We've had a system that's been built not to be inclusive over the years, and even that system broke down on itself. The center could no longer hold. It wasn't even able to cater to the few and selected privilege that it used to cater to anymore, and having to turn that around and you're not just fixing that, you're now ensuring that it's all inclusive and it's something that is for the long run, not just immediate. I mean, which the president has gone to the root cause of all of these issues, and the biggest elephants, you know, in the room are being dismantled. The pieces are going to shatter. I mean, we're going to feel some impact. We're doing cleanup.
So here's the thing: why does it come across to a lot of people that even the APC governors don't seem to be pulling their weight and doing things to ensure that these things don't happen? Because if they are saying, well, opposition did this, these are states controlled by the APC.
I totally agree. Without trying to make it political, you know, it's the fact that it's not news that subnationals have not been pulling their weight, and that's because attention.
So why is that?
I mean, we had a centrally managed system over a long period of time where attention has not been paid to the local government, the state government, the subnationals, and it's come to the point where, you know, the system at the center isn't enough. You know, itself alone isn't enough to handle everything. Mr. President knows, and that's why everything he's done has been, I mean, his position from day one. He ran into trouble while he was, you know, governor of Lagos State, trying to take government closer to the people, because he understands what it means, and trying to strengthen the local government, strengthen all the other subnationals. I mean, we've come to the point where everybody has to wake up, and this time maybe we are having the right conversation. I mean, you know what they say, challenges present opportunity. We are now being able to touchlight the relevant subnationals, you know, getting them to wake up. With the subsidy removal, there's been an increment, you know, a tremendous increment in what goes to the states, what goes to the local government. What are they doing with this? We do not expect salaries to still be owed. We do not expect contractors to not be paid. There are a lot of ways that the states need to be pulling their weight at this point, and it's about time we decentralize our attention on not on the presidency, but look at the other people we voted into offices, local government, state government, and ensure, you know, they pull their weight and pull ourselves out of where we currently are.
Okay, so we'll continue with this in a moment. I just need to this piece of information that's coming through now is that the EFCC has arrested and they're detaining Hadi Sirika's brother over 8 billion naira aviation ministry probe. Well, the EFCC arrested him, that's Mr. Abubakar Ahmed Sirika, the immediate younger brother of the former Minister of Aviation, Mr. Hadi Sirika. His arrest followed the Commission's investigation of the activities of the Aviation Ministry for conspiracy, abuse of office, diversion of public funds, contract inflation, criminal breach of trust, and money laundering, amounting to 8,069,176,000 naira, 864 naira. That's during the time of his older brother, Hadi Sirika. The sum, according to the EFCC, is for 4 aviation contracts from the former minister to a company known as Nigeria Limited, owned by his younger sibling. Now, apart from being listed as the company's MD CEO, Abubakar is the sole signatory to the company's 2 accounts domiciled in Zenith and Union banks. Or sources within the commission say the minister awarded the contract to his brother, Abubakar, knowing that the latter is a civil servant, a deputy director on level 16 in the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, where he's been working since 2000 till date. The first of the controversial contracts from the former minister to Nigeria Limited was on August 18, 2022, and it goes on. So there's more detail on this matter. I will bring you that story. He was arrested on a Sunday. So, yeah.
It's interesting that information is just coming out, even though he was arrested on a Sunday. But also the fact that it is the minister's younger brother that has now been arrested, not the minister whose ministry, you know, or whose tenure is being investigated.
So this looks like a matter of time now.
Indeed.
They say that he awarded the contract to his brother, known as a civil servant to date.
Which means that
the questions
will have to be answered. It's very disappointing, really, when we hear stories like this and what it says about public office and you know, being able to leave public office. It's been a long time now, but since I heard of a public official who left office and there wasn't some kind of probe and these kinds of stories following afterwards. But like you said, it's a matter of time. Yeah. If the investigations are ongoing, we'll see what happens.
Well, Nigeria Air, I guess maybe now there will be some substance to what has been in the air all along. But this is where we currently are, and a lot of people are also wondering, it's the same APC government.
The process has been in the air too.
I don't know how, for a number of people, I think when my colleagues when Chamberlain started this conversation, he talked about party, Mr. Moka's statement, and how he thinks that, some opposition element, and you have said, well, that might be his own opinion. You see things very differently. And what we're seeing right now, what the EFCC is uncovering, what the CBN governor, spoke to, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, also was very heavy. The fact that $2.4 billion, nobody is able to account for how that money was given to entities that did not exist. These are mind-boggling amounts of money, that people are wondering, when would the people involved, the people who got this monies accidentally, even without asking, when would they be brought to book? But these are the effects it's currently having on the people. And I think for a number of people, what they're seeing in Niger State is no surprise. But what we understand, even on the dailies right now, Jigawa and Taraba residents are asking that, food prices be controlled. The governor of Niger State has said no big trucks will be allowed to buy grains en masse. Is it an indication of, the area, the trajectory that perhaps this government is looking at in terms of controlling food prices, having an immediate impact on what the people are actually saying in terms of food, in terms of security, in terms of being able to go back to the land?
Oh, yes. I mean, what the systemic challenges that needs to be dealt with, there's a human challenge, there's the us issue, the greed in humans. And we've been here when palliatives were hoarded, when people actually needed them, and months later, we saw them out. I mean, that's no precedent. No precedent who would, give these things to be sent to the people and ask people to hoard them. No, that's, it's the way we are currently built. It's so easy to cheat the system. It's so easy to get greedy. And it's so easy to have people who are more likely wanting to do wrong than do right. There is that part that we are going to have to, talk to ourselves. We're going to have this conversation, before any of this can work. The functioning unit of government, the functional, essence of government, like government that can work, needs to be established. And it's this where all of the policies, all of the program being listed, all of the steps being taken by Mr. President so far are not just to address symptoms. It's to put a system in place where it becomes difficult for people. I mean, we're not going to just be chasing after people when they steal. No, first things first is to prevent it. Let's make it harder. Let's make it unattractive to steal.
I imagine you're making reference to the EFCC statement. Is that what you're talking about?
To everything. I mean, there are a lot of people who are hoarding. You wonder, for instance, you go about to the banks and you can't get notes. You can't get Naira notes. But there are people with bundles spraying this in parties and events. And you wonder where they come from.
For many months, you were on the set of this program. You were canvassing very passionately for the election of President.
Mr. President, yeah.
Exactly. And this is where you currently are now, still looking at the problems. You're hearing this sort of information. First, we had to deal with the scandal that erupted under the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. That's there. Right now, the EFCC is coming out with another one under the Ministry of Aviation. As somebody who canvassed for your party, for the election of President Bola Tinubu on the platform of your party, are you embarrassed?
No, I'm not. I mean, it's
You're not?
No, it's something we have. I mean, there's something we need to understand, that there are many well-meaning Nigerians who have seen this long ago, starting with Mr. President. If you backtrack his, adventure in politics, if you go back to the very beginning and you look at everything he's done, I mean, there's been consistency. It's been for the fact that he understands, what our challenges are. and he understands his ability. He believes in his ability to rally the nation, to get ourselves out of this. And the steps he's taking to be successful, even on a personal ground already, tells us that, okay, it's a man who knows what he's doing. He takes his time to plan. He sets out what needs to be done. It's not because sometimes when we talk about...
I'm not talking about Mr. President. I'm talking about all of these other lieutenants who belong to the same party as you do, as Mr. President does. And knowing that, despite all of this, because people saw some of these things, people said, we're wondering how it was that a country that had been so, I don't want to say badly run, but I'm looking for another term. I can't
it has been. I mean, we should tell the truth. It has been badly run.
That under a particular party. And these are some of the things that we're beginning to hear, the results. That you say that, they belong to the same party as yourself, and you say, no, I'm not embarrassed by it.
No, let me...
At the minimum. And embarrassment is, I don't want to use the word ashamed.
Did you expect it?
Embarrassed, but at the minimum.
Now, from a personal point of view, like I said, and I know many people aren't, I mean, it's heartbreaking, but am I embarrassed? No, because...
But you're heartbroken.
Yeah. It's painful.
Why is your heart broken about it?
Now, I'll tell you, because for certain individuals who were very close, I mean, they might not have been very close to Mr. President. Look at the humanitarian crisis, for instance. I would say this anytime. Betta Edu wasn't always an APC member. Let's get that right. Betta Edu moved into the party when the governor moved into the party. Betta Edu became woman leader. Many of us didn't agree with that. Her emergence as woman leader, where she was nominated for ministerial slot. Many of us didn't agree with that, and we made that point known internally, and we had reasons to make those points known. Having said this, I mean,
what was the reason?
Just before you go to the reason, are you saying? Sorry to interrupt you now, because it seems you're about to disown her and say, look, it's because
I never owned her.
Just a moment. You never owned her.
No.
In other words, you are clearly disowning her because she used to be in the PDP.
No,
is that correct?
I am saying the fact that we have a party, the fact that we have a government. I mean, the president has tried so much to bring the country together. I mean, in such a way that we've seen appointments from different political parties. Even within our own party, nobody can come out here and say that, oh, we think we are all the same, or we think we are all thinking in the same direction, or we think we all understand Mr. President's personality, his vision. No, there are always going to be one or two or three people who aren't going to go in the direction that we are all going. Let's not pretend that we don't find these people in our homes, in our everyday life. We didn't get here by accident. That's the truth.
Mr. Audu, are you questioning the decision of the president?
No, but Mr. President has never said he knows it all. He has always made it known that
he appointed ministers.
Yeah.
You say you're not happy with that appointment. That's the way it comes across.
Yes. I mean, if you understand clearly how passionate I marketed Mr. President, but because I have seen people he's worked with, I've seen how he works, and I've seen certain people who association, didn't quite align with my theory or with my understanding of people who understand what is ahead of us, who understand the urgency, who understand what.
So you think Mr. President should not have appointed her?
In a personal capacity? Oh, yeah, if I was a president, I probably wouldn't. But he has his reason. He is the man in charge. He knows better than I am.
And your only reason is that she used to be a member of another political party. But there are people within your own political party who have been with Mr. President for so long, and still, maybe not this current president, but even with the past president, and who have huge question marks on their accountability process, on their stewardship. So far, so good. One of them we're just beginning to see an associate of one of them being, arrested by the EFCC. Isn't it hypocritical at the minimum to say that, oh, because she came from another party, that's perhaps why?
No, so that you don't misunderstand me. I mean, I said that because you mentioned us being, succeeding our party, but I am telling you that even within our party, there are people who are going to fall short. However, I just needed to point that out, that if you look through, there's one reason many of us went out against all odds and fought or campaigned vigorously for this, Mr. President, because one thing has been consistency. You know, because we understand the fact that any individual, any leader, any political leader right now who has had to change party once or twice, you know, had to run away from an issue in that party to make them want to seek another platform.
All right, well,
these issues aren't, peculiar to any of these parties.
To some people,
it is a
it
general
will sound
issue.
like you're blaming these economic challenges on the rain. They just want you are elected, your party is elected, they need to address it. Period. So whatever they do, however they do it, they need to fix the challenge. That's what people want.
Exactly what Mr. President is doing. And while we're doing this, you know, it is that within few months of his reign, these issues are being, you know, these issues are rearing their heads and are being addressed. And he's putting system in place to prevent reoccurrence in the future. And that's...
I like your comment.
Not hoarded. For instance, take the issue of palliatives that were hoarded at some point. Take the issue of collaborations. The governor is saying that he is going to speak to the president concerning the issues in his state. Is there nothing that the states can do? You said now that the president cannot do it alone. Is there a problem of collaboration between the federal government and state governments so that the challenges of people can be ameliorated?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not just even within the central government itself. There are departments, there are agencies and ministries that need to collaborate more. If there's anything we understand is that we haven't been doing a lot of collaboration, and we have not been, you know, utilizing our resources judiciously, and it's been a practice of operating in silos, and we haven't gotten a collective, you know, result that we all desire. And to change narrative, to move away from that, there is definitely need for collaboration across. I mean, there is need for us to understand that we will not succeed in isolation. There is no individual success in a collective failure. You know, we are going to have to work together. We're going to have to stress that need to understand that we want the same thing. We want a country that works, and we need to set, you know, a national objective, a national vision, a longer plan where we buy and get every member of the country, every citizen of this country aligned with it, understand that we will pull and push together, and we will achieve results together. Between state, local government, and federal government, a lot more needs to be done. I mean, there's the responsibility part over the years, or on the part of the governors, on the part of the local government. I mean, we hear when bailout funds were sent to governors, and most of those funds were converted into Forex, and part of the things I mean, allegedly, part of the things we notice with our FX challenges are coming from the fact that certain, you know, subnationals are not living up to their responsibility. It is time for us to ensure we give everybody's, we pay attention to each unit of this government, make them more functional, make them more purposeful, and make them respond to their immediate responsibilities, and we'll all be better for it in the end.
Well, so going forward now, what then should be the conversation? Because one of the challenges that I think a number of people have had over time with governments at various levels, including this government, is that of communication. It's one thing to push information out to people. It's for another thing entirely for people to own the conversation. What happened in Niger State is a demonstration, clear demonstration, that people do not understand what government is saying. So how do you persuade people in Niger State and several other parts of the country that everything is going to be better in the end? We only need to be patient, when the body language of the federal government is no different.
Yes, I mean, within the presidency, we're having conversation. We're looking at ways we improve communication with the citizen. We're looking at ways we open up feedback channels. We're looking at ways we explain policies, programs, and projects, and, you know, get Nigerians to know what they mean and how they can key in, and how this will translate into greater good in not so distant time. There is need for more communication from us. There is need for for us to listen more. There is need, and that's exactly what we need to do next, because it isn't, the idea for us isn't for Mr. President to succeed. No, it's for the Nigerian people to actually feel the success. It's for the Nigerian people to largely say, okay, we have moved from where we used to be to where, in the direction that we want to be. And to do this, we have to improve on how much information we give out. We have to improve on how much explanation we do to the public. We have to increase our, reduce that gap between the people and the government and bring them on board. So, and of course, yourself, the media, is essential, because the government won't do this alone. You know, we are going to have to ask all of the right questions. We're going to have to ask, but only with the very essence of getting us to work. In other words, at the moment, you think the government is failing in that responsibility? Oh, we can do better. Okay, means you're failing. All right, Aliyu Audu, Special Assistant to the President on Public Affairs, thank you for coming on today. Thank you for having me. Well, just to recap this one, we did tell you earlier that the EFCC has arrested Mr. Abubakar Ahmed Sirika. That is the immediate younger brother of the former Minister of Aviation, Mr. Hadis Abubakar Sirika. Well, his arrest, the Commission says, follows investigation of the activities of the Aviation Ministry for conspiracy, abuse of office, diversion of public funds, contract inflation, criminal breach of trust, and it amounts to 8,069,176,864 naira during the time of his older sibling, Hadi Sirika. So questions about allegations of money laundering, all in the works there. We'll definitely get you more details, so keep it locked here. Well, that is the show today. We thank you all for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow. I'm Chamberlain Asol. Goodbye.
Thank you. I'm Maokwe Ogun Yusuf, wishing you a very productive day.
And I'm Kayla Magwa. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Amaya Makinde, do have a wonderful day.
We're glad you could join us. Welcome to Newstrack on Channels Television. I am Bukola Koka, and these are the stories we're following for you this hour. The Kwara State Police Command has been providing updates on the assassination of the Olukoro of Koro Kingdom, late Oba Olusegun Aremu Cole, who was gruesomely murdered in his palace on the 1st of February 2024. And in the course of investigation, according to the command, the IG of Police, Mr. Kayode Egbetokun, had approved the deployment of a police chopper for aerial surveillance to help comb the forest boundary between Kwara and Ekiti State. Now, this deployment has yielded result as the joint operation comprising the police, military, DSS, vigilante hunters who tirelessly combed the forest. The operation led to the successful rescue of the wife of the late monarch and one other person at about 22:30 hours, that would be 10:30 p.m. local time, and the rescue of the kidnapped victims. The kidnapped victims, rather, have been reunited with their families, and they were said to be hale and hearty. The All Progressives Congress, APC, is accusing opposition parties of instigating unsuspecting young people to protest in the streets of some major cities in order to portray the Bola Tinubu-led administration as underperforming. In a statement signed by the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Mr. Felix Morka, the party claims that the protests in Mina and Cano on Monday, which happened simultaneously in both cities, bears a bold stamp of an orchestrated and coordinated effort by opposition parties to instigate unrest and undermine the government. The statement adds that while the party recognizes the right of citizens to engage in peaceful protest, Nigerians should be vigilant and not lend themselves to attempts by the opposition to promote social strife, and as President Tinubu is solidly committed to doing everything in its power to mitigate the transient pains of critically important reforms that are crucial to economic recovery and sustainable prosperity for all Nigerians. In the meantime, economist and chief executive officer of financial derivatives company, Mr. Bismarck Rewani, has been reacting to major economic concerns of Nigerians and showing pointers to how government can tackle the situation. Mr. Rewani, who was speaking on our political program, Politics Today, highlighted increased productivity, shutting down leakages in the system, and increasing confidence levels for investors as some urgent solutions that can be deployed.
First of all, you have to increase productivity, and that's not a quick win, not a quick fix. But the reality is that I think there's a discussion about the minimum wage. If it is realistic, you have to do something about wage. You have to do something about leakages in the system, and you have to increase improve the confidence level for investors without new money. And I'm talking about new money in big quantum. Without new money of a magnitude that can save this economy, you are going to be, you are going to face some difficulty, because once economic decay sets in, all you will see is you've been going down the drain. But that's not the case. I think that the question is now, how soon can we turn around? I think the Central Bank MPC meets on the 26th. As I think that they will increase interest rates. The effective interest rates will also increase, and there are some policies that are money policy issues that are there. But fiscal policy that incentivize productivity, concessioning the roads, concessioning the airports, and taking government out of all of those sectors where they have no competence. They either don't have the competence, or do they have the integrity to run those businesses. Let them get out of there and use the increased revenue from subsidy reduction and the exchange rate realignment. Let them use that to do the things that they have to do.
Now, issues centering on skills-driven entrepreneurship, democracy, legitimacy, and governance are dominating discussions at the Center for Values and Leadership. The event is CVL's 21st annual lecture and symposium, coinciding with the 68th birthday of its founder, political economist Professor Patu Tomi. The two-day symposium is holding in Lagos, southwest Nigeria.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a packed gathering at the indoor hall of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, Victoria Island, Lagos, as captains of industry, entrepreneurs, and special guests including the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, student, and a media gather for the 21st Center for Values in Leadership annual lecture and international leadership symposium. The two-day event kickstarts with the topic Skills-Driven Entrepreneurship, and the keynote speakers, Dr. Adiele Wankwo, a management consultant in infrastructure development, and Dr. Henrietta Onwebweze, an associate professor of entrepreneurship at Lagos Business School, are lined up to do justice to the subject.
We can't continue to program people to believe that you go to school to get a job, because it's not going to yield right results. We have to begin to develop job creators. Let's even look at the result of skill-based entrepreneurship, which is what most of our SMEs are. Most of them are not very schooled, but guess what? They contribute 50% to our national GDP. Okay? They contribute over 84% of employment in the country.
I have spoken to governors about skill acquisition. When you look, and that's where my experience comes in, when you look at great nations, I'm trained an engineer, a planner, and an economist. Those people are not really the people that build the nations. Nations are built by technicians and artisans.
People work.
Not left out are renowned employers of labor as panelists.
What can we do to get the government to be interested to support local production? It's not something that will happen on its own. It has to be deliberate. It has to be intentional.
Most time I do challenge people that if a young man that went to college come out and you give him 10 million naira and give 1 million to a young man that succeeded to do apprenticeship for 5 years, give them 5 years, the 1 million naira guy will overtake the 10 million naira guy.
Founder of CVL, Professor Patu Tomi, explains why he settled for this engaging topic as he marks his 68th birthday.
People say, Nigeria, naira is collapsing, this is. And I'm hearing all kinds of conversations that don't get to the roots of why naira is in trouble. Naira is in trouble because we do not produce. This is something I've talked about for years. But a lazy elite focused on how can we extract rent has not managed to put his mind to it. Now that it's happening to us and we're seeing it, perhaps this is the time to get everybody's attention.
This year's CVL Symposium is a double-header as the conversation constitutes a Tuesday with focus shifting to democracy, legitimacy, governance, and performance.
And to Osun State, where Governor Ademola Adeleke has held a town hall with the people of Ifon and Ilobu communities who were involved in violent clashes over land dispute. The meeting comes on the heels of this dispute, which led to loss of life and destruction of property. The governor has prevailed on both communities to give peace a chance, warning that anyone found wanting will be dealt with according to the laws. In Ifon Osun, the second community, Governor Adeleke and his entourage meets with the leaders and indigents at the town hall, where he delivers his message in the local dialect.
We are very, very serious about maintaining peace, law and order and property. And anybody that is caught wanting the law is taking his course. And I'm very, very serious about that. Today, that is why I brought all the experience, security agencies, for them to come and witness what is going to happen today in front of Baba. And Baba has said, we want peace, all our leaders. So what are we fighting for? There is no need for that. Because I want Ilobu to develop. I want Erosi to develop. And I want Ifon to develop.
The governor also met with leaders and indigents at the town hall, and during that interaction, he delivers his message in the local dialect.
We're all brothers. We're not supposed to be fighting. You need to help government to develop the community. Without peace, there can't be development. I came here with these security officers to appeal to you. Henceforth, government will not take it lightly with anyone that causes crisis.
Ṣẹ̀fẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ tó yọ lọ. So tó bá ti dé gbogbo communique rẹ̀ wá tó bá ti gbé síwájú ni gómìnà tẹ̀yàn ẹ̀yin ló mọ̀ pé màá ṣe ìkòtò tó.
And the lingering violent clashes between Ilobu and Ifonshun resurfaced about a week ago, during which 3 persons were killed. The federal government has expressed commitment towards sustainable practices that promote effective solutions to chemical and waste management in the country. The Minister of State for the Environment, Mr. Isiaq Salako, gave the indication in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, during a workshop for chemicals and waste handlers held in the state capital. The minister, while commending the state government for the initiative, however, highlights some of the measures taken to promote circular economy, which include building the capacity of manufacturers and producers to embrace the principle of cleaner production.
This is the second edition of the Chemical Handlers and Users Workshop at the instance of the Ogun State Ministry of Environment to intimate stakeholders on the need to safeguard the health of the people and the environment by adopting best practices. The seminar brings together professionals from the chemical and waste sector and dignitaries which include the Ogun State Deputy Governor Noimot Salako Oyedele, the state's Minister of Environment, and members of the State Executive Council. According to them, unchecked handling of waste and chemicals is a great factor in the loss of biodiversity, pollution of underground water, and increase in non-communicable diseases. With this in mind, they call for the embrace of circular solutions in chemical and waste management to guarantee more efficient production.
Embracing circular solutions in chemical and waste management guarantees that a more efficient and sustainable production model is established over a period of time. It ensures that environmental degradation and pollution are reduced or eliminated. Water and air quality is improved, and greenhouse emissions are also reduced.
The Minister of State for Environment seized the occasion to reiterate the commitment of the federal government to the elimination of single-use plastic.
In the days ahead, we shall be presenting a memo at the Federal Executive Council praying FEC to approve the banning of single-use plastics in all ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government of Nigeria.
The Deputy Governor believes more collaboration with the private sector is needed to improve the environment.
In recognition of the partnership and joint efforts in sustainable solutions, the state government will encourage cooperation between the public, private, and communities to provide a framework for the implementation of efficient chemical and waste management in the direction of excellent environmental governance and a sustainable-oriented economy.
Many expect that the outcome of this meeting will help chart a better roadmap for sustainable actions on chemicals and waste management.
And still to come on News Track, operatives of the EFCC arrest the General Overseer of Faith on the Rock Ministry International for allegedly defrauding church members and other Nigerians to the tune of 1.394 billion naira. That will come your way after the break. Join us again.
Enjoy now. Great taste, great fun. Capri Sun, the taste of fun. Great taste, great fun. Capri Sun, the taste of fun.
Welcome back. As part of its Sustainable Action for Economic Recovery, SAFER initiative to cushion the effect of economic hardship on residents of Oyo State, the government has begun the second phase of distributing agriculture inputs to farmers. The government, at an event organized by the SAFER Committee through the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, kicked off the distribution of 3,000 bags of 15 kilograms fish feeds to 1,000 fish farmers across the state.
Flagging off the second phase of the distribution of agricultural inputs to farmers at the premises of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development Secretariat, Lagos-Ibadan, the chairman of the SAFER Committee and Chief of Staff to the Governor, Segun Oguwuyi, lauded Governor Seyi Makinde for coming up with the initiative. Mr. Ogunwuyi, who was represented by the Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Professor Musbah Babatunde, disclosed that distribution of farm inputs is meant to cushion the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy on farmers and also contribute towards food security in the state.
The state government is therefore very conscious of prevailing economic situations in the country, and that informed the decision to intervene and enlist the fishery subsectors to the beneficiaries of palliative initiative by the government through the distribution of fish feeds to every enlisted fish farmers.
He added that the government's intervention during the first phase of distribution of 24,000 bags of 50 kg maize to poultry farmers had a great economic impact as it brought down the prices of poultry products in the state. He further explains that Oyo State used to be the highest producer of catfish in Nigeria, but lost that position due to challenges of high cost of fish feeds, COVID-19 pandemic, and the redesigning of the Naira, among other factors.
This intervention is aimed at supporting fish farmers and encouraging you to go back to farm to bring back the glory of the state in terms of massive fish production. At this point in time, I wish to implore fish farmers, just like other citizens of the state, to reciprocate government coin gesture towards having an overall developmental and transformational agenda in the state.
Speaking to journalists after the distribution, the chairman, Catfish and Allied Fish Farmers Association of Nigeria, Oyo State Chapter, Mr. Adedeji Adenuga, expressed gratitude to the state government, noting that the high cost of fish feeds had forced some farmers out of business.
We have this imported fish being brought into Nigeria, and there are ways of preserving them, which they keep them in the cold rooms. So if we have that one, that will even help us more for our production. We will not be able to sell at a loss.
So this is the first time in Oyo State that the government will assist the farmer. So we appreciate it.
The advice I have for other colleagues, for them to be consistent, to be patient, and to continue to do what they know to do. Once you have passion for what you are doing, continue to do what you do, and then you get help. When the time for help comes, it will surely come to you.
Although non-coastal, landlocked, and blessed with some major rivers and tributaries, with a total surface area of 10,250.18 hectares, Oyo State has thrived in fish farming and its value chain. This gesture, the first of its kind, could send a signal of government support to fish farmers in the state.
Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested the General Overseer of Faith on the Rock Ministry International, Apostle Theophilus Oloche Ebonyi, for allegedly defrauding church members and other Nigerians using fake grants from the Ford Foundation to the tune of 1,319,040,274 naira 31 kobo. A statement by EFCC's head of media and publicity, Mr. Dele Uyewale, says Ebonyi was arrested for defrauding his victims, comprising non-governmental organizations and individuals, by advertising an intervention project through his NGO, Theobarth Global Foundation, claiming that the Ford Foundation is offering a grant of $20 billion to assist the less privileged in the society. The statement adds that he allegedly beguiled his victims to subscribe as beneficiaries of the phony grant by asking them to pay for registration forms and clusters, with each subscriber making a payment of 1,800,000 naira only, through which he allegedly raked in 1.3 billion naira from his innocent and unsuspecting Nigerians and NGOs across the country. According to Mr. Oyewale, investigations by the Anti-Graft Agency revealed that Ford Foundation had no arrangement, grant, relationship, or business with Ebonyi, as the foundation pointedly disclaimed him and his NGO, stressing that it had no link whatsoever with them, as 5 properties he acquired as proceeds of his criminal dealings were also traced to him. The EFCC says Mr. Ebonyi would be charged to court as soon as investigations are concluded. Business news now. A 9-man delegation from the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development is in Nigeria to continue conversations with the Federal Ministry of Finance, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy on issues bordering on skill acquisition, development and export between both countries. The delegations are led by the German Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development.
It's a meeting holding at the request of the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, led by the Minister, Venture Scholz.
And also Mr. Chazo, the Director General Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria.
The minister comes with a proposal of cooperation between Nigeria and Germany on issues ranging from development of women-led MSMEs, skills development, and talent exports between both countries.
And we also have...
Her proposals are attractive to the Nigerian government.
And we know that if we can improve the SMEs, we are immediately contributing about 45% to Nigerian GDP. So your coming to partner and support us in this development is a major booster to the presidential ambition to grow the economy to a $1 trillion economy and see a GDP growth rate of almost 7%. This is within a period of about 4 to 5 years. So we're really happy to have you here with support and the partnership of the agenda of His Excellency.
This meeting is a follow-up to earlier deliberations on the sidelines of the G20 Investment Summit.
Meanwhile, the Minister of Finance and Coordinator of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, says the federal government is working out a system that will cause a drastic reduction in the cost of food items in the country. According to Mr. Edun, besides the conversations that are ongoing, the government is hopeful that the current dry season farming will yield a good harvest, which should boost the government's efforts to cut food costs. The minister was speaking to journalists after a meeting with the German Minister of Economic Cooperation, Mrs. Venja Scholz, alongside Nigeria's Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Doris Uzoka Anite.
I think the issue of rising prices is of concern to the government and everybody in Nigeria. And then some of the major steps which I can point out that are being taken to address this issue, because it's an issue of demand and supply. And a lot of emphasis has been placed on increasing agricultural production in particular. The president has intervened in that sector to provide grains, to provide fertilizer to farmers, to bring additional acreage, rice, maize, wheat, and cassava under additional acreage, additional production in order to increase the output and thereby bring down prices, and that will help bring down inflation. And of course, we're in the middle of the dry season farming. We're looking forward to a good dry season harvest that will help to ameliorate food prices in particular and the price level in Nigeria in general.
Foreign news now. Senegal's parliament has voted to delay the presidential election to December 15 in a chaotic vote that took place after opposition lawmakers were forcibly removed from the chamber. The motion saw 105 MPs in the 165-seat assembly vote in favor of the measure delaying the election and keeping President Macky Sall in office until his successor is installed. President Sall's announcement postponing the election, initially billed for February the 25th, has put Senegal into uncharted constitutional waters and triggering violent protests. The president, who has served the maximum 2 terms, was originally due to leave office on April the 2nd. Sall has said previously he has no plans to extend his term, but protesters are skeptical. At least 3 people have been killed by falling trees as a powerful storm drenches California with resultant flooding, mudslides, and power outages. Fire officials have responded to over 130 flooding incidents and conducted several rescues since the deluge began. Forecasters say heavy rain with life-threatening flash flooding will continue today. The storm is due to an atmospheric river effect, a phenomenon in which water evaporates into the air and is carried along by the wind, forming long currents that flow in the skyline. Rivers flow on land. The record-breaking rainfall has led to the governor declaring a state of emergency in 8 countries. And that's it on News Track at this time. Thank you for watching. We'll have updates for you coming up again at 2 p.m. But in the meantime, stay tuned for our continued broadcast of programs, including Lunchtime Politics, coming your way at the top of the hour. Bye for now.
Welcome to Winning Ways Express with Pastor Femi Fasheru, the resident pastor of KICC, Maryland, Lagos. Winning Ways Express is a program that brings messages of hope to the hopeless and the living word to the dying world, touching lives with a timeless truth. Through his ministry of the word, Pastor Femi will enrich your life, challenge and motivate you as he proclaims the good news of Jesus Christ. Winning Ways Express with Pastor Femi Fashiru. Dynamic messages that will change your life.
Hi, welcome to today's Winning Ways Express broadcast. Romans chapter 1 verse 16 says the gospel of Christ is the power of God unto salvation. I am convinced that today's broadcast is going to bring you healing, deliverance, salvation, and prosperity. Please sit back, watch, and be blessed. Genesis 17, and God appeared to him and said, I'm God Almighty. Even though he has not worked all these 99 years, not because he cannot work, but it's just that now is when I want to bring it to pass. Now. I pray for someone under the sound of my voice that your season for more than enough, may it be now. May he 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 be now. In Jesus' mighty name. God indeed is in the business of giving someone more than enough. 2 Chronicles chapter 32. 2 Chronicles chapter 32. 2 Chronicles chapter 32. Verse 27. Verse 27. Hezekiah had very great riches and honor, and he made himself treasuries for silver, for gold, for precious stones. Are you following me? Somebody had such that he had to create treasuries. Treasuries. You know, we all have bankers here. We all have bankers. I believe you have BVN. We all will have one from our account or another. So if I should ask you, how many of you call your banker? Not much hands up. How many of you pick up your phone and call your banker? But I know your banker calls you. They call you and say, your account is dormant. They call you, they see check. Should they authorize it? But how many of you call your bankers? This guy, Ezekiah, he had treasuries. And if you have treasuries, you have treasurers. You're going to wake up in the morning and call this one, help me move $20 million. You call that one, move 30 million euro. You call this one, you say move 50 million pounds. Yeah. He's the one that is calling his banker. I pray for someone under the sound of my voice. In the name of Jesus, may the Lord bless you so much that you begin to have to call your bankers. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Did you hear me? That movement of funds will be one of your major jobs. Majority of people, their major job is to look for money. But there is this class of people, their major job is to move money. I pray for you that you will have encounter with Jehovah Almighty, Jehovah El Shaddai, the more than enough God, that you will have reasons to begin to move funds around. Come on, shout a better amen. You know, somebody is saying, Pastor, what about this moving? What about this moving? Well, I'm saying you move because you cannot move unless you have. So we have crossed the having part if you begin to move. So I pray one more time. May the Lord move you into that level, into that class where you begin to move funds around. Moving it from one currency to another currency. Moving it all around from one project to another project. Moving it from one suspense account, from one profit account, from one ops account, from one funding account. I'm moving it to begin to meet needs all over the world. Come on, shout a better amen for that. I decree and declare the backbone of poverty in your life, it is broken in the name of Jesus. Let there be a banner of glory upon this assembly that makes all of us to walk in more than enough. The days of Egypt, those days are over. Now we begin to walk in land that is flowing with milk and honey in the name of Jesus. The days of blessing with sorrow, those days are over. The days where you are killing yourself before you have, or you are killing somebody before you have, or you are hurting somebody before you have, those days are over. Come on, those days are encounter with God Almighty. God Almighty. God Almighty. All powerful God. All powerful God. Whatever area of your life where you have suffered lack, in the name of Jesus, we suffer that lack right now. We stop to feed that lack right now. That lack stops to dominate you right now. We call in surplus. We call in plenty. In the name of Jesus. This guy, God blessed him. He had great riches and honor. And he made himself treasuries for silver. The silver that came to him was so much. Gold came was so much. Precious stones for spices, for shields, and for all kinds of desirable items. He had so much financial blessing that he was protected. Financial blessing for shields. Financial blessings for shield. The people that has the capacity to hurt you, you have blessed them. That they are looking and saying, no, we can't hurt this person. I watched a movie one time, some boys, they've been hired to go and kill a man. And the man used to drive a 504 or something like that. So the man, all along when he drove on the road in the neighborhood, and those boys would stop the man would give them something. So they attacked the man 504. 504 man, they attacked the man. So one time somebody hired these boys to go and kill somebody. They didn't know the name of the person, they gave them this man's address. And when they came, they busted into the house and then told everybody to lay flat and everything. And then when they singled the man out and they brought the man up and wanted to kill the man, one of them screamed and said, hold on. And then he looked at the face. He said, Baba 504. He said, yes. He looked at the other guy and said, you cannot touch this man. I don't know what this man did to that man, but this man has been good to us. Anytime this man is crossing around, going over, the man is always giving us something. The man that told us to kill this man is the man that we should go and kill. Somebody under the sound of my voice, I pray that God will give you enough for your shield. God will give you more than enough for your shield. God will give you enough for your shield. Bible says that your gift makes room for you. Somebody who is supposed to speak for you somewhere, may you have the money to bless that person with gifts. You did not understand what I'm saying. Bible says your gift will make room for you. That gift is not only talent. That gift is also literally meaning gift. Somebody that you have gifted, you have given to. Just because of that gift, it looks at you and say you deserve to be favored. Somebody under the sound of my voice, the overflow for you to be able to be gifting people. In the name of Jesus, receive that anointing. Receive that grace. Receive that anointing. In the name of Jesus. Come on, look at your neighbor. Tell your neighbor, stinginess can be dangerous. Yeah. When you are stingy to your housemaid, it can be dangerous. When you are stingy to your great man, it can be dangerous. When you are when you are stingy to your chef is cooking food, and you tell your chef not to eat out of the food, it can be dangerous. Maltreating your driver and starving your driver can be dangerous. I'm trying. Hezekiah had very great riches and honor, and he made himself treasuries for silver, for gold, for precious stones, for spices, for shields, and for all kinds of desirable items. Next verse. Labakashikataya. You know what he did? He built houses for harvest. I want that to sink in, because I'm about to show you something, Thompson, you get harvest so that, let's call harvest your profit. You get profit so that you can build a house. You didn't get it. Somebody still didn't get it. You get profit. You work, your career, you save. And then when you have some money, you buy land. Why are you saving? You save because you want to build. But God blessed him so much that he is building houses to accommodate harvest. Harvest is too much that he had to build storehouses so that the harvest will not be lost. Remember Luke chapter 5, Peter? And Jesus told him that he should put in nets, and he put one net, and then when the harvest came, the net broke, and the harvest was going everywhere. So this man was so blessed that if he did not build houses probably like this dome, so that he can fill it with dollars, and fill it with pound sterling, and fill it with good currencies. And may Naira become one of those currencies very soon. In the name of Jesus. And Bible says he built storehouses for the harvest of grain, of wine, and oil, and stores for all kinds of livestock, and folds for flocks. Next verse. Moreover, he provided what? Cities for himself. This guy was not building houses. This guy was building cities. I pray for you. Listen. Before you receive it, I just want to just drop this in your spirit. God is not a man that he should lie. He's not the son of man that he should repent. As he said it, will he not do it? Now, if God has said something and you have not seen it, God one day will still do it. So our prayer is that God will not bypass us. Our disobedience will not allow the promises of God to bypass us. Our stubbornness will not allow the promises of God to bypass us. But that it will not happen. That is a lie. It will happen. If God says he's going to do it, he's going to do it. If he says he's going to do it, he's going to do it. Cities. God has said to us, he says that we will not borrow. Deuteronomy chapter 28. He says we will not borrow. I want you to say a strong amen to that. There's somebody under the sound of my voice. Borrowing is your lifestyle. In the name of Jesus, that curse, we'll break it on this altar this morning. You take pleasure and delight in borrowing. In the name of Jesus, that grip over your destiny of borrowing, we break it in the name of Jesus. He says you will not borrow. He says, but rather, you will lend to who? You will lend to who? You will lend to who? Not even to people. That one is small. You will not lend to people. You will bless them. Bless them. I was having breakfast with somebody in Abuja in December, when I went to Abuja in December, and he had seen me where I was having breakfast, so he had come, sat in front of me, and we were just talking. That was our first time of meeting, even though I've known his family for a long time. And then he was telling me about this friend of his that they went to school together. How the guy had made. In fact, they even went to NYSC together. You know, and things turned around for him during NYSC. And for this guy, you know, he couldn't make the best of the opportunities that came to him. In a nutshell, this guy has been supporting his friend all this while. And while he's giving to his friend this and giving to his friend that, the guy just keeps on just messing up his life. And this guy keeps on cleaning up his mess. So he's the one sending his friend's children to school. Then he was telling me, he said, Pastor, I'm getting tired of this guy, the way he's living his life, but I just want to make sure that his family is settled. So I'm thinking of building a house for him. So that when I build a house and I give the house to him, at least I know that his family will have a place of their own. And then I can leave him. He's not borrowing, he's not lending money to his friend. He's dashing him. He's dashing him. He's dashing him. May the Lord bless you up to the point that you are able to dash people. I said, may the Lord bless you up to the point that you are able to dash people. May the Lord bless you up to the point that you are able to dash people. In the name of Jesus. Jesus. I felt that is another realm. And the guy was saying it with ease. Say, I think I'm just going to build a house and just give it to him. I'm just like, this is something somebody works for all their life and they're still not able to make it. But God has blessed you up to the point that you are looking at the least you can do for somebody. And it's the best of someone else's. Somebody under the sound of my voice, I decree and declare over your life that in this season, you will have an encounter with the revelation of God the Almighty. And you will have more than enough, that you will begin to bless people, bless your world, in the name of Jesus. I feel something is happening in this service. I feel like destinies have been touched. I can sense it. Somebody is dancing back here with testimony. I said somebody is dancing back here with testimony. In the name of Jesus. You know those people that God has been blessing in this church who have not been testifying because they are stingy. But the backbone of stinginess is broken. This kind of blessing that is coming, you try to cover it, but you are not able to cover it. Because it's too much. I said it's too much. God will bring you to a land that is flowing with milk and honey. Praise the Lord. I'm sure today's broadcast has really blessed your life. Contact us to get the complete message. And by the way, if you are yet to make Jesus your Lord and your Savior, I want to give you the opportunity right now to make him your Lord and your Savior. All you need to do is to say this simple prayer with me. But when you do, please mean it with all of your heart. Say with me, Lord Jesus, I believe and confess that you are the Son of God. You came from heaven to earth. You shed your blood. You died for me so that I may have my sins washed away and have eternal life. Lord Jesus, come into my heart. Come into my life. Come and live my life for me. Thank you for forgiving me my sin. Thank you for saving me. I am born again. I'm now a child of God. Thank you for this new life. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. My friend, if you did say that prayer with me and you meant it with all of your heart, I want you to know that you are indeed born again. God bless you. Please text me on 0807-739-0440. Let me know that you just gave your life to Christ. And if you have any testimony, text me on the same number. Let me know what the Lord is doing in your life through our broadcast. Until next time on Winning Ways Express, I want you to know that it is not over until you win.
We believe that you're blessed by the message. You can order the complete message now. Send us an email. Contact us at kiccnigeria.org. Messages are available in MP3 and MP4 formats. Pastor Femi Fashira has written a number of books that will bless your life. Be yourself. Fasting for a New Year. 10 Miracles of Fasting. The Anatomy of Prosperity. Maximize Now. Holy Fire. Married but Living Single. Pillars of Marriage. Get Married Right. Marriage Fine-Tuning and Marriage Fine-Tuning Nuggets. Search for Femi Fasher on www.amazon.com to download the Kindle. God bless you.
Thank you for following Winning Ways Express. I'm sure it's been a huge blessing to you and your family. As I travel from city to city and state to state, particularly in the country of Nigeria where I live, I come across people who tell me that Winning Ways Express has been a huge blessing to their businesses, homes, families, marriages, and their lives in general. As you know, the gospel of Christ is free, but the transmission of same into homes via television and into cars via radio is expensive. This is the reason why I am making an appeal to you to help me to keep Winning Ways Express on television and on radio I'm appealing to you to financially support us. Be a Winning Ways Express Covenant partner today. You can give weekly, monthly, quarterly, or once in a year. But I want to assure you that as you make this vision happen, God will make your own vision to happen too. Please support us, because your gift will go a long way to be a blessing to those who watch us on television and listen to us on radio. Please call 0805-605-2300 for somebody to guide you on how to be a Winning Ways Express Covenant partner today. Or you can follow the information on the screen. And I pray for you that as you commit to be a Winning Ways Express Covenant partner today, God will raise divine helpers that will help you in achieving your vision and your dreams for your destiny as well. Thank you so much. God bless you.
KICC Maryland is the home of champions.
I'm a champion.
I'm champion. I'm a champion.
Join the KICC Maryland family every Sunday at the Prayer Dome from 9 a.m. for the word, the warmth, the worship. Thousands of believers call KICC Maryland their home. Come and be empowered and inspired to be the best that you can be. We are waiting to welcome you at KICC Maryland or at a branch near you in Nigeria. KICC Maryland. Come, see, belong.
Africa's stories become world stories.
Every system of government has oligarchic tendencies.
Network Africa is your one-stop shop for news on the continent.
Cholera is highly dangerous and can kill within a day.
Join us weekdays at 4 p.m. right here on Channels Television.
Hello and welcome to Lunchtime Politics, reaching you live from our global headquarters here
In the nation's commercial nerve center, Lagos, I'm Jeffrey Uzoma. This is what is coming up on the program. The All Progressives Congress accuses opposition parties of orchestrating simultaneous protests in Minna and Cano over high cost of living, assures citizens of better days. Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, arrests Mr. Abubakar Sirika, younger brother of immediate past Minister of Aviation, for diversion of public funds and money laundering to the tune of 8 billion naira allegedly. And the National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party cancels Esako Central Local Government Area Ad Hoc Delegate Congress over alleged abduction of electoral officers. Thanks again for joining us on the program. Let's begin by telling you that a protest over the cost of living that rocked the cities of Minna and Cano on Monday is getting the reaction of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, who are blaming it on the opposition parties aimed at portraying the Tinubu-led administration in bad light. That's how they say it. Although the party admits that citizens have a right to protest, but in a statement by its publicity secretary, Mr. Felix Moka, they see the simultaneous protest as planned. The statement reads in part, it bears a bold stamp of an orchestrated and coordinated effort to instigate unrest and undermine the government. The APC says President Bola Tinubu is working to mitigate the transient pains necessary for economic recovery and sustainable prosperity. And away from that, 5 Port Harcourt-based men who were charged with terrorism offenses by the Inspector General of Police have been denied bail by Justice Mobolaji Olajuwon of the Federal High Court, Abuja. The suspects are alleged to have been involved in the burning of River State House of Assembly building last year, and their bail applications filed by and argued by Mr. Lukman Fagbemi was rejected and dismissed for lacking in merit. Justice Olajuwon refused them bail on the grounds that they did not provide special circumstances to warrant their release from remand at the Kuje Correctional Center in Abuja. The judge further said that the defendants are charged with terrorism offenses which are not ordinarily bailable. The 5 defendants charged with the terrorism charges are Chime Guma, Ezebalike, Prince Lukman Oladile, Kenneth Goodluck Okpasa, Osega Donald, and Ochiaga, thank God. And staying with issues around Rivers State, the rallies to celebrate the election victory of Governor Siminalayi Fubara at the Supreme Court has continued across the state, with supporters organizing street processions and open-air Thanksgiving services. A similar rally in Ahoda West local government area almost resulted in a crisis, as some youths said to be acting on the orders of the council chairman vandalized canopies and chairs at the initial venue set for the gathering. The program was moved to another location where the council chairman later appeared to clear the air on the allegations, while the rally was held successfully thereafter.
The celebration of the Supreme Court victory of Governor Siminalayi Fubara of Rivers State is taking the shape of an open-air service in Ahoda West local government area, unlike in other areas where the supporters took to the streets. They are gathered in Akinema, the council headquarters, to sing praises, dance and make merry. The event records an encouraging number of attendees, including past and serving lawmakers and commissioners, and the representative of the governor. This is despite an attempt by thugs to disrupt the program by vandalizing canopies and chairs at an initial venue, allegedly on the orders of the council chairman. At this new location, the chairman of the council appears at the start of the program to clear the air on the incident.
I'm sure that the assembly member will inform you and convey the message from the security agents, and our office was sat down and tried to sort out ways to ensure peace in this program. And that way is that we should try and separate politics and what we are doing here.
The leader of Governor Fubara's supporters in Ahoda West and one of the 4 assembly members loyal to him urged the presidency and the police high command to take note of the provocative action.
When we resist, they will declare us wanted, just as they declare my elder brother, my leader, the former speaker, former leader of the House. Right now, he is the chief of staff to the River State government, Right Honorable Edison Ogele. All these are the provocation. When the politicians bring up this provocation and we say, no, we cannot take this, we want to resist them, in our civil rights, they will declare us wanted, that we are criminals.
Sinela Ifubara stands for the hope of every common man in River State. Sinela Ifubara stands for development in River State. Sinela Ifubara, whether you like it or yes, to the best of my knowledge, is one of the youngest governors that we've had in this state. And I think what we owe him is prayers.
Governor Fubara's representative, a former chief whip of the State House of Assembly, advises the crowd not to be intimidated by rumors that they are to be suspended from the PDP, amongst other threats.
They should know that we are not afraid. The only thing they want to use, as earlier said, is to intimidate us with security. They have written the names of leaders who are here, and some of you tagging us terrorists, murderers, and just for them to hide our faces. Would it be possible? No.
The supporters also received defectors from opposition party into the People's Democratic Party in support of Governor Semilaye Fubara.
And away from River State, the senator-elect of Yobe East, who won the election on the platform of the All Progressives Congress, Mr. Musa Mustafa, has pledged to work towards the development of his senatorial zone and Yobe State as a whole. Mustafa made the promise shortly after he was declared winner of the Yobe East by-election to replace the former Senator Ibrahim Gaida, who was appointed as the Minister of Police Affairs by President Bola Tinubu. The senator-elect scored 68,778 votes to defeat his closest rival, Mr. Kolomi Aji of the People's Democratic Party, in Saturday's exercise.
I want to thank the people of this senatorial district for coming out in mass to vote for me as their senatorial candidate. I also want to use this medium to thank the security agencies, the ENEC, and you, the journalists, for the coverage you have given, and other people for turning out in mass to vote for me, as I said. I also want to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the Executive Governor, my mentor, for endorsing me as the senatorial candidate for this zone. I really thank His Excellency. I appreciate his support, and I assure you and the people of this zone that by God's will, I will work tirelessly. I will see that I will definitely make my contribution to the development of our zone and the state at large.
Now, those promises from the senator-elects will dovetail into our very conversation for today, which has to do with a review of the by-election and rerun elections that took place across the states of the Federation on Saturday. From that exercise, we know that there were a couple of elections in almost 9,000 polling units across 26 states. So you're seeing those slides there. But polls were suspended in parts of Akwa Ibom, Enugu, and Cano State. That had to do with certain breaches and abductions, as stated by INEC, that some of the officials were abducted, as well as violence and cutting away of election materials. But we also know that Taraba elections, that's a by-election in Taraba, was also suspended as well, and it's going to be holding later. So those are some of the highlights of Saturday's by and rerun election as conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And I'm being joined in the program to have this conversation by the Director of Programs, Yega Africa, Ms. Cynthia Mbamalo. Cynthia, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you, and good afternoon.
I know that Yega Africa did deploy on Saturday. So I don't know what annotations you have in your notes that you'd like to share with us based on your observation of what happened across the places you deployed and maybe extend to other parts of the country that the elections held.
Yeah, thank you. You know, your highlights already, you have identified some of the observations that we noted on Saturday. Things like polling units where elections were suspended was one of the observations we had also noted, and issues of inconclusive elections and issues of abduction. But I think as a general assessment, first, INEC did make some effort to improve on its conduct in some of the polling units that we observed. And interesting in some of the polling units we observed, because we deployed specifically in 4 states. However, we also had roving observers across the different states where they had elections. But for most of the places where we had visited, we recorded that in some of those polling units, we had commencement of polls. At least by 9:30 a.m., we had polling units opened and officials present and materials present for the process to commence. We also observed that the BVAS was deployed as a bimodal voter accreditation system, was deployed and utilized in most of the polling units where we observed, and it was used through the process, and it functioned throughout the process. And so when we think about general assessment, there were some polling units where the process went on in line with the guidelines and where materials were available for voters to vote. And then results were also counted at the respective polling unit. But you know, for almost every elections where we have the positives, there are still negatives. And it's unfortunate that in these elections, we still saw some negatives. And I'll start with one that I think is very important, because some of the issues that we observed were within the capacity of the Electoral Commission to address. And we actually did not expect those issues to arise in these elections. There are some of the factors that were beyond the Electoral Commission, but the one within the powers of the Independent National Electoral Commission, as simple as logistics, we still had reports of some locations where there were late commencement materials that did not arrive on time or were insufficient in quantity. We had a location, Tudunwada Ward in Just North, in Plateau State, for instance, where the ballot papers that were deployed were not adequate. Ordinarily, ballot papers are meant to be deployed based on the number of registered voters in the polling unit, and usually there is always an excess additional copies provided. Because there's an expectation that if you have 1,000 registered voters, you should have ballot papers for 1,000 people and extra more. But you had that location where you had less numbers of ballot papers, less than the numbers of registered voters in that location. The voters actually protested and said they would not commence the process until they had the adequate report numbers that were required. Also, locations where you had result sheets that were either not available at the time the officials arrived at the polling unit. We had locations where the process did not even commence, locations where it was delayed in Enugu, for instance. And so from our observation, one thing we were expecting for this election is, considering it was happening in a smaller number of polling units compared to a general elections or even an off-cycle elections, we were expecting that at least the logistics for these elections will be top-notch, as simple as deployment of adequate materials across every polling unit should have been an easy part of the process. And so it's unfortunate that we still had this happening in some polling units. While it may not have been widespread, but the fact it happened in some locations are issues that we really need the Electoral Commission to provide adequate response to. And so for me, these were some of the issues that for Yaga Africa fell within the capacity of the Electoral Commission, and then complicity on the part of the officials themselves. And because INEC ought to deploy officials that are properly trained and are willing to adhere to the rules of the game. And we're hoping that from these elections that INEC would also conduct its internal assessment, especially for locations where there were reports that officials that had the roles to ensure things went properly and failed in those roles are adequately sanctioned and even prosecuted for those activities that were more criminal in nature, that bordered on malpractice or misconduct. However, beyond that were the instances of incidents recorded across some polling units. We still had disruption of the process on locations, abduction of INEC officials. In fact, in Cano, we had received report that officials were abducted. Thankfully, for some of the reports, we got later in the day that they were released, those that were adopted. But you had officials that were also, when process is disrupted, you also threaten the lives of the voters and even the officials. So the fact we still had instances of violence, hoodlums trying to disrupt the process, that for us in itself is a major challenge. But this is not an INEC issue at this point. It's about security, but it's also about the political class who make attempts to manipulate the process. One thing I think we want to also highlight is the need for uniformity in the application of the rules by the Electoral Commission.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack on all of this because of the constraints of time. So one is wondering, why would an official make basic mistakes, like the issue that you pointed out in Plateau, I think so, where you provide an insufficient number of ballot papers? Because even as journalists, we have data of how many people registered in that polling unit, how many people collected their PVCs. So you would expect that those are basics that anybody should not make mistakes about. So is it an honest mistake or there's mischief somewhere?
Well, it could be two things. One, it could be mischief, which sometimes that's one of our assessment is possibly a mischief on the part of some officials. It's almost like the case of pre-filled result sheet that we are seeing in Kogi last time. So there is that part. The other is just carelessness. It could also be that the official moved with, did not cross-check. Because before you move to a polling unit, you're meant to count, cross-check that you have the adequate number of materials based on the data for the respective polling unit. So it could also be an issue of negligence, pure negligence on the officials, which also borders on the capacity of personnel deployed. Because personnel that are properly trained ought to know that the basic rule is before you move, you confirm that you have the adequate number of materials for the polling units based on the figures that you have on the registered voters in those polling units. So for us, those would be the two explanations for why that happened, but we can't let this slide. It's a smaller election. It happened in a smaller number of polling units. Okay. So these kinds of issues shouldn't have occurred.
So there are some things in the playbook of mischievous political class, or the politicians who are mischievous in their ways, which I think we saw in one particular polling unit. I can't remember exactly. It's not as if it's a new thing, but with the coming of beavers, we are seeing a reduction. But we saw it resurface in Kogi, and now we're beginning to see a trend, which has to do with writing of results. Did you observe that?
Well, there are locations. We didn't have actual observation around that, but we got some reports which we were trying to confirm. Locations where result sheets were filled even before the process had started. And so, because we were trying to confirm the actual location based on our observation. But one of the things we're seeing, these are ways of manipulation, especially with the beavers. Now, the beavers has helped in eliminating multiple voting. And so it seems like they are moving the game from trying to increase the number of voters arbitrarily to now ensuring that the result sheet captures the wrong figures for different parties. And so that's one part. The other part is also when you have cancellations that are not grounded on the guidelines and principles. So cancellation of polling units that are either questionable, that's one, or the misapplication of the margin of lead principle, where in some locations it's applied, in other locations it's not adequately applied. And so those are also inconsistencies that we are also beginning to see. And we do believe that this is within the premise of the Electoral Commission to address. For every official that's deployed, there's supposed to be that level of oversight that ensures that result sheets before getting a polling unit are properly blank. Beavers, the data is zero because it's not meant to have any data of accredited voters unless the polls have started. And that at the end of the day, that there is that level of review of the results process. Interestingly, with the new Electoral Act, INEC has powers to review results that are declared either involuntarily or not declared not in line with the electoral law or guidelines. And so INEC needs to also begin to exercise its powers that these reviews ought to be done, especially where parties or observers raise complaints around the results process.
Cynthia, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to these elections and electoral management. If we had time, we'd have zoomed into the urgent need to reform the electoral law, because we've seen situations where the person who is supposed to call for prosecution of an electoral offender becomes the culprit himself. So the police hands are tied. So all of this are the conversations we need to have, but we don't have so much time. I must thank you, Cynthia Mbamalu, the Director of Programs of Yaga Africa. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you.
And when we come back after this break, the former Minister of Aviation, his younger brother, has been arrested by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over money laundering. We'll bring you that story when we come back. Join us again.
In a world hungry for goodness, with a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Make a lunch hour a happy hour. Change no thanks into yes please. Provide care when our nearest and dearest needs it most. And resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty, nourishing family meals is all that matters. The world needs moms, because where there are moms, there is hope, happiness, and love. Golden Terra Oil, for pure love.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Welcome back. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission have arrested Mr. Abubakar Sirika, younger brother of the former Minister of Aviation, Mr. Hadi Sirika, over alleged money laundering of about 8 billion naira. The arrest follows the Commission's investigation of activities of the Ministry of Aviation for, amongst other things, conspiracy, abuse of office, diversion of public funds, contract inflation, and criminal breach of trust during the time of his older brother or elder sibling, Hadi Sirika. In a statement by the EFCC, the sum, according to the Anti-Graft Commission, is for 4 aviation contracts from the former minister to a company known as Ingenious Nigeria Limited, owned by his younger brother. Apart from being listed as the company's MD CEO, Abubakar is the sole signatory to the company's 2 accounts, domiciled in 2 commercial banks. It further alleges that the former minister paid out 3 billion naira to his younger brother's company, who, upon the receipt of the payment, transferred it to a different company or different companies and individuals, and there's no trace of work done on any of the contract items till date. Now, days after the People's Democratic Party, PDP in Edo State, conducted its ad hoc delegate congress across the state, the National Working Committee of the party has announced the cancellation of the exercise in Esako Central Local Government Area over alleged abduction of electoral officers. According to the Edo State chairman of the PDP, who addressed journalists at the party secretariat in Benin City, the National Working Committee took the decision after 9 electoral officers who were on their way to Esako Central were ambushed in Jatu, Esako West Local Government Area. As a result, 31 delegates expected to emerge from the affected local government area will now be excluded from the February 22nd governorship primaries, and he also addressed concerns by some governorship aspirants.
The congresses went extremely well. It was peaceful, it was fair, it was credible, We had only one incident. And that is why the panel, headed by His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Peter Mba, the panel have decided and undertaken a decision to cancel Isako Central. So we're not going to have results for Isako Central. Now, why is that so? The vehicle conveying the electoral officers were kidnapped somewhere in Jetu yesterday morning. The panel, in their wisdom, decided that living at Isako Central will not have any substantial effect on the overall results in terms of the governorship primaries that will take place on the 22nd of February this year. We're expecting that Isako Central is supposed to give us 31 delegates. And overall, we're expecting 594 delegates to vote on the 22nd of February. Whatever issues they have, which they have a right to, which we respect, but we disagree with. And that is why the party, in its wisdom, has set up an appeal panel headed by His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Siriaki Disin. They are going to be sitting on the 7th of this month.
And the governorship aspirant on the platform of the Labour Party in Edo State, Mr. Olumide Akpata, says he believes he can make a positive change in the state, given the ticket to run for the governorship seat. While speaking on our political program, Mr. Akpata says governance is not rocket science and should be focused on meeting the needs of people at all times.
Comes a time in one's life when you have to take a stand and say, listen, I want to be part of the solution. I actually put out a statement when I picked up my party card, and I said to the nation that I was tired of being a complainant or complaining. You know, I thought that I should take a step, and it is in our enlightened self-interest to do that. You know, take a step and come out and try very hard to see if I can be part of the solution. And when I surveyed the field, I found a party that I thought gave expression to my own objectives, or that tallied with my own objectives. And then I thought, why not go home and start at home, Edo State? You run government, not like a coven. You run government because it's the government that belongs to the people. You let them know what you're doing and let them understand why you're doing it because they matter. Democracy is about the people. I beg to differ. It is not that difficult. We are the ones who make governance appear like rocket science, appear like some kind of sorcery. It is not. You can continue to count your money, right? But if there's no country left for you to live in, where will you spend your money? Like I said, it is in our enlightened self-interest to take more than a passing interest in how we are governed and to ensure that we are counted amongst those who make policy.
And just before we go, stories we're tracking and following, we understand this is just coming in that the private security firm Tantita Security Services has intercepted yet another vessel in the Niger Delta region. Tantita Security have intercepted another vessel in the Niger Delta region. We'll bring you that in our next bulletin. Thank you so much for your time and company. I'm Jeffrey Ozonga. You've been served on Lunchtime Politics.
Welcome to Eyewitness Report. We are back on Lagos Island for the latest development as the state government expands its enforcement efforts against illegal structures in the area. After a long hiatus, The Cross River State government has resumed the monthly sanitation activity, which helps restore its environmental cleanliness. This week's show will cover all of this and more. I am Yomi Otaibi. Welcome to the program. We take off from Lagos. For first-time responders combating the fire that gutted the Mandela's building recently in Lagos Island, access to the area was a challenge. The Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning has promised to bring down illegal structures that could impede response to possible emergency situations on the island in the future.
Officials of agencies in the Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, as well as the Ministry of Environment, returned to the Mandela's area in the wake of the recent fire that destroyed shops in the building. This time it's about the enforcement of the state building regulation in continuation of the cleanup of the area after the incident. Illegal structures and heavy equipment illegally erected or attached to buildings and shops extended to the roads are torn down and completely removed. These structures pose danger to the environment and human lives, impeding vehicular movement, thereby making it difficult for first responders to address emergency situations.
We want a conducive environment for every Lagosian doing business within and around the central business district. We want a free flow of traffic. All these people selling on the road, we've done advocacy, we've talked to them. We don't want people selling on the road, along the road, on government walkway, on setback. Even some of all the buildings, there are a lot of attachments that their staircase is on the government walkway, on drainages, which is not conducive and is not safe enough for people. You can see from where we are coming, you see how they block transformers. We must think about our safety first. It's not about money. We cannot say because we are APC member, we vote to do that, we will turn every place to market. It is not done. From when you are coming from Idumota to get to Broad Street, it takes you an hour, 2 hours from Idumota to get to Broad Street. Why? You don't have to waste time when you are within it to do your business, do it first, you go out. But when you see people selling on the road, that's why we've come, we've talked to them. I, as special advisor, we did not give anybody authority or permit them to sell on the road, on government setback, or on the walkway. And all extensions, all attachments to any physical structure must be removed.
You have the original design building, and people deliberately, by way of attachment, now attach steel structures to be able to access the upper floors, disregarding the natural staircase that was designed inside that property, which is not in line with what was approved. And the law is very clear that you don't have right to alter what was originally approved. So on that premise, on that ground, we are coming here to clear all those attachments by way of a platform and the staircases that were made to access those points. The simple design is you have the road, you have the elevated pedestrian walkway, then you have the shops. But people have extended onto the walkway, full shop with steel structure, and the walkway itself now end up in where they display their wares. So this we cannot allow. We have an agenda in Lagos which we call the Team Plus agenda to make Lagos a befitting state, a mega status. Of recent, Lagos was rated 9th city in the world, 19th in the world. That's a plus, and we want to be number one. We want to be number one. People can still do their businesses, but it has to be done in a proper and civilized manner. They cannot block the road. Where we are standing is a road. In the past, vehicles move around it, and that's part of the chaos traffic situation we're having in Lagos, because all the road design are now narrowed to one or two roads. Of course, there's going to be traffic. So as a government, we cannot allow this to continue.
This is transformer here. See the way they need the transformer. And people are living on it. This is pure transformer here.
The mark on some of the structures indicates that the owners might have been warned against unauthorized extensions a long time ago.
I said, there's no difference between this and this, what this person has done. They are all extended.
It's a nice decision, yeah, but I feel as a marketer here, or let's say as a trader here, we are stakeholders. And for whatever project you're doing without your stakeholder, without carrying your stakeholder along, then it's not what is it will raise eyebrow. So basically we should be informed, okay, this is the length at which they are working and how long they'll be doing this, because a lot of people are stuck and a lot of people have lost billions, millions, right? So they need to bounce back, they need to recover. We are aware of the demolition, but it's as a result of something, which is the fire outbreak, right? Yeah, so it's and we agree with whatever it is, but how long is what the government should communicate with us, and so if there's anything that we need to even contribute, we can, but at least we shouldn't just get stuck.
The exercise we started today is total clearance of all the shanties, because people have recklessly, with regards to approved buildings that we have, all those structures have been turned to shanties by way of additional attachment of metal scaffolding as a platform and the staircase, which are not in the original design. And you know, by the law, if an approval is given and if you do anything contrary to that approval, that means that approval is null and void. So on that ground, that's why we are here, to clear all those shanties, all those attachments that are made to those buildings, so that we can have a beautiful cities. Walkways are made for people, pedestrian walkway. It's not for people to park in their wares, all in the sense of trying to sell market. No, no. We are all parts of, like they say, the world is a village now. Whatever happens here happens everywhere in the world. We have to move in line. We are talking of Lagos State as a mega city. We cannot be talking of mega city and people are putting shanties and attachment to already approved buildings. We're not going to allow this, and that's why we are here.
You know, we've had a number of fires in this market, largely because of generators, people fueling live generators. And we have so many times warned, we're giving you 14 days now. We're not talking anymore. We're moving to action phase now. So our people are on ground. We have over 20 officers on ground that have been going around, and they will continue to go around to enumerate where all these shops are. How can you have a 30 kVA generator on a third floor with diesel? Your safety should come first before economic purposes or reasons. So we're here to just say again that we're coming in 14 days. Any generator that, in fact, there will be no generator after 14 days that will be standing on more than 2-3 floors. Any generator that you have, move it downstairs, move it to the ground floor. Any diesel tank that you have, secure it on the ground floor. Enough is enough.
We've been clearing the shanty of Rebu since the day the fire incident occurred. And what you have seen is the evidence of the clearance that we have done. You can see that within the place that we have done now, we can have free flow of traffic once all the rubbles are packed. And we are doing the same all over Lagos Island. And we are doing it in all over the state. It's not going to end here. But for Lagos Island, it's going to be a continuous operation that is going to last for nothing less than 6 months. So we want to make sure that we don't have any trader selling on the road. The roads are for our infrastructure done for particular reason. So we don't want people to sell on the road, and we don't want all our drainages blocked. As you can see, most of the drainages there are blocked. That's why we have the MD of Loma here to make sure the nipples are done. And the issue of safety, you can see where you have all the generator on first floor, second floor, which is not healthy. It's against the planning rules and regulations and all those things. That's why we have to pull down the generator. And you can see that the generator with fuel is on top of a transformer. You can see how many transformers that we have blocked and people are selling, which is not healthy. So the DG safety is going to take people by the horn and do the niveau in that respect.
This area was well planned, and we used to enjoy it. But what we find is that in the recent past, people are doing anything they like. You can see where we've been as we've been walking through the illegal developments, the blockage of drainages, and as a matter of fact, you notice most of these shops don't have bins, so they come and dump their waste directly on the road every single day. For us in Loma, we are here to support the Ministry of Physical Planning and CBD, so that after the demolition exercise, we'll be able to pack away all the debris, we'll be able to clear out the gutters, we'll make sure that every single shop has a bin, so that they can place their waste inside that bin and we don't have to be scooping off the road. So in the next 15 days or 14 days, we shall be back here and we'll clear everything so that it's clean and people can do their business well. Because you cannot have good business if you have a filthy environment.
It's just days away from the 14-day ultimatum given to traders and owners of illegal structures and attachment to remove them in order to avoid more drastic actions.
Ifeoma Williams, your guide on this transformative journey.
Welcome to Transform Her, the first of its kind on-air coaching program exclusively on Channels Television.
I define a product as that perfect thing that people are ready to part with their money for.
In a male-dominated environment, being required to uphold a position of leadership.
The good, the bad, the ugly, they all pull together to make you this woman and this person that you can be.
Join us in shaping the future of African female leadership as we provide practical resources for entrepreneurs and aspiring C-suite leaders. Every Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. West African time, we bring you expert interviews, transformative coaching, and the tools you need for exponential personal and professional growth. Transform Her, because it's time to unlock your potential and lead with purpose.
Welcome back. Over the years, eyewitnesses have inundated our platforms with complaints about the return of filth on the streets of Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Despite efforts by the previous administrations to curb indiscriminate waste disposal, some residents appear careless about the cleanliness of their environment. In order to maintain sanity, the new administration has reinstated the monthly environmental sanitation exercise and matched its compliance with enforcement.
The enforcement of the reintroduced monthly environmental sanitation in Cross River State comes weeks after a public announcement was made by the Ministry of Environment that 3 hours between the hours of 7 and 10 a.m. on the last Saturday of every month is set aside for the exercise.
You remember I was in this place November last year. I addressed people in the morning that environmental sanitation has come to stay in Cross River State. That Taraba metropolis must be kept clean. And that nobody says on the day of environmental sanitation from 7 to 10. Look at what people have disappointed you.
Apparently, officials of the ministry and law enforcement personnel mean business as they traverse every nook and cranny of Calabar metropolis to ensure compliance with the new directive.
Next time, others should learn from
From the streets to garages to motor parks and to various markets within the state capital.
Please, yes. Please, I am begging. This break, Madam, get up. You are supposed to. Get up, Madam. Please, he has been for long. Get up. Been for long. Doing what? Where is one of the person inside the car? See, his office is here. I said him use your leg. He has parked here for almost an hour. Next time you arrest me. Madam, next time. I've told her.
I have never done
Please,
that.
next time.
Please, I am.
Are you serious? You are taking it serious.
I am.
Please.
The enforcement leaves no room for pity as officials made seizures and arrests of violators.
Give him your key.
I'm so excited. I'm so happy about what is happening in Cross River State. I can proudly tell somebody that I'm an indigenous of Cross River State. I'm so happy. And I pray that God Almighty will bless our governor, Senator Prince Otu. As you can see, we were unable to operate in this environment based on how it was. When we saw the new move by our governor, when they started removing this quarter, it was a thing that some of the women, we were dancing because we never expected this. Cross River State was a place that when someone knows that you are from here, you will be proud. But at a point, everything turned upside down. But now our governor, the true son of this soil, is making everything possible for us to know and be proud that we are an indigenous of these states.
I am very, very happy about this incident because Cross River State don't come back again to normal Cross River State. God will bless our prince. God will bless our governor. God don't make Cross River State come back as normal. God bless him. Thank God for your good. Hallelujah.
We love the exercise. Even in my street, everywhere is sanitation, clean. Even the potholes, we love how he's fixing the potholes. He's working very well. We love him. We want him more tenors.
While the enforcement ensues, some residents are seen cleaning and evacuating waste in their premises.
This is an exercise, statewide environmental sanitation exercise that has come to stay in Cross River State. We in this team, we are in charge of Calabar Metropolis. And the state government has, like the mantra goes, people's first. And there's nothing we can do than to bring back the past glory that this state or this metropolis has lost. So the essence of this exercise is to make sure that Calabar is clean, green, and serene. I think the first exercise we carried out in the month of November, we warned everybody that this is going to be as a litmus test. That we are warning everybody, this is our movement for this exercise. The very first exercise is put your ears on the ground, walk according to our own step. We are moving that everybody should clean your surrounding, your premises. And so the next time we are coming, which is this exercise, anything we see, both the things you are selling, we'll get them and we'll get you. So for those of them that are lucky that we could not get them, we only get the materials, those things that they are selling. We are not returning them back to them, we're taking them to the dustbin. You understand? To the dump site. We'll dump them there. The compliance level is very high. I could say that I am highly elated. In fact, what we have agreed, we're going to give the best street in the next sanitation exercise. The best cleanest street in Calabar will take an award of 100,000 or 200,000, depending on the level of cleanness we have observed in that area.
The monthly sanitation exercise, which will keep many businesses under lock for 3 hours, is one which has come to stay. The Cross River State government says defaulters will be made to face the law accordingly.
Our goal on this show is to allow you provide eyewitness accounts of events in your neighborhood. You can participate in the program by using your mobile device to record what's going on around you and then follow the instructions to upload the images and videos on the Channels TV Eyewitness section on the Channels TV mobile app. You can download the app from online stores. Giving us your contact information will allow us to get in touch with you as we continue to work on your report. That's it on the program for this week. Thank you so much for watching. I am Yomi Otaigbe.
And it's that time of the day when we take you around the world of business on Business Incorporated. 55 minutes, that's what we'll be doing. And here's what we have for you on the program. Nigeria and Germany are partnering on skills development and exports. And Zambia begins copper trade implemented by the government. We'll take a look at Egypt's Forex reserve. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. I'm Ini John Mekwa. We'll start from Nigeria. It's unusual, right? But the Executive Director of Export Promotion Director of Promotion Council, Mrs. Noye Ayeni, has been speaking on her plans to grow the nation's non-oil export. She was talking during an interview with reporters and explained that value addition for all export products will form part of the Council's strategies to achieve its Double Your Exports initiative.
What we did in the Council in recent times is to identify the top 20 products based on the level of production in the country and the level of demand in the global market. So we picked the 20 top products, and we want to give it intensity and attention from the farm gate to the market access. So based on that, we have the early team. We believe that with this, we should also be able to achieve our mantra of double export within 12 months to 18 months. Again, we also are working with various exporters, encouraging them to also find ways of adding value to their products. That's value addition. Because at this point in the history of our country, again, we can no longer export commodities just raw because you just earn normal price in the global market. So we're encouraging the exporters to ensure that they add value because processed commodities give you premium price in the market, in the global market. Some of the exporters already have processing facilities, and we're going to support them, working with them to ensure that through that, we will be able to increase the volume and value of our export.
And a 9-man delegation from the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development is in Nigeria, and they're here to continue conversations with the Federal Ministry of Finance, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and the Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy. Issues will be bordering on skills acquisition, development, and exports between both countries. The delegation is led by the German Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development.
Thank you, please.
It's a meeting holding at the request of the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, led by the Minister, Venja Scholz.
And also Mr. Charles, the Director General Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria.
The minister comes with a proposal of cooperation between Nigeria and Germany on issues ranging from development of women-led MSMEs, skills development, and talent exports between both countries.
Our cooperation, I want to point out that is in our common interest. Nigeria is Africa's largest and most populous economy, and Germany is an export nation. We are interested in growing markets. Some 90 German companies are already active here in Nigeria, and one reason is that Nigeria has so many creative young people, and that is what companies like to have and why they are here.
Her proposals are attractive to the Nigerian government.
Vice Chancellor Herbeck, and he recommended that we meet with you on specific asks that we had asked. One was on the development of the SME subsector in Nigeria, and the other one was in building skills and certification of artisans, whereby we knew that Germany was interested in a vocational skill worker exchange partnership. And I'd like to inform you that we've been in touch with AHK, and we are in the process of signing an MOU for that to happen, and that will streamline the talent acquisition program and the talent exchange program as we've spoken.
This meeting is a follow-up to earlier deliberations on the sidelines of the G20 Investment Summit.
So now let's head a bit to the global space. Oil prices were a little moved in early trading on Tuesday as market participants assessed a visit to the Middle East by the United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken to discuss a ceasefire offer in the region. Blinken met with Saudi Arabia's de facto ruler Monday, set to meet with the Egypt leadership today. Let's look at the numbers. We see that for Brent, it's up 0.15% at $78.10. Still losing that $80 mark that it has got used to for a bit. WTI from the United States, $72.86 a barrel, and that's also up 0.12. Now, the ceasefire offer delivered by Hamas last week by Qatari and Egypt mediators, they're still awaiting reply from that Brent crude. Also, we saw the United States continues its campaign, against Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen, whose attacks on shipping vessels have disrupted global oil trading routes. And still staying in the global space now, we look at what's happening with the grains right there. We have the numbers to see what's happening with wheat and soybean. Doesn't look like we have those numbers. So we just move back here in Nigeria with wheat and Kano State. You must have heard, it seems protests are erupting in a whole lot. Oh, there we have the numbers right there for the grains. So we see wheat is up 0.5%. Wheat is very important. It's going to be an important conversation on the program today. So pay attention to that. It's up 0.5% at $5.93 for a bushel. Can we have the other grains? Soybeans is down on the flip side at $11.95. It dropped slightly, 0.1%. Corn is up at 0.2%. It added for half a bushel. It costs $4.43. I think we have soybeans to close that up for now. Okay, we don't have that, so I'll be satisfied with what I have. But I was talking about wheat, and it's an important material, a raw material for a lot of staple foods, bread, top of it. And so I guess we shouldn't be surprised when we hear there's a wheat protest, in Nigeria. The only question would be, why did we choose wheat when we have, some other alternative that could have been used? But we'll tell you the story that in the commercial city of Cano in northern Nigeria, some women who specialize in baking gurasa, a local bread originating from the region, have lamented the high cost of wheat flour in the state. The women who staged the protest said they could not afford to continue production if the prices remained high. And the fall in the value of the naira, removal of fuel subsidy, of course, are factors that are affecting the price of food items, not just wheat or bread. I mean, we've had all those conversations here on the program and our business shows on channels television. In the last 6 months, the cost of food items have shot up astronomically to all-time high. A bag of wheat, which was sold for 23,000 naira, is now about 42,000 naira. A basket of tomatoes, pepper. I guess we all live with it. We don't need to be told so much about that. Well, I hope we will not say this is a season of protests in Nigeria, because I don't know if we can handle that, the chaos that goes with it. Yesterday was Niger State. This was even before then, the Cano women protesting the price of wheat right there. So let's delve into the conversation with wheat now and see if there's anything that can be done or if there are alternatives that could be offered. And joining me for this conversation is Miriam Ode. She's an analyst with Financial Derivatives Company. Hi, Miriam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ini. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you. So obviously wheat is very important. And we saw there the women in Kano protesting. Well, they don't do bread, but they have their own local, which they use wheat for. But one would have thought that the baking of gurasa, that's the name of the local. Have you tasted that before? I haven't. Have you done that before?
Not yet,
Not yet, okay. All right, but now they're protesting wheat, and we know what's happening in the global space, especially since Russia took that fight to the home front of Ukraine. And even though we've seen cheap Russian wheat, but bringing it down here, logistics and supply, the Black Sea, the Red Sea, all the seas are being affected at this time. I guess we shouldn't be surprised, but why can't we just use our locals? Why do we need to use imported raw materials? Can't we feed ourselves?
That's a very good question, but the problem is the supply production. Nigeria's wheat production is actually suboptimal and is not enough to meet the domestic needs. And this is why the country needs to import wheat from the global market. And we're seeing that despite the fact that global wheat prices are falling, the domestic price of wheat flour is increasing, as it increased by 70% to about 50,000 naira for a bag. And meanwhile, the price of wheat in the global market has declined by 21%. And the main reason why we're not seeing this decline in wheat prices reflect in wheat flour, the domestic price of wheat flour, is simply because of the substantial exchange rate depreciation during this period. Now, we all know that between February 2023 to February 2024, the naira has actually fallen by 48% to 1,460 naira to $1. That's as of yesterday. And this is even worse at the official market because the naira has lost about 67% to close at 1,420 naira to $1. So these are the factors. This factor is actually significantly affecting Nigerians domestically. Like we saw the Cano women, they are protesting because the cost of production is high. This is not only for their local commodity, but also for commodities like bread, pasta, noodles. And if we even look at it, the price of a carton of spaghetti has increased to 14,500 from 8,500. And if we look at the retail price, that is about from 450 to 750. That's for one pack out of the carton. So Nigerians are actually suffering the brunt of this exchange rate depreciation because we are actually expected to be seeing lower prices for wheat flour and wheat derivatives. That's bread, spaghetti, pasta, noodles, and all of that, but we are not because of the significant depreciation in the naira.
When we see protests, for instance, the one we had yesterday in Niger State, the protests by mostly women again, seems women are leading the front of protests at this time. They're feeling they can't feed their children, finding it difficult to give them whole meal, and so you see women and the young people, taking to the streets, which is a very dangerous sight because we do not know how to control things like this. So when we have this state, then we have the women in Kano State. It presents a kind of a difficult situation for the government, don't you think? And now we have the minimum wage request and the committee sitting, and then the unions are asking for about 400,000 naira. Of course, there's the fear of inflation on one side, and there's also the issue that even when you have this much money, if the value of the naira keeps dropping and prices keep skyrocketing, then we might just be increasing inflation for nothing.
Exactly, Ini, you are right. Because the minimum wage, even if it increases, it can fuel inflationary pressures, like you said. And there's also this, I'm sure we've all heard this common definition of inflation, which is too much money chasing fewer goods. And this is a type of inflation called demand pull inflation. And in order to curb this sort of inflation, the government will either need to increase the supply of wheat or wheat products in this example, or reduce the demand, or both. So what we're going to see is that if the government actually agrees to this increase in minimum wage to 400,000 naira, that means that disposable income of most consumers or most Nigerians would increase. And what this means is that they would have more, their marginal propensity to consume or to spend would increase, and aggregate demand will increase as a whole. But what about the supply? The supply of wheat is not going to be increasing proportionally to the increase in the demand for the commodity. And this is going to fuel further inflationary pressures. So as a consumer myself, the increase in minimum wage is highly welcomed, but I feel like there needs to be adequate efforts or attention to increase the supply of this product so that inflation does not double. Because remember that even money supply has grown by 39% year on year. So if we now fuel it more with this increase in minimum wage, it could worsen inflationary pressures in the country. So adequate intervention or efforts need to be put in increasing the production and supply of wheat domestically. And I know that the government has already started this initiative because last year, that's November 2023, the government offered 50% subsidy for import materials used in producing wheat to about 250,000 farmers. So we need more of these interventions to be able to increase the supply of wheat and reduce inflationary pressures in the country in the event that possibly the minimum wage is increased.
All right, but how do we now when you're talking about the supply, increasing the supply now, how do you see that being ramped up in a short term?
I feel like to ramp up the level of production of wheat in Nigeria, more attention needs to be paid to curbing insecurity problems, because most of the wheat produced in Nigeria is actually from the north. And Plateau State, for example, is going and is suffering a lot of insecurity and has high level of insecurity in the region. So the government needs to the first step would be to curb or reduce or mitigate the level of insecurity or insurgency in this region so that farmers would be able to even access their farms. And from there, we can now even start talking about, import costs, reducing the cost of their inputs and reducing the cost of their inputs, increasing the availability of fertilizers for the farmers, all that kind of things. So for now, I feel like the first step the government needs to take is to reduce the level of insecurity in the north.
All right. Thank you so much, Miriam Ode, analyst, Financial Derivatives Company, for sharing your thoughts with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Ini, for having me.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll head to the market. We'll still have Europe correspondents also standing right by, and some African stories, not very good news from South Africa. We'll give you the details in a moment. Do stay with us.
Africa's stories become world stories.
Every system of government has oligarchic tendencies.
Network Africa is your one-stop shop for news on the continent.
Cholera is highly dangerous and can kill within a day.
Join us weekdays at 4 p.m. right here on Channels Television.
It's a fast beat, unpredictable and full of surprises. The unforgettable moments, unprecedented passion, the victories and defeats in the world of sports makes it engaging. Fasten your seatbelts as we take you through every update in the news and on our shows. We define the moments of true sports. Join us.
Breaking news.
Again with the latest Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Developing stories. And the conversations that matter.
We see an increase because of the economic pressure on them. The people are paying more for crossing borders irregularly.
Get a glimpse of the world around you on The World Today. Weekdays at this time.
Welcome back to Watching Business Incorporated right here on Channels Television. And we're talking about the costs of living, you know, the cost of food and all of that. Well, I guess we would say the government is aware of this. At least we had this, journalist had this conversation with the Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale, doing yesterday. And they posed a question to him, and it does sound like the government knows what's going on. We're just waiting to see what they will do about it.
I think the issue of rising prices is of concern to the government and everybody in Nigeria. And then some of the major steps which I can point out that are being taken to address this issue, because it's an issue of demand and supply. And a lot of emphasis has been placed on increasing agricultural production in particular. The president has intervened in that sector to provide grains, to provide fertilizer to farmers, to bring additional acreage, rice, maize, wheat, and cassava under additional acreage, additional production in order to increase the output and thereby bring down prices, and that will help bring down inflation. And of course, we're in the middle of the dry season farming. We're looking forward to a good dry season harvest that will help to ameliorate food prices in particular and the price level in Nigeria in general.
So there you have it, a lot of plans and strategies by the government. Fixing agricultural production obviously should be very top on the list. And keep our fingers crossed and hope that we'll see those products very soon. Or maybe Will has seen it before me, Will. But that was the minister. I mean, we've seen protests. We've seen the women protest, mostly women, because even the group in Niger State,
the young people, you find the youth there, because women are the ones who you mentioned earlier, they're the ones who bear the brunt, they take care of the household, they know where it pinches, because they have to manage
the children
home.
Come back home and you can't give them a good diet. It's the woman's heart that first of all sees that heartbreaking scenario, the cries of a child, you know, and
it's really heartbroken. I'm moved right now because I know.
Please don't shed tears.
Oh, I'm trying
not
to.
Television.
I'm trying not to. Well, you did. Laddie on Saturday on Capital Market last Saturday, we were discussing with the MD of NESD, and they were talking about investments where people can invest. And then the MD of NESD talked about where's this disposable income. I think Laddie made that comment that right now people mentioned that the cost of living crisis. Where will people find the disposable income to even invest? Because they're thinking of food to eat. They even barely have anything to even take care of. So where is the money? Where's the mindset to even think of putting maybe the 5,000 naira they have left to put in the equities market? I don't think they really
and wait for it to grow. When you're hungry. Wow.
So it's really difficult to actually get people to invest.
Yeah, but you know, Will, Nigeria is a very interesting country because in spite of this, in spite of people crying about, you know, money for food, daily food, we see the market is booming.
Truly. That's what I was going to say, that the market is more, like I said yesterday, it's kind of blind. I wonder what is it like, did it blind
who are those investing in the market? Because these are domestic investors, not foreign investors.
True.
Who are those, and who are those who are hungry on the streets? What group do you belong to?
Oh, yeah. I will do those data analysis.
Put you on the spot right there.
So we're just going to kick off with markets from Africa, where major equities were mostly negative at intraday. We see Nigeria's NGX Dow at intraday 0.18%. That profit-taking is persisting there from yesterday, which kicked off the week on a negative note. We see South Africa, however, on the flip side, rising 0.32% at intraday, 74,271 points. Let's see how Egypt performs. Let's go to that index. We see it massively down 2.05% at intraday. However, I'm going to say profit-taking is taking its toll here as well. While we saw positive uptick for Kenya's exchange on Monday, it ended 0.12% in the green. Now, that's two positive sessions since Friday. Now, that's very good for that exchange. Now, let's dive into what's happening at the NGX. And we have Mr. Kofi Garba, CEO, APT Securities Limited, to give us what's happening at the NGX, what's driving the negative sentiments, if this is just temporary, or are we going to see it persist for the rest of the week? Good afternoon, Mr. Garba. It's good to have you on the program.
Yeah, good afternoon for having me.
And Mr. Garba, the market has pulled back now 2 days. Well, yesterday started negative sentiment, and today we're seeing it negative at intraday. What is happening? What are investors thinking about at the exchange? Well, what are they buying? What are they selling?
generally we are not surprised in view of the performance of the market in the month of January. In most cases, when January become boom and you had the index gain almost about 40% in the month of January, you expect profit taking. And that's what is taking place in the month of February. This is likely going to continue up to the end of the week, except those companies started coming with the corporate action. And don't forget that most of the companies have given us 12 months to resolve and audited. What we are waiting is the corporate action. Among the profit you have declared, how much are you giving to the shareholders as a dividend or as a bonus? Except that corporate action is started releasing, the market may not likely going to fall back. So it will continue to take the profit, adjust the prices based on the expectation of the corporate action. But by the time the corporate action started releasing, maybe in the middle of the month of February or toward the end of February and early March, we are expecting to see for the second rebounds of the market, because it's normal when you declare corporate action, people want to benefit from it.
Also, talking about earnings that have, we've seen some unaudited reports and some audited, but for the banking sector, FBN Holdings, I think, released this unaudited report. Can you speak to FBN Holdings report and some of the other reports? Fidelity Bank also brought in their report, and Boa Cement and the rest of them have brought in their report. So what can you tell your own take for, what's your own, how do you digest this report? Can you break it down for us? Is it impressive reports?
When you look at the earnings, especially by the financial sector, banking in particular, they have all doubled their earnings. And this is not a surprise to us, because most of them, they were housed foreign exchange, and they have to rate it at the current market value, and therefore there is foreign exchange gain. However, with the new policy set by the CBN, this may not likely going to continue. So banks have nowhere to hide their foreign exchange. They either sell it or meet up the demand. And if the new guideline is strictly adhered, banks are not likely going to declare the huge profit as they declare for the previous year. However, for the other manufacturing sector, most of them declare losses, especially those are related with the foreign exchange, or those who are related with the imported raw material. However, we are expecting this that is just mitigant and is for a short term. So therefore, we are still expecting that most manufacturers are likely going to push their cost to the consumer, and the consumer have no choice because you have no alternative. And therefore, we are expecting that corporate action, especially in terms of bonuses and the dividend, is likely comes from the manufacturing sector. Even those that declare losses, they may dip into their reserve and declare some dividend. So we are still have that hope, and therefore the expectation of the corporate action is this. But for the banking sector, most of them, they are going to face recapitalization by the CBN. So we are not envisaging much dividend declared by the bank, because they need to preserve their reserve in order to meet the minimum requirement, capital requirement as issued by the CBN. We are waiting for the CBN guideline. Okay. But in view of that, people have started taking profit. If you look at yesterday and today, stock like UBA, GT Core, Access Bank, Fidelity, most of them, they declare losses because people are taking profit. Okay. Don't forget, most of these banks have gained 100% even in this year.
Okay, so very quickly, Mr. Garber, before I let you go, could you just speak to Owando? I know that the court has set a date for their hearing. Could you just speak to what investors should expect from that court?
Well, for me, the investors should not worry about the court issue, because the court issue of owner is non-issue. In the first instance, if the minority shareholder decided to take the company for delisting, this is never done in the history of the capital market, where a minority take it. And the majority, that is the owner itself, Ocean and Oil, declare it in the last year. They say, in case you insist us to delist, we are going to pay you 7 naira. Does it make any sense to go to the market and say delist and take 7 naira when the market is willing to give you 14 to 15 naira as it is today? Not only that, I see no reason why even the judge continue holding that case. This is an issue that could have been handled by the Investment Security Tribunal, which is set for this, but they choose not to go there. So the judge could have even struck the case and asked them, go to Investment Security Tribunal to look for what you are looking, not necessarily come to the Federal High Court. In any way, minority shareholders have no case because the majority shareholders have promised to pay them 7 naira. And today it's trading 14 naira. So why should you insist to delist to get 7 naira when the market is trading at 14 naira? I can tell you, if Ondo will release their 2022 result and 2023 even management account, Ondo could have doubled the current price where it is. All we ask for the investors to be patient. Hold it, you have held it for long. So holding it for a few months is not much, but I'm not bothered with the court issue. Because as far as we are concerned, it's non-issue.
That's very true. So very quickly, in one sentence, can you tell me if the market is going to close in the green or in the red? Will it flip from red to green? Is there any miracle of that happening?
It's unlikely the market to, except if one of the two, which I doubt much because we have the MTM, we have the Dangote spread, if they can release their corporate action, that can turn around the market and Airtel. Otherwise, I see the market is likely going to close negative, but not as worst as yesterday. Because as of today, we are talking of 0.2 compared to 1.36% loss yesterday. So it's likely to close negative, but marginally.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kurfi Garba, CEO, APT Securities, for sharing your thoughts on Business Incorporated.
So thank you for having me.
So move on to the Middle East now, where trading for major equities were also mostly negative at intraday. Abu Dhabi down 0.92%, that's nearly 1% down. Dubai also down massively, nearly 2%. Still within the region, we see Saudi and the Qatari indexes trading in opposite directions. We see Saudi down 0.44%, Qatari index up 0.14%. Now in the US, we're seeing the futures were lower in early trade on Tuesday, and this is following sell-offs, and that was spurred by higher bond yields and still hinged on worries that the Federal Reserve may not cut rates as much as Wall Street had expected. And now futures tied to the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 0.71%. We see S&P futures down 0.32%, and NASDAQ also down 0.2%. Now, during Monday's trading session, we saw all indexes pulling back, and they all retreated from their record highs, Dow especially. But on the economic front, on Tuesday, that's today, Wall Street will be keeping an eye out for the New York Fed's household debt and credit report for the fourth quarter. Now let's look at Asia and see how the markets there performed. Asia-Pacific markets mostly declined. Japan's Nikkei 225 was down 0.53%. Now in Japan, household spending dipped more than expected in December, falling 2.5% year-on-year. This when compared to 2.1% expected by economists. Now, South Korea's KOSPI was also down more than 0.5% to 2,576 points. We're seeing China and Hong Kong stocks also surging. On Tuesday, authorities in the world's largest economy took measures to arrest the recent sell-offs in its equities. Now, Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index, as I mentioned, rose almost 4% in the final hour of trade. Mainland Shanghai stocks also rose 3.23%, and the S&P ASX 200, that's in Australia, was down 0.58% from its close. Now we see the Reserve Bank of Australia left the official cash rate unchanged at 4.35% as expected, and this probably having some impact on the trading and sentiments of investors there. So that's probably a wrap from that region. We're hoping to see a bit of rebound because the Asian markets have been down, dipping now for some time now.
I think since the story with Evergrande, the order for it to be liquidated.
The real estate giant there has been pulling back the markets. I think sentiments has been rippling, as in that ripple effect on other stocks, other markets has been really huge, but hopefully they get a recovery soon.
Thank you so much, Will. All right, now let's head to Europe now. And what is the connection between Europe and Africa? Because we hear that the European Union is extending sanctions against Zimbabwe for another year. Let's get the details and a little bit of background on this. Chiponda joins us with a hi, Chiponda. Good afternoon.
Thanks for having me, Inni. Well, the EU is extending the sanctions until February 20 next year. Those sanctions include an embargo on arms and equipment, which could be used to repress Zimbabweans. And there's also a targeted asset freeze against Zimbabwe's defense industry. The EU has said it is renewing the sanctions in the country because of the political situation there. Elections in Zimbabwe have not been free and fair, and that's why we see Brussels maintaining sanctions. It plans to monitor Zimbabwe's human rights situation to determine whether to maintain the restrictions. The EU also says it is willing to adapt its policies if there are changes in Zimbabwe. Now, the aim of the sanctions has been to encourage political reform in the country since 2002. And we have seen some changes in terms of restrictions. For instance, last year, the EU removed individuals from its sanctions list, including Grace Mugabe, the widow of former President Robert Mugabe. Now, that move brought an end to sanctions that targeted individuals in the country.
So what about the impact? Is it having any impact on the economy?
The sanctions have been costly for the Zimbabwean economy. It's important to remember that it's not just the EU that has had sanctions against the country, but also the US. Last year, we heard Zimbabwe's Vice President Constantino Chiwenga say that the country had lost more than $150 billion due to sanctions by the EU and the US. And he also said that the impact went beyond the country and could be felt in all of Southern Africa. Now, the sanctions aren't just about investment in Zimbabwe. They are also about limiting the country's access to capital markets. Now, what we have seen in the last 2 decades is Zimbabwe becoming extremely isolated. It is no longer one of Africa's breadbaskets. Millions of Zimbabweans have left the country, causing it to suffer a brain drain, especially when it comes to healthcare professionals. The country has struggled for years to revamp its currency, but that hasn't worked. Nearly 80% of transactions are in the US dollar. And often government workers strike because their pay doesn't cover the country's rampant inflation.
Yeah, we know what's happening to the Zimbabwean dollar now. But what about the markets? What's happening?
Well, European markets are expected to trade higher today, Ini. Investors have had the opportunity to digest the prospect of higher interest rates for longer. News that Chinese authorities have pledged to boost their investment to stem a market rout in China is also helping market sentiment. And here in Germany, industrial output figures from December are in focus. And of course, there's also a slew of earnings reports due today. Those will include UBS, BP, and Linde here in Germany.
All right, Chip, thank you so much for that. Talk to you tomorrow. Well, from Zimbabwe, let's head to South Africa, where South Africans expect an increase of between 72 cents to 75 cents per litre in the price of petrol, and that should start tomorrow, Wednesday, with diesel expected to increase by between 70 cents to 73 cents. This is according to data released by the Central Energy Fund before the official announcement from the department later on this week. Projections for the fuel price in February have steadily deteriorated throughout January, going from no change at the beginning to a significant increase by the end of the month. This is predominantly due to a rise in the price of oil due to the conflicts in the Middle East and rising geopolitical tensions. Our correspondent in South Africa put this report together.
South Africans will have to dig even deeper into already shallow pockets as the price of fuel is expected to increase significantly in February. While most consumers are recovering from festive season spending and stretched budgets, the latest fuel price prediction from the Automobile Association, AA, points to a steep hike at the pumps from Wednesday. The AA said with household budgets in the red, this new fuel price increase will come as a double blow. Acting National Spokesperson, Parliamentary Coordinator Matthew Parks explains.
We've seen the cost of living really rising. Inflation has peaked at about 7.8% earlier this year. Electricity has gone up by 18.65% this year. It's going to go up by 12% next year. Food inflation, which hits workers the hardest, has really gone out of control. So workers are really struggling. Yet at the same time, you find that government and employers continuously blame workers for the economic crisis. They continually seek to impose wage freezes upon workers in the public and the private sector. We think that government really must do more. We appreciate that government cannot do much about the war in Ukraine and the perennial conflicts in the Middle East, which always push up the international oil price. And we're always going to be further exposed as a country because we import oil to these international oil price fluctuations, which then have an impact upon the fuel price. But government can do something about the fuel price tax regime.
While the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy is yet to confirm this increase, the AA said that motorists could expect a litre of 95 octane to climb from 22 rands 44 cents to 23 rands 15 cents a litre. From Johannesburg, South Africa, Innocent Samosa, Channel Television News.
In Zambia, the country plans to directly buy and sell a portion of the copper produced in the Southern African nation, competing with trading giants, including Mercuria Energy Group Limited and Glencore PLC. They want to do it in a way that's fair. They call it fair and commercially suitable for the mining companies. And the president, Hakande Ichenlema, a senior economic advisor, had said that they can come as a commercial player to compete with other commodity traders to make financing available for the mines for them to use as a fair share of their resource. About 24 hours ago, Cobalt Metals, a California-based metals exploration company backed by billionaires including Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, said that it had discovered a vast copper deposit in Zambia. The rare discovery of a large-scale copper deposit could help in the global race to secure a supply of materials critical to the energy transition. Copper is in high demand because it's in use for renewable energy and electric vehicles. We go to Egypt now, where on February the 5th, that was yesterday, Monday, the Central Bank of Egypt was poised to auction dollar-denominated treasury bills worth $1 billion. This move is said to be part of the CBE's ongoing effort to stabilize Egypt's teetering economy. The TB auction aims to alleviate the pressure on the country's foreign exchange reserve. Before this latest auction, the CBE had already sold more than 1 year TB's worth of $850 million. And this is despite these measures, the Egyptian pound continues to face challenges. And now let's head to the crypto space and see what's going on there. Some interesting stories we see. But first of all, let's look at the prices and see what's going on right there in the crypto space. I think one of the interesting stories that caught my attention earlier has to do with former President of the United States, Donald Trump. But let's look at the numbers first, and then we would go to that. Now, we see that the color is mostly green this afternoon, but, well, BTC has gained 0.21%, but it's still 42,971. There was a pullback earlier, but having more red, more greens, I guess, might give us a little bit of comfort. Ethereum is also up 0.27%. BNB, Solana has some news going on around there, but XRP is, however, in the red and all of that. But let's look at the greed index, and we see that the market is greedy in spite of the fact that Bitcoin hasn't hit that 45,000 that is expected yet, so we're still driving there. We're not yet, and all of that. So these are the prices: Bitcoin, Ethereum, BNB, Cardano, and then XRP is the only one in the red. So just before we talk about that now, I saw an interesting story I thought to share with you that there have been several Donald Trump-themed tokens on Ethereum, on Solana, and other networks, and spiked as much as 100% in the past 24 hours. As crypto fund Mechanism Capital said that such tokens were its first positions of 2024. Now, whether this will help former presidents and intending candidates in the upcoming election, I don't know. But Mechanism Capital has said that accumulated its first new positions of 2024, as well as founder Andrew Kanga said in an expose that these new positions center around Trump and include Trump-related meme coins and NFTs. So let's see if Donald Trump can move the market one way or the other. You know, I guess Ladi Williams will be watching out for this also. We're still in the crypto space. Yesterday, the BC Supreme Court upheld the provincial government's 18-month moratorium on new crypto mining operations connecting to the power grid enacted in December 2022. The pause is meant to allow the province time to study the industry's impact on BC's economic and environmental goals. The ruling comes after Conifex, a forestry company that recently branched into crypto mining, challenged the moratorium in court. I know that a country also in Asia, they're also looking at the impact, I think it's China, of mining and regulating it in one way or the other. So we see that mining of cryptocurrency is also getting some attention at this time. But let's go back to the prices and bring in our guest. I think we have Rume. Rume, are you there? Good afternoon, Rume. So tell us about this movement we see. We see the market is greedy, but the price of Bitcoin is not so impressive. You know, help us to understand that balance.
Yeah, a lot of people are thinking that when it's just green, or it's a period where we can all make money, you know, and sometimes they assume that the uptrend is a bull market. And most times the uptrend is usually not a bull market. You know, even in downtrends, even in a bear market, there are uptrends, I mean to say. So all of this meme coin here and there is also bringing liquidity to the market. But in the long term, sometimes these are just distractions. They're just noise. Not forgetting the fact that there's knowledge overload in this industry. Everyone just want to make quick money, which I don't subscribe to. In fact, most times I don't like to talk about them. You know, but in the short term, the market is confused. Short to medium term, the market is confused considering all of the data that are coming from the US. Probably we might see some pullback, but pullbacks are opportunity to buy realistically, and also an opportunity to also position ourselves for lifetime gains. You know, going forward. There's something I really want to also talk about that is happening in this market now, so that those that are actually trading such tokens can also be very careful so that they don't fall victim. Some privacy tokens are being delisted, going to be delisted on the 20th of February 2024. And if you are trading currencies like Monero, multi-chain, Vi, you have to be very careful because after delisting, you'll be able to trade again. I think there's a minimum there's a time frame for withdrawal of your funds. I think around May. You know, so you need to be very careful. There's been a lot of discussions before now about privacy tokens and their uses by illicit guys, bad guys, to move money and launder money around. And the regulators are saying, don't do this if you want to do transactions with us, most especially for exchange platforms like Binance and the likes, and they are complying to that. So exchange platforms indigenous in Africa should also comply so that they don't aid and abet such platform, such digital assets that can easily be used to launder money. Yeah,
but Rumer, that means that even those who want to dispose of theirs, of this Monero, multi-chain, Vi and Aragon, at this time, obviously the prices, they're going to be like almost losing, trying to dispose it because everybody wants to dispose at this time. Is there a safe haven for anyone who wants to do that?
Yeah, so I like this question you just asked now. So in crypto, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, but a safe haven for all of these things now is best bet just to go liquidate to Bitcoin or stablecoin so that they can hold your liquidity for now, rather than just allow it because the price is going to plummet more and it's not good. One of the things that really get people worried in this industry is to see your money go down. So you want to risk that for now.
So help me to understand. We see the market is greedy, the index. And yet it's not such a, because greed is when you're supposed to make money. So that index, what if there are people who depend on it to make their investment or disposing decisions? Does it mean it cannot truly direct?
Yeah, so fear and greed index is also is a very good signal to do transactions to, but for those of us that are heavily involved in this industry, we're very, very careful with fear and greed index. Sometimes when the market tell you certain things, you have to go check the charts, you have to go check the news, you also benchmark also. For example, me, I do a lot of that with the US economy, right? There's a lot of liquidity coming from that part of the world. So now that the market is greedy, it shows that certain assets are actually overbought, so tendency for them to be oversold is going to be high, So the fact that everyone is greedy now, usually I flip to the idea of Warren Buffett, Maha, that says when they are greedy, that's the time you leave the market, and when they are scared is when you buy. So most times when the market is greedy, I usually don't touch it because it's a sign that we might probably see some pullback, which might let a lot of people that are following that trend to be greedy as well to lose a lot of money.
Sounds like we shouldn't follow the trend. I mean, just read the map, follow the graphs, and make your own decision.
Exactly. In fact, trading crypto makes you your own psychology. So you don't have to follow the psychology of the crowd, because if you do, you're going to lose a lot of money.
Okay, so let's end on this note on Nigerians. I think you were even part of a conversation that said that stable coins are gaining popularity in Nigeria. How true is that?
Yeah, so the use of stable coins in Nigeria are gaining popularity. So most especially, these young folks believe in cryptocurrency, and stable coins actually hold the value. So countries like ours and some other countries in Africa that are battling with inflation, so most people want to save their wealth, and they are not looking at the alternative, like the dollar bill, where we have the BDCs operating, right? They like to use newer technologies like stable coins, like CBD, USDT and USDC, SECO, So the reason why it's gaining popularity because it's easily accessible on the internet. You just go to the various exchange platform and buy it. It's even cheaper. You don't have to handle it physically. So for example, you just have to buy, transfer, hold, use it to buy cryptocurrency. It makes life really seamless with almost zero fees, right? Rather than go to expose yourself buying the dollar bill, and it could pose some security threats. So the world is evolving, and I'm very happy young Nigerians and Africans are also involved in building solutions that accept stable coins for payment as well. And I'm also sure that since the regulation has come in Nigeria, where government are saying, come, let's discuss and let's see how we can even regulate better, all of these things are going to gain more traction as we're going forward.
And yet, the BDCs did accuse you guys of being the cause of shortage.
Exactly.
Shortage of FX. I've been trying to marry both, but it's kind of difficult because if you are doing non-physical and then you're being accused of causing the shortage of the physical, I don't know where that's connected.
A lot of young Nigerians are using that, and we have the populations. Nigeria has a very huge young population. And when they're doing transactions, some of them are receiving payments in USDT from their remote work. And so there's no point trying to do all of the domiciliary, blah, blah, blah.
All right, Ruben, thank you so much for that. It'll take a while for us to understand that, but thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Ini. It's my pleasure.
All right, so that's it. The BDC is accusing the crypto investors, but I don't see the connection. But anyways, that's it. That's where we'll draw the curtain for this 55 minutes of business conversations you've had right here on Channels Television. Thank you so much for being a part of it. You can watch it anytime on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/channelsweb. You have Business Morning for 10 a.m. and you have Business Incorporated for 1 p.m. Thank you so much. I'm Ini John Mekwa. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Watching Channels Television, broadcasting live from Lagos. Let's head now to Taraba State for the flag-off of the Taraba Education Student Identification System in Jalingo, the state capital.
This is a live Channels television event.
We will be having Mrs. Mary Tijos for the Christian prayer.
In Jesus' name we pray. Our Lord and our God, we want to appreciate you for this great moment. We thank you because we are alive today. You said in every situation we should give you thanks. You appointed it unto the time that this day will come to pass in the life of people of Yamusala. We want to appreciate His Excellency for the great gift that He gave the beloved children of Yamusala. We pray that God will give them wisdom. God will bless them. God will protect them. As we are going to start this program, we are going to start it in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the Governor of Taraba State and the Deputy Governor, all our commissioners present this afternoon. We want to say thank you so much. We've been appreciating you before you arrived. On behalf of the children of Nyamusala, sir, I want to say thank you so much. I'm a mother. I want to use this opportunity to say we appreciate you for giving us an edifice like this in Taraba State. I saw it on Facebook the day I saw it. I was like, this is not Taraba State, and they said it's Taraba State. It's not a missionary school. It's not a private school, but a government-owned public school. Please, a round of applause for His Excellency for seeing the future of these children, because that has always been his of course, he has always been saying it is his heartbeat. He said he wants to strengthen the future of Taraba children. Let's put our hands together once again. I appreciate it. At this juncture, because we are starting this occasion behind schedule, we will be welcoming to give us her welcome address this afternoon. Please, let's put our hands together to the Commissioner of Education, talking about Dr. Agostina Godwin. Please, let's put our hands together and celebrate another woman that has been doing well. You know, when you give a woman a place, especially in here, she has children, of course you understand. Ma'am, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Abu Kefas, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Taraba State, Alhaji Aminu Abdullahi Al-Khali, distinguished members of the National Assemblies here present, members of the Taraba State House of Assembly, honorable commissioners, the Secretary to the Government of the State, the Head of Service, Chief of Staff, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Today is another day of great history in the life of the people of Taraba State and Nigeria at large. It is with great joy that I welcome you all to this historic event. The flag of Taraba Education Student Identification System by His Excellency, our amiable and education-friendly governor, Dr. Abu Kefas. Please, let's put our hands together for our governor. It could be recalled that on assumption of office as the governor of Taraba State on 29th May 2023, His Excellency, without much waste of time, declared a state of emergency in education and subsequently declared free and compulsory education for all our primary and secondary school children in Taraba State. Since the time His Excellency declared education free in the state, our enrollment has been on the increase on daily basis up to this moment. Hence, the need for biometric capturing for all our students and pupils across the state. The digital enrollment of our pupils and students is to enable the government ascertain a near accurate data that will be used in planning and allocation of resources within the education sector. Similarly, our teachers will be captured so as to ascertain the ratio of teacher to students, to determine whether or not there is need to employ more teachers. Other benefits of the program include e-learning system that will allow students learn online and teachers to compare notes with their counterparts across the state. The program also introduces Taraba First Call in a system where students and indeed the teachers can call and have their voices heard on pertinent issues or emergencies. In fact, when the program is successfully implemented, Taraba State will be among the only 3 states of the Federation that has fully complied to e-education initiatives. To do this important exercise, a reputable consulting firm, Zip Warehousing Limited, has been contracted, and the company will do the work in conjunction with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Digital Innovation. The program starts today, 6 February 2024, with Nyamusala Primary and Secondary School, followed by Hamarua Primary School in Gasol, Ebenezer Primary School Ukari, and Government Secondary School Gembu in the first phase. In this regard, I urge our principals and head teachers in the state to give their maximum cooperation and support to ensure the success of this biometric capturing of both pupils, students, and teachers across the state. God bless our dearly beloved star boy, Dr. Abu Kefas. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Please, can you give a rousing round of applause again to His Excellency, please? Now, sir, please, can we clap for the governor of Taraba State again, please? Maybe you didn't understand. They said, out of 36, if you have 36 today in the class and you are number 3, or number 1 or 2 or 3, that you don't pass now. After the 36 states in Nigeria, Taraba State is the only first, second, third state that has done it. That means some states like Rivers and Warri are still coming behind. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for our governor again for this feat, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished senators, all other protocols duly observed and respected, all work on no play. Please permit me at this juncture we are going to bring in one of the best cultural performances in the whole Nigeria, because the governor is the governor of tourism, and the governor is the governor that also makes sure Taraba State is written in the wall of tourism. Please, shall we have the Taraba State Arts Council presenting on stage the costume that just won in INAC Abuja, the Mumuye costume and dance. Arts Council, you have 3 minutes and your time starts now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for a wonderful performance. Thank you. Thank you so much. Beautifully dressed in their Mumuya attire, giving us the best in Taraba State. Please put your hands together. Let's celebrate these wonderful people. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jama'a ku tafa musu mana. Da wannan rawa har Abuja muka ci gasa. Mun gode. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, our distinguished guest. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Still on entertainment before we call Mrs. Uchenna, the Managing Director of ZIP, to give us her own speech. We will be calling on one of the entertainers we have in Taraba State. He called himself Kefas na Kefas. Let's put our hands together for him for a wonderful performance for just 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, we can see education Kyauta. Yes, no, we are moving. It's a media to His Excellency. Kakemba. Your Excellency, this is thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Yeah, let's clap for him, please. Pack the money. Yeah. Your Excellency, I have to move a little bit forward because so that at least now they can see me well. You know, most times we the MCs, sometimes we mistakenly lie. And they know us very well. They say, Kashim, carry on there, TV. Especially if you go to sing like us. This one, we know they lie. Your Excellency, this education Kyauta, I went and stood at science school. I saw people, children coming out from Wanangwa, Yamukaka, Ruby. They were crossing road. They don't care whether there is uniform or not. I said, where are they going? Yeah, I thought they are going to either. I said, na school. I now cross, enter to check. Wallahi, soon as in class. All class, ladies and gentlemen, clap for His Excellency once again. So the song is not just a political song, it's achievement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to invite the next speaker, which is going to be very brief. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together to the Managing Director, ZIP Warehousing, talking about Mrs. Uchenna Echeretu. Please put your hands together for her as she comes for her address. Jama'a inda zamu tafa kenan wanda tai wannan harkan muka ga cewa muna da wannan gagaruman gini. Jama'a kuna kan tafawa. Thank you so much, ma'am. You're welcome.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Abu Kefas, the Deputy Governor, Alhaji Aminu A. Alkali, Honorable Speaker, Taraba State House of Assembly, Honorable Members, Taraba State House of Assembly present,
Secretary to the Government of the State, Chief of Staff, Head of Service, the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Augustina Godwin, and other commissioners of this beautiful state present, Head of Board and Parastatals, Permanent Secretaries, Directors from the Ministry, Education Sector, critical stakeholders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present. Today signifies a crucial moment as we commence on a journey to introduce forward-thinking solutions that will shape the future of service delivery in Taraba State. Firstly, I'd like to briefly state the significant progress made in the education sector since the commencement of the free initiative by the leadership of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Abu Kefas. Dr. Abu Kefas, we want to thank you for the free education initiative. The people of Taraba appreciate you so much. And Taraba State is currently experiencing a successful implementation of a groundbreaking enrollment solution. A solution which not only aids the government in reaching its objective of providing free education for all primary and secondary school students in public schools, but also substantially improves service delivery within the state system. Additionally, it strategically enhances administrative process, particularly in areas where challenges have been observed over the years. As this solution is unveiled, I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making this vision a reality. The government of Taraba State, the Ministry of Education, stakeholders, partners, and volunteers who played a pivotal role in shaping this initiative. Together, we are providing systems and structures that will aid our children to have unfettered access to education and benefit from necessary palliative distribution. Zip warehousing's solution will not only facilitate the identification of those in need, but will also enable the government to tailor its support to individual circumstances. This means that resources can be allocated more effectively, reaching those who need it, and ensuring that no one is left out. In terms of education, the Taraba State Identification Student System platform will play a critical role in the government's commitment to increase access to quality education and breaking down barriers that have hindered the potential of many bright minds in our society. By leveraging technology, we are creating a pathway for a more educated and empowered citizenry and paving the way for a brighter future for this great state. This data gathering effort would provide key policymakers and government officials with a solid foundation of information to make guided decisions, allowing them to understand the current situation, identify trends, and anticipate future needs or challenges. In the modern era of governance, gathering data on public services allows government to access effectiveness of service delivery. It helps identify areas of improvement, streamline processes, and enhance the overall quality of service provided to its citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, the unveiling of this enrollment solution is not just a technology milestone. It is a testament to this administration's dedication to the well-being and development of our people. As we embark on the transformative journey, let us stand united in our pursuit of a more just and compassionate society. Together, we can build a future where every citizen can thrive and where the promise of a better life is within reach for all. Together, let us pave the way for a brighter and more prosperous future for Taraba State. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful speech. Please put your hands together for her. Let's celebrate her as we welcome the Art Council for a short drama, a very short drama.
primary 1 na ga shekara 6 da suka wuce ina makarantar na
kana wuce makaranta ai baba mun yi so ai
ina ne makaranta
ga ta nan
a haba yaro kaka dan kafin da gemu wato ka kamo ni kenan
wallahi baban makarantar ne wannan
ni baya misali primary da secondary na je na saka shekara da kawai din nayi shekara 6 ban zo ba sai ka ce mun nan ne maka ka kai
baba kai ka manta cewa daga primary na har senior sai ka baki daya nan na gama
amma yaron nan kana neman kare na mun wayo ko dai heda ne kake na ji labari yaran zamani sun fara sai da iyayensu wannan gurin ne ka kalli wannan gine ka ce min makaranta
to ne yanzu ya zan sanar da kai ni na ce maka nan ne makarantar mu nan ne makarantar mu
kuma na ce maka ba nan bane dan ubanka
kai da yaron ka kuma kana surutu
yawa
wai me faru ne
yawa dada ina neman ya musa da primary school na bi ta layin da gaba ɗaya na ga na rasa inda asalin makarantar inda da na san shi ba haka yake ba
ai nan ina ya musa da primary school a secondary school
ina
nan din
kiman ka ko san tuna ne
ani ba san shi ba
a to ga nake kamar shiri ake a sai da ni ne ya haka wannan gidi kada ka gani kai wannan gidan wani ne mai kudi ya gina kayan shi kai da gani wannan ka san gurin wasan yara ne irin yaran masu kai da ka san makarantar primary
dan Allah kai hakuri ka sanar da shi ina anan ne primary fa anan ne abokina wallahi gaskiya yaron kai ga wannan makarantar da kake kallo shine ya musalla primary school a secondary school
kai zo ni fa lokacin da na kawo shi yana na farko na primary banda manyan bishiyoyin ne da na addu'a kuma alquran ko kewayewa ba a yi ba ni yadda na san makarantar ki
a da kenan
kuma ni na san makarantun mu na gwamnati zaka samu malaman ma ba sosai aka fiye zuwa ba
haka ne
kana ji sannan kuma zaka samu in an zo yara zaka samu yara na birgiman a can wannan na da dukan wannan na naushin wannan kaga yara sun komo dubu ya zan gana a wanke tas a wannan gini a can makaranta
to ai barin baka wani labari kaga sabon gwamnan mu nan wallahi shi ya gyara makarantar nan
wanne
sabon gwamnan mu ne yanzu
wa ke fa
Dr. Abe
ni dai na san zai yi maganan free education ta tura ni na yarda da haka amma a ce mutum ko shekara ɗaya bai ba a ce ya irin wannan gini a ƙarya
aboki na zo mana wallahi da gaske nake maka kai bari ga maka wani abu da baka sani ba kaga wannan gwamna wallahi da aiki ya zo cikin shi wallahi tallahi kuwa
kana so ka ce min wai daga ce zai free education har shi ne wannan gini
to sai ma kuwa
kai malam da kaga gemu na kaga yafi naka haka ne dan haka ni da hankali na yawa ba wawa bane ni bare ta naka dauke ni ta fono
wai ba
ko ba ta baya ba na shigo ba da gaba na zo yawa dan haka ni ba wawa bane
wai baka yadda ba har yanzu
ya za a yi gwamna ya ko shekara ɗaya bai ba a ce yayi wannan gabjejen aiki ban yadda ba
aboki na zo mana wai ni kan kai ya kamata ka gane mana wannan gwamna da kake kallo fa ba da wasa ya zo ba nan ma ni na ji daɗi ɗaya madam yau ga babana ya zo makarantar mu kuma na yi sanar da shi nan makarantar mu ne ya ƙi yadda ni na so yau tun da gaki nan kuma ke ce mai karantar da mu gaya mai gaskiya
ai ina gaya maka kaga makarantar nan the least among many akwai 16 local government duka the primary school the secondary school are renovating akwai AC a ciki duk yaron da baya so ilimi sai ilimi AC ya shiga kan shi ina gaya maka
abokina ya kamata ka gane cewa ba gaskiya muke gaya maka idan kana barci ya kamata ka tashi kai wannan bawon Allah yanzu haka inda zaka je gefen ruwa da gefen tsaro wallahi in ka je gurin zaka ce ai nan wasa ne wallahi tallahi bari ba ka wani labari ma'aikatan mu da wallahi ba karamin cin bashi saboda albashin ma ba sa samu akan lokaci to zuwan shi wallahi ya gyara albashi ya sa minimum wage albashi ana biya za ka ga ma'aikaci yana da karamin ciki ne da kasuwa ce
ya ko ba nan tambaye amma da fannin yanzu kenan sun dai daga ma'aikacin shi sai
kada ka tafi wuri ku tafa ma gwamna young governor fine school correct teacher I go teach the pikin you know that I go break here good education you go report something haka dole yaro zai koya bugu da kari akwai clinic in yaro ba lafiya ba wasu kun je ko specialist ba clinic to be ready for governor. The only thing we governor need, go give him all the support. Pray for him, make him succeed. He go do better thing. One and cover this just lead. Thank you very much.
Me understand English small because I do my nursery in Eyewitness State University. I hear you say Kilili. So that Kilili, I don't know me Kilili.
Asibiti ne yaro bai da lafiya za kai shi ta a cikin
Wayo, laifin daɗi karewa idan kuka ji daɗin gulma sai ku ji daɗin leke a nan muka bar jama'a ku huta gaji.
To shi kenan Allah sauki lafiya.
Kai yaro shiga makaranta. Ina zuwa shiga da ubanka shiga da
abokina a SS1 fa.
Ko ma da zari wannan inda irin wannan makaranta da hina mai da kai.
Muna ji labarin an ji hada tuwo kyauta.
Ka san me nake shiri ne. Zan je in cire gemun nan da gashin baki. Zan siyo ilifon irin na nozari saboda rinka cin tuwo.
Ba kai kaɗai ba kaga mun zo mun ci tuwo ba ruwanmu da cefane a gida.
Gwamna ya ce wallahi tallahi ya cire gemu a Taraba ko ba kwa.
Wallahi ya kore su. Allah ya saka mu gwamna.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, can you clap for? Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, please can you clap for the Taraba State Arts Council for the interpretation of the play. I want to invite at this juncture Malam Abdul Samad Suleiman Aliyu to come and move the board of thanks immediately. Please, Abdul Salam, can you come up here? Zona, sharp. You know Abdul? Kukira Abdul. You know Abdul? Okay. So, in Azwago. Okay, while Abdul is coming, please. When Abdul is coming, shall we invite Amina for a presentation of 2 minutes? Amina, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a very wonderful one. Shall we invite the people? Abdul Samed Aliyu is a student, the people in this school, please. Can you come up? That's all, the Woody Woody, Inashi. Yaro, come over. Can you come up, please? Okay, Tom. Yes, thank you very much. Shall we clap for him as he get ready to give vote of thanks, please?
And the decoration that you make for us in our school. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Student, clap for him.
Thank you. This one is coming from his heart, Let's put our hands together. Abdusamad Suleiman Aliu is right coming from his heart to just say thank you to His Excellency for a wonderful edifice. Don't mind the English. Things are getting better in Taraba State. Please put your hands together. Thank you so much. The time has come for us to welcome. I want to welcome the Commissioner of Education as she comes to welcome His Excellency for his speech. Ma'am, you're welcome. Let's put our hands together for the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Augustina. Jama kuna kantafawa. Thank you so much, ma'am, for always being there.
All protocols be observed. Humbly and respectfully, may I invite our dearly beloved star boy, Dr. Abukefas, the executive governor of Taraba State, to please come forward and present his speech.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Taraba State, Alhaji Aminu Alkali, Your Excellency, Senator Haruna Amanu, Senator Shaibu Isalau, Senator David Jimkuta, Right Honorable Abdullahi Lawyer, Member National House of Representative, Right Honorable Ayuba Zaku, Right Honorable David Four. I want to acknowledge the President of Right Honorable Yakubu Chiroma, and also Right Honorable Mark Husseini, and especially one of our guests, Right Honorable Ndudi Elemelu, former minority leader in the House of Rep, Right Honorable Danladi Baido, honorable members of Taraba State House of Assembly that are here present, honorable commissioners that are here present, Secretary to the Government Taraba State, other permanent secretaries that are here, the Chief of Staff, SA Political, Alhaji Abubakar Bawa, distinguished invited guests, our dear children, our students, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and a sense of pride that I stand before you today as we launch a transformative initiative under my leadership. Today marks a significant milestone in the history of Taraba State as we embark on the education enrollment program, a bold step towards providing free education for school students and involving teachers in our great state. With our unwavering commitment to the betterment of our society, we have programmed this initiative to ensure that every child in Taraba State has access to quality education. However, this program goes beyond just students. It encompasses our dedicated educators as well, recognizing the crucial role teachers play in shaping young minds. Our initiative involves and engages them actively in the planning process. Therefore, our teachers are not just educators, they are architects of our future. By including them in this initiative, we acknowledge their invaluable contribution to the educational landscape of Taraba State. These insights, or their insights, experiences, and dedications will be integral in shaping a program that not only provides free education, but also ensure a high standard of teaching and learning in all our schools. Distinguished guests and our students, through this program, we are creating an inclusive and equitable educational system by removing financial barriers for students and actively involving teachers in the planning process. We are forging a holistic approach to the education. This initiative is not just about access. It is about empowering both students and teachers, fostering collaboration and creating a sustainable framework for educational excellence. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that education is a collaborative effort. The success of the education enrollment program relies on the collective commitment of students, parents, educators, and the broader community. Together, let us create an environment where success of the education enrollment program will excel. Let us create an environment where learning flourishes, where teachers are equipped to inspire, and where every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential. Finally, let us work hand in hand to make the education enrollment program a model of inclusivity and collaboration, ensuring that both students and teachers thrive in this transformative educational journey. On this note, I want to thank all of you for coming and also patiently waiting for my arrival for this program. May the Lord bless you, and may the Lord make this initiative to excel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Immediately after the national anthem, His Excellency and all the guests will be going for the registration in the other class that is designed for that. But please, that's what we have for now, the national anthem. the executive members that are in the house this afternoon will be marching to the executive chamber of the government house for a program immediately after this program. Thank you so much.
What it means is that all members of the State Executive Council will move to ESCO chambers with His Excellency after the registration, please. Let's keep going.
So many has done a normal thing. Presido with the big machine. Your girlfriend wanna suck my team, but not be that courtesy happy. If I post smoke, give you one, you not pass. That me say don't cast. No last chance.
We've been watching the flag-off ceremony of the Taraba Education Student Identification System in Jalingo. We now return to Lagos and continue our regular programming.
A live Channels television event. Africa's stories become world stories.
Every system of government has oligarchic tendencies.
Network Africa is your one-stop shop for news on the continent.
Cholera is highly dangerous and can kill within a day.
Join us weekdays at 4 p.m. right here on Channels Television.
Let's hear from our wordsmith for this week, who is dancing in the rain. Then Art House returns with more. Join us then.
Our wordsmith is by Sonny Onaji, titled Dance in the Rain. The cloud is thick and dark outside, signs of rains out there, traces of lightning and thunderstorm, people running helter-skelter. Market women and men scampering, trying to protect their goods from the rain. Everyone trying to take cover to avoid the rain. Children singing, "Rain, rain, go away, come again another day." I'm standing, watching, 'cause my dream is in the rain. Should I go? Should I run away to avoid the rain? But my dream is out there in the rain. I will dance, I will dance, I will dance in the rain for my dream's sake. I have tried and given excuses before. I have tested failure out of mistakes. The more I try, the more I fail. I have waited for the storm and the rain stop. The more I wait, the more it rains. Should I avoid the tide or swim with the tide? 'Cause my dream is out there in the rain. I will dance, I will dance, I will dance in the rain, 'cause I don't know when the rain is going to stop. 'Cause my dream is out there in the rain. I will dance in the rain for my dream's sake. I will dance in the rain to fulfill my dream.
And these are the works of art you sent in recently. Let's begin with this untitled acrylic on canvas work done by Nsikan Abasi Seno. It's done with impasto. Then the Nightingale is an oil on canvas work by Emmanuel Breman. Walter Opogo has My Nigeria Dreams. It's a mixed media work. Then Perfect Complementary from the Sisters series is a mixed media on canvas work by Tomiwa Adilagun. A Mask for You, that's how Faith Gbadebo titled this mixed media work as well. While Amanda Charles has Fish Society Metaphor, a watercolor and collage painting on paper work. Dread on Puffer is an acrylic on canvas work by Adekunle Muiz. Sam K.O. has Innocent Sight, an acrylic on canvas work as well. While we wrap things up with Esther Obiru's Self-Reflection, an acrylic on canvas piece. So we have many works done with acrylic on canvas this week. Looking forward to seeing your lovely works of art that you'll be sending in next time. The Days I Sat Dreaming is an exhibition by contemporary artists at the Ogiriko Gallery in Lagos.
The Days I Sat Dreaming is a solo exhibition by Imomo Asemoka at the Ogiriko Gallery in Lagos.
It was inspired by my outlook at life as a visual artist, my journey as a visual artist. I've always liked to paint, and besides having to just paint, there are a lot of issues that happen to the artist, and just not the artist, but the artist as a Nigerian. There are a lot of events that are happening that I like to record. So in my daydreams, where I sat, all of these events came flooding, and I needed to just represent them down, and that's the result of this exhibition.
These events have been recorded in paintings that explore different human experiences, from the Dreamer's Meal, Citizens' Palliative Recipients, a series from 1 to 9, Reigns of Hope, the Cupid Song, amongst others.
The artists do leave a lead in the title of the work, so that when you come across a title, you will know why the artist created this piece. So for me, if I'm asked to talk about the works, I really will tell you about the philosophy that guided the pre-creation of the work. And it's as a result of me living in Nigeria, all of the economic struggle, the people and their resilience, our love for life, the zest for life. In spite of all the struggles, we persist. We are happy people. We like to color our environment, and it's a beautiful thing.
He uses charcoal, collage, pastel and paper to create most of the works of art. with his sculptural pieces also being displayed in the exhibition.
I like to paint. I like a lot of colors. I love colors. But over time, I think over the course of my artistic practice, a lot of persons they know me for painting pastels, but I paint in other medium though. The technique is a simple one. I don't even really think technique for me, most of the times I think is more important than, because it's like every piece of work has its ending. It has its own predestined end. The only thing that I struggle to do is to begin it. So you begin in the course of the interactions between you and material, but the work will come to its natural end. So in between that natural end, I try to look at what should I do. Should I scrape? Should I add more? Do I introduce collage? I think that's techniques. So do I remove? Do I finish the work and tear it into shreds and then rearrange it again? So all of that culminates the technique.
The artist gives the gallery a nod for the support and the new relationship that has now been built.
Ogiricon, which is one wall, as a gallery. The owner is a very wonderful and amazing person. I have been privileged to share a fantastic relationship with her. It is from that relationship that I feel like, okay, having to do a solo and having to show the gallery, despite of all the way people talk about the size, despite of all that size, as people would call it restraint, but I don't think it is a restraint, because in spite of all that size, we are holding an exhibition, and the exhibition is a beautiful one. So the gallery is a beautiful gallery, and I think it really, really do suit the purpose of this exhibition, because most of the works in this exhibition are small works.
Most of the images showcased are miniature pieces. The artist looks at life, internalizes it, and brings it out through his own perspective.
It gets more exciting on the next episode as we join artists to celebrate a veteran and more.
On the next episode of Art House, exhibition and book launch in honor of veteran artist Kolade Oshinowo at Yabatek. To this exhibition titled Evil Genius at the Windsor Gallery in Lagos. We encourage you to keep liking, sharing, and viewing our page so more people can enjoy the ever-bubbly and ingenious art scene in the country.
Your Art House experience doesn't have to end when the show is not on television. Interact with us on our various social media platforms. See any edition of Art House on our website or YouTube page. Join our very interactive Facebook page by joining the group on Art House on Channels. We're everywhere.
That's the program this week. We appreciate you for being a big part of it and look forward to interacting with you on our various social media platforms. I'm Melinda Akinlami, urging you to keep the creative spirit alive. And a warm welcome to the program. I'm Melinda Akinlami, and these are the stories and reports we're tracking at this time. The House of Representatives is calling for the immediate intervention of government in reducing the cost of living in the country, which has been a pressing issue. This comes 24 hours after protests broke out in Minna, Niger State, over the cost of food items. The House, through a motion by Honorable Isiaka Ibrahim, wants the federal government to invest in high-impact measures and appeals to stakeholders in the production chain to be very realistic with the increment of prices of their foods and services. Meanwhile, the House has admitted the Ministers of Finance, Budget and National Planning, the CBN Governor and the FIRS Chairman into the chamber for a debate on the economy. Last year, the House held a sectorial debate on security, with the security heads discussing the situation in the country. Farmers in Jigawa State have appealed to the government to complete an abandoned irrigation project in Owawade Dam, Dutse. When completed, the irrigation system is estimated to benefit hundreds of thousands of farming families in the state.
Blessed with arable land and immense water resources, about 80% of the population in Jigawa State depends on farming. Many of these farmers engage in subsistence farming as a result of poor irrigation systems and lack of use of modern techniques. The irrigation system project in Eyewitness Dam, Dutse, the state capital, has been abandoned for years by the government, and farmers are not happy with the situation.
What we are calling and appealing to the government is that when this irrigation is finished, it will be usable to more than 1 million people. It will give room not only to our people here locally, but to the entire local government of Dutse in Jigawa State, where people will be empowered irrigationally when this channel is finished.
Inusa Gambo describes how the existing channels are unusable as they are incomplete. He appeals to the government to complete the project.
We want the government to help us complete this project. Even if it is 5-kilometer channels, can go a long way.
Another farmer has more concern in getting extension services from experts to improve his output.
My main concern is getting extension services because we need to learn new ways so that we can get more yield.
The current administration has agriculture at the top of its agenda, and reviving the 11 existing dams across the state is the first step.
Inshallah, government is now deciding how we will reactivate these dams. At least we know the hectares that farmers are using. Now we will expand it so that we can minimize the cost of using fuel. Therefore, inshallah, we will do that to see that all our dams this year we rehabilitate them.
The revival of the Eyewitness Dam holds the key of a bountiful future for Jigawa's agricultural sector.
Still talking agriculture, Governor Dauda Lawal has emphasized it's important to Zamfara state economy, noting that it's predominantly agrarian. Governor Lawal made this known at the flag-off ceremony of the distribution of fertilizers, agricultural assets and vital farm inputs to farmers in 6 local government areas of the state. The ceremony marked the continuation of the distribution of agricultural assets under the COVID-19 Action, Recovery and Economic Stimulus Program in the state.
Over 80% of the population of Zamfara state is involved in agriculture, with many farmers either producing millet, guinea corn, maize, rice, groundnut, cotton, tobacco or beans. A reason why the state's mantra is farming is our pride. state government sees this as a position of strength in Nigeria, as discussions across different fora call for an aggressive return to the fields, regarded decades ago as the backbone of Nigeria's foreign exchange earnings. In its efforts to ensure adequate agricultural products and food security across Zamfara State, Governor Dauda Lawal has distributed vital agricultural inputs such as fertilizers, machines and other items to farmers in 6 local government areas of Birnin Magaji, Zurmi, Kwara Namoda, Bakura, Maradun and Talata Mafara. This stimulus package is expected to empower over 100,000 farmers across all 14 local government areas of the state over the next 4 years.
It is our hope that this stimulus will go a long way in improving the productive capacity of the farmers in Kwara Namoda, the local government area, and the entire Zamfara state. With the recent integration of the Askarawa, in addition to the numerous other measures we have implemented to improve the security situation across the state, it is our hope that farmers who have been unable to get access to their farms due to threats of bandits will now be able to do so, inshallah.
The state project coordinator of Fadama 3, Ismaila Abubakar, says the distribution of the farm inputs will enhance farmers' agricultural productivity.
This will definitely go a long way in empowering our farmers to boost their agricultural production. We are very happy and sincerely grateful to His Excellency on this gesture. Giving agricultural inputs and agricultural assets to farmers in order to boost their production.
Emir of Kwara Namoda, Sanusi Ahmad Asha, appreciates the governor's efforts in reviving almost all the sectors in the state. The Emir also solicited for the timely approval and takeoff of Zamfara State College of Legal and Islamic Studies, Kwara Namoda.
The Human Development Center, you have allocated over 200 million in the same Kwara Namoda. We have a vocational center for women, JSS 1 to JSS 3. In fact, they are doing painting now. The last time is on the grassroots, but now it's on the painting side. We thank you for this, Angaya. Now what I want to see for you to come for is to commend the College of Legal and Islamic Studies. And I wish you come here to graduate the first set of the same school.
Farmers in the state, in the meantime, are urged to take advantage of the state's assets to increase their yields and contribute to the development of the state through large-scale production.
Staying in Zamfara, the state government has announced plans to invest more than 1 billion naira in the enhancement of the 700-capacity Saudana Memorial Stadium in Gusau and the NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp in Safe. The Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development, Tiasu Shinkafi, made this known while inaugurating an 11-member committee for the comprehensive youth infrastructure enhancement in Gusau. The Commissioner revealed that the stadium project is one of the 2 major capital projects currently underway, both being executed by the state government.
Our administration's dedication to youth development is steady, and the formation of this committee highlights the importance we place on providing tangible opportunities and infrastructure for our young citizens. The comprehensive enhancement of youth infrastructure in Zamfara State is not just a goal, it is a shared vision that we collectively strive to achieve. As we embark on this transformative journey, unity and a shared sense of purpose become paramount.
To security now, the Kaduna State government says it will soon launch a security trust fund and 2 military forward operation bases aimed at assisting security agencies in combating the menace of kidnapping, terrorism and banditry. The governor, Mr. Uba Sani, who made this disclosure during a meeting with the Kaduna Elders Forum, also identifies poverty and unemployment as the root of the lingering insecurity in the Northwest Zone. He adds that the only way out of the security challenges remain good governance, justice and equity for the people.
This is the 4th meeting between the Kaduna elders and Governor Uba Sani since he assumed office on May 29, 2023. The forum, which is a non-partisan and non-religious platform, is co-chaired by the former military governor of Rivers State, General Zamani Lekot, retired, and the former head of service in Kaduna State, Abubakar Mustafa. Governor Sani, accompanied by his deputy, Dr. Adiza Balarabe, welcomes the elders to the meeting, which is in line with his administration's participatory style of governance, aimed at carrying the citizens along in the programs and projects of the government. Co-chairman of the Elders Forum congratulates Governor Sani on his victory at the Supreme Court and commends him on his numerous people-oriented programs in the past 7 months.
Happily enough, Your Excellency, your commendable style of leadership is bearing fruit already. By choosing to start your administration from the rural areas where the bulk of the population lives, being an agrarian state, that is where the farms are located. You have started a long journey on the right foot.
It is important that we call on the very good people of Kaduna State to give all the support they can render for this government to succeed. This government requires support for peace to prevail. And once there's no peace, you hardly have development.
Kaduna for many years has witnessed several ethno-religious conflicts, but the elders are happy with the steps taken so far by the present administration to right the wrongs of the past.
We have been working on fighting insecurity. Thank you. And we've been trying to restore the mutual peaceful coexistence between Christians and Muslims. With your permission, Excellency, I want to say that we will soon be calling you the Sardona of our time.
For Governor Sani, whose administration inherited the multifaceted security challenges as well as other socioeconomic problems in Kaduna, addressing the challenges require a collaborative approach, just as he rails out measures taken to tackle the menace of banditry, kidnapping, and terrorism in the state.
They have agreed to set up 2 forward operating bases of the military in Kaduna State. Number one, they have agreed to set up one in southern Kaduna Aziz with Zango as the base. And another one will be set up also in the next 3 to 4 weeks by the grace of God in Beningwari, that will also serve the Beningwari Aziz as coming down to Giva. So I think it's one of the most important interventions by the defense headquarters. We always say that we need more boots on ground and we need the support of the military generally, and we're having that support.
Regular meetings and interactions like this, according to the governor, remain the main thrust of his administration towards deepening citizens' engagement and participatory governance in an effort to bring about the needed socio-economic development in the state.
Coming up on the program, we'll be talking to a representative from the Cano State government to find out how the government is handling the hue and cry that has come from the rise in food prices. Details in a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back. Some women who specialize in baking gurasa, a local bread originating from northern Nigeria, have lamented the high cost of wheat flour in Kano State. The women who staged the protest said they cannot afford to continue production if the prices remain high. Our correspondent Sadiq Ilyasu has more.
In the commercial city of Cano, in the northwest region, economic activities are feeling the effect of flexible exchange rates. The cost of food items has skyrocketed to an all-time high. As the inflation rate remains high in the country, businesses in the commercial city of Kano State continue to suffer. In the last 6 months, many food items have seen an increase of at least 50% in prices. A bag of flour has been sold at the cost of 23,000 naira and now is selling at 42,000 naira. A 50 kg bag of rice was sold at 43,000 naira and now is selling at 70,000 naira. 25 liters of groundnut oil are sold at 22,000 naira and now are selling at 43,000 naira. Memuna Hussaini is a gurasa baker in Dogonnama area of Kano State. She is a single mother with 5 children.
We can only pray for the better. We are just doing the business in order not to be idle.
Aisha Inua, a widow who is also a gurasa baker, is in a similar situation. This group of women staged a protest to register their concern.
We are appealing to the government to please reduce the cost of living. We and our children are suffering. Everything is now expensive for us. Our children can't go to school because of the hardship.
The leadership of the Single Market Development Association believes with proper government intervention, things can return to normal.
So virtually we are discussing and we are trying to urge people and the businessmen in Kano to be calm. And we are discussing with government officials on the issue. And inshallah, our pleadings will be considered, inshallah.
The fall in the value of the naira and the removal of fuel subsidy are among the factors affecting the prices of food items in the state.
So everybody is saying that the dollar is high and there is no adequate supply of the dollar, and all the measures taken by the central bank have not proved to be adequate. So it means the government needs to go back to the drawing board and see how we can increase the supply of the foreign exchange. And then, of course, we have to look at ways to also reduce the pressure on the dollar. maybe we have to look at export, for example, where we are just relying on the export of petroleum products, you understand, as the major source of revenue to the country. And I think whatever comes from there is what will be now divided into the whole other sectors of the economy. I think something has to be done about that too.
The economic strain caused by the soaring prices of essential commodities is severely impacting the livelihoods of women in Kano State, and urgent interventions are needed to alleviate their economic hardship. Sadiq Ilyasu, Channels Television News.
To discuss this issue, let's go live to our studios in Kano State, where the Director General Press, Kano State, Mr. Sanusi Bature, joins us. A pleasure having you with us on the program, Mr. Bature.
Thank you very much for having me, Melinda.
Okay, so how is the Kano State government handling the issue of the rise in commodities? The people appear fed up, especially the women.
Well, you know, Kano is arguably the most populous state, and we probably have the highest consumption in terms of food items and other resources. So this is really an issue that government has taken very serious because people are in hunger. Just yesterday, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf, invited the business community, at least the key figures in the business community, to discuss how effectively the state can manage the issue of hike in the foodstuff. That discussion centered around how food items can be available and affordable to the common people in the state. And as a government, His Excellency, even before this time, he deliberately initiated a lot of interventions, which include the distribution of palliatives, where a palliative compliance distribution committee was set up to ensure that whatever is allocated in the food items to be given as palliative is given to the 484 wards across the 44 local governments in the state. And a special attention was given to people living with disabilities and the families of late military and paramilitary officers who are no longer alive. So we have identified some key vulnerable groups, and as well the pensioners who are no longer in service. So the second thing His Excellency did, particularly for the pensioners, is to ensure that their entitlement that have been hanging by the previous administration was settled. He earmarked the sum of 6 billion naira, which was used to pay the pension gratuity of some of the pensioners, especially those below the grade level of 10. And at the same time, there was a special empowerment program given to people living with disabilities last month, so that some of them can be off the street of Cano for begging. And at the same time, being the most populous state in the state, we're not looking at only the immediate solution to this problem, but a sustainable solution that can ensure food sufficiency and affordability in the state. We have 22 earth dams and a lot of irrigation facilities, which His Excellency has put in the budget to renovate those dams and ensure there is an all-year round production of the food crops to ensure that there is a sufficiency in the production of food in the state. Okay, and then the biggest grains market in West Africa is domiciled in Cano, which is the Wano market. His Excellency has set up a committee to review the operations and the functionality of that market and ensure that price is stabilized for all the major crops.
Okay, Mr. Bature.
And on the other side,
just if I can quickly come in here, has there been any feedback? You mentioned a list of things the government has been doing from the palliative committee and what have you, to ensure that these committees that have been set up, they're actually doing their jobs, and what is meant to get to the most vulnerable and the poor actually gets to them.
Yes, we set up an accountability mechanism to ensure that what is meant for the poor gets to the poor at the right time. That is about the palliative distribution committee, which we also have another separate committee that is called palliative compliance committee for distribution of palliatives, headed by the secretary to the state government, which monitor the distribution and then set up some accountability mechanism that track the distribution to the household level.
Now, the House of Representatives has also asked that the federal government to address the economic hardship being experienced by Nigerians. What kind of policies do you think the federal government should put in place to actually deal with this situation?
Well, I think His Excellency just mentioned in his meeting with the business community yesterday that he will personally meet President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to tell him the condition of the people in Cano. The policies we are looking at is how to increase the production of food items, because in Cano we have an arable land that is sufficient enough to produce what Cano and the neighboring states can eat. And then by increasing the production, and also we have to ensure stability of the price so that it can be affordable to all the people in the state. And at the same time, you need to increase the purchasing power of the people as well, because no matter how low the price is, if someone doesn't have a job, will not be able to buy the food items.
Okay,
so therefore, all the initiatives around empowerment for women and youth and job creation are centered around the increasing the purchasing power of the 2 million population of Cano to ensure that they can be able to take care of themselves.
Okay, Mr. Sanusi Bature, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us on the program.
Thank you very much.
That's the program today. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Melinda Akinlami.
In a bid to rejuvenate public-private partnership in housing delivery across Nigeria, the federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, in collaboration with reputable consortium of private developers, is embarking on the delivery of 20,000 housing units in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It is the first phase of the massive and unprecedented nationwide housing delivery under the renewed Hope Cities and Estates program of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. It's a new dawn in housing development in Nigeria. The general public is invited to the official flag off. Date February 8, 2024. Venue RHP Kasana. Time 10 a.m. prompt. Special guest of honor Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Chief host Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, Honorable Minister, Housing and Urban Development. Host Abdullahi Tijani Gwazo, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. The renewed Hope Cities and Estates. Housing Nigerians, empowering lives.
Big tech wasn't really here. What have they seen in the past 10 years, which is making all of them want to put their HQ here?
If you're a business that sees itself growing global, we'll definitely need some sort of like boosts. We need to tap into those existing networks that these big tech companies do provide.
Is there a downside to big investment in Africa? Okay. It's a tricky question.
If we want to be like Amazon, we want to be like Google. Like, this is not, we are not looking to sort of be just another player.
For me, big tech is something highly controversial. I see the value of it, but I also see that Africans should stop playing second fiddle to some of these organizations and have the confidence to start building our own technology.
We've seen how we are using the limited resources we have to solve real problems. They've seen indigenous tech startups achieving things that took them years to figure out.
In fulfillment of the constitutional rules and mandates, the Nigerian Navy stands as the formidable shield against criminal enterprises at sea. Their unwavering dedication and strategic prowess have transformed the maritime landscape, yielding unprecedented results. Welcome to Nigerian Navy in Focus. My name is Oluwatoyosi Awotunde, your guide for navigation. Today's edition of the program focuses on various arrests of vessels made by the Nigerian Navy and also the gains of Operation Delta Sanity for the week in review. It promises to be an informative voyage.
November Kilo, coming for Delta Kilo.
The constitutional mandate of the Nigerian Navy is to ensure a safe and secure maritime environment for legitimate socio-economic activities to thrive. In line with this mandate, the Navy monitors the activities of seafarers and take appropriate action to avert all forms of criminality, including illegal bunkering, piracy, illegal unreported and regulated fishing, IUUF, and crude oil theft, among others. In fulfillment of this national assigned responsibility, tremendous achievement in arresting criminally suspicious vessels has been recorded. Leveraging on its state-of-the-art cutting-edge technology, the Nigerian Navy Maritime Domain Awareness Facility, the Falcon Eye, highly skilled personnel and cooperation of citizens in volunteering information, Nigerian Navy is staying steps ahead of illicit maritime operators. Between December 2014 and May 2022, a total of 28 vessels were arrested for various offenses, largely crude oil theft, by the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Beecroft alone. Some of these vessels include MT Dejikun vessel, arrested due to involvement in the hijack of MT Maximus by a Nigerian Navy ship NNS Beecroft on 19th June 2016. DSV Singapore inspector vessel, arrested by NNS Beecroft on 25th of February 2017. MT Wolof vessel, operating with expired approvals, was arrested on 30th of June 2017. MV Didove 1 vessel, on 13th of August 2017, arrested conveying petroleum product without any valid document. MV Grace Water vessel was on 8th of October 2018 arrested by NNS Beecroft conveying petroleum products suspected to be crude oil without any valid document. MV Akemi Joe Deborah, a vessel conveying petroleum products suspected to be AGO without any valid document, was arrested on 14th January 2019. On 2nd of March 2019, MV D Favor vessel conveying petroleum products suspected to be AGO without any valid document was arrested by NNS Beecroft. MT Team Begele vessel on 3rd December 2019 was arrested conveying AGO product without any valid document. MT Zeebrugge vessel on 12th December 2019 was arrested conveying crude oil without any valid document. MT Ibim vessel conveying crude oil without any valid document was 27 December 2019 arrested by NNS Beecroft. MV Laida vessel was arrested on 31st of December 2019, conveying AGO product without any valid document by NNSB Craft. On 21st of January 2020, MT Mabog vessel conveying AGO without any valid document was arrested by NNSB Craft. 3rd February 2020, MV CX Fleet 1 vessel conveying AGO product without any valid document was also arrested. MV Platform Care 2 vessel was on May 4th, 2022, arrested conveying AGO without any valid document. On 24th of July 2020, MT Mother Comfort vessel was arrested on suspicion of involvement in AGO illegal activities. MT Bound vessel conveying AGO without any valid document was arrested on 31st of January 2020. The vessel is currently at the Badagry Creek. The owner has appealed judgment and litigation ongoing at the Appellate Court. On 13th of February 2020, MV African Support 3 vessel conveying AGO product without any valid document was arrested by NNSB Craft. It is currently submerged within Badagry Creek. On 15th February 2020, MT Omas vessel conveying AGO product without any valid document was arrested by Nigerian Navy ship NNSB Craft of the Western Naval Command. MV Fourthman 1 vessel was arrested for conveying 10 Manta boats without naval clearance on 27th of December 2021. MV TIS 4 was arrested on 5th of December 2021 at a creek within Akasa River in Bayelsa State. The vessel was suspected to be loaded with about 700,000 liters of substance to be illegally sourced crude oil. Currently, the vessel has been handed over to the EFCC for prosecution. MV Tokoni vessel was on 3rd of May 2022 arrested by NNSB Craft for conveying crude oil without any valid document. The vessel is afloat at Badagry Creek. The Nigerian Navy executed daring sting operations, intercepting criminally suspected vessels. These high-stakes missions showcased the Navy's precision and determination in the face of maritime threats. Recognizing the enormity of the challenge, the Nigerian Navy forged partnerships with international organizations and neighboring countries. These collaborations enhanced information sharing and coordinated efforts to combat transnational maritime crime. One of the results of such collaborations was the successful arrest of MT Heroic Idun, a Norwegian-registered vessel caught attempting to steal Nigeria's crude oil in August 2022 by the Nigerian Navy. As the Nigerian Navy's operations intensified, the Gulf of Guinea witnessed a significant reduction in piracy incidents and illegal activities. The Navy's unwavering commitment to maritime security had a ripple effect, fostering economic growth and reinforcing the global standing victory in Nigeria's war on international piracy, culminating in the listing of the country from the rank of piracy-prone nations. Between 2023 and January 2024, several vessels were arrested for various offenses by the highly motivated men of the Nigerian Navy. They include MT Vinalaris 1 vessel, the Nigerian Navy Forward Operating Base FOB Igbokoda in Ondo on Wednesday 6 December 2023 at about 10 p.m. detected a 77-meter-long motor tanker MT Vinalaris 1 Lagos engaged in illegal siphoning of crude oil from one of the wellheads at a basin oil field about 7 nautical miles off the coast of Awoye Riverine Community in Ilaje local government area of Ondo State. The vessel was successfully arrested in the early hours of Thursday, 7th December 2023 at about 3 a.m. with 17 crew members of Nigerian nationality on board at the time of arrest. The apprehension of the vessel was based on credible intelligence received by the base on the illegal activities of crude oil thieves at the location, which informed the swift deployment of Forward Operating Base FOB Igbokoda personnel to enforce the arrest of the vessel and her crew. It is important to note that as the anti-crude oil theft patrol team of FOB Igbokoda approached MT Vinalaris 1 Lagos, the two boats attached to the vessel fled on sighting the naval personnel, which confirmed the engagement of the vessel in illegality. On arrival at the scene, it was discovered that the vessel was actively involved in siphoning crude oil from both sides of the wellhead. The vessel's storage capacity is about 15,000 metric tons, and as at the time of arrest, she had loaded about 500 metric tons of crude oil. The arrest of MT Vinalaris 1 Lagos attests to the Nigerian Navy's determination to curb crude oil theft and all manners of illegalities in Nigeria's maritime domain. All criminals and their cohorts are hereby warned that the Nigerian Navy will use all legitimate means at its disposal to track and arrest perpetrators of illegalities in Nigeria's maritime environment. Others include MT Queen Hansel.
This is MT Queen Hansel, arrested on Saturday, 30th December 2023 for alleged COT and AIS infractions. It is under the custody of FOB Ibaka. Investigation is still ongoing.
A fishing vessel, Toki 2, built in 1998 and sailing under unknown flag, was also arrested.
This is MFB Toki 2, arrested on Tuesday, 23rd January 2024 for illicit trawling within 2 nautical miles of FOB Ibaka, an AIS infraction. The vessel is under the custody of FOB Ibaka.
MV Jennifer 1 vessel was also arrested.
MV Jennifer 1 was arrested on 20th January 2024 in a combined effort between NNS Oji and FOB Boni for alleged suspicious activity around Okori Oil Terminal. Preliminary investigation revealed that the vessel switched off her AIS and was suspected of intending to engage in illegal activities due to her failure to display her AIS. Her failure to operate her AIS is an infraction against the maritime laws of the nation. Currently, the vessel is under detention at Bonny Anchorage.
On 21 August 2023, MFV DR Marius 1 was arrested while trawling within an area reserved for artisanal fishing boat, that is 4.8 nautical miles from shore around Middleton River, without operating her automatic identification system. The fishing vessel has been handed over to the Federal Department of Fisheries for further investigation and possible prosecution. MFV 7 Star 1 was arrested on 29th of November 2023 at about 6 nautical miles from Brass Terminal. Preliminary investigation by FOB Formoso revealed that the captain falsely declares 14 number of crew on board as against 12. The additional 2 crew were discovered to be legally embarked, while 2 Indian on board were without passport. MFV Lady Jessica was arrested on Monday, 11 December 2023, while trawling within an area reserved for artisanal fishing boats that is less than 5 nautical miles from the shore around Pennington River entrance without operating her automatic identification system. The fishing vessel was handed over to the Federal Department of Fisheries for further investigation and possible prosecution. The Nigerian Navy has executed a series of strategic operations to curb illegal activities within our waters. The Gulf of Guinea, notorious for piracy, is witnessing remarkable success as the Nigerian Navy unwavering dedication and strategic prowess is transforming the maritime landscape. The guardians of the Gulf stand resolute, ensuring that the waves that surround Nigeria tell tales of justice and security while sending a strong message of warning to those who sought to exploit our maritime resources illegally. With the Nigerian Navy intensified efforts in combating maritime crime, criminal activities ranging from smuggling, illegal oil bunkering to piracy, which once threatened the nation's economic lifeline, is fast becoming history. While the Navy is aware that the criminals are feeling heat of the war taken to their doorsteps and will employ every means to smear the ongoing success stories, the Nigerian Navy remains steadfast in its commitment to securing the waters that surround this nation and assets therein. The Navy's triumphs echo not only on the waves but in the hearts of a grateful nation. Nigerians are assured that in accordance with its statutory responsibilities and drawing strength from the strategic directives of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, Admiralty Medal, the Nigerian Navy will maintain a posture of zero tolerance to crude oil theft and other criminal activities in our maritime domain. The Navy shall continue to work in synergy with other maritime stakeholders, Gulf of Guinea states, navies, and strategic partners to ensure that Nigeria derives maximum benefit from its natural maritime endowments. The menace of crude oil theft and illegal bunkering constituted a substantial threat to the nation's economic development and prosperity. In order to derive optimal benefits from Nigeria's maritime environment for economic prosperity, Operation Delta Sanity was flagged off on 11th of January 2024. All participating commands, bases, forward operating bases, units and formations of the Nigerian Navy are vigorously and sincerely delivering results in pursuit of the desired objectives of the operation. The naval base Oguta in Imo State discovered a passport boat laden with multiple sacks of stolen crude oil totaling about 1,200 liters across Oguta Lake River Bank, Imo State on Tuesday, 30th January 2024. In Bayelsa, Monday the 29th of January 2024, had the Nigerian Navy ship Soro deactivated a legal refining site with 2 pumping machines, generator, galvanized pipes, hoses, as well as various empty gallons and jerry cans in Atala of Foropa, Bayelsa State. Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder discovered and destroyed a legal refining site with 3 ovens and 5 reservoirs around Alu Rivers General Area, Rivers State on Friday 26 January 2024. On Wednesday 24th January 2024, Forward Operating Base Bonny in conjunction with Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder Swamp Buggy Team destroyed a total of 9 constructed cooking pots, 4 storage tanks as well as 3 reservoirs around Birakiri General Area in Okrika, Rivers State. Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder intercepted and arrested a boat with 11 crew and laden with 10 metal plates, 14 angle iron, as well as 20 gas cylinders on Tuesday 23rd January 2024. The suspects were handed over by the base operations officer, Commander S.M. Kabir, and to the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps on Monday 29th January 2024. In Araromi seaside of Ilaje, Ondo State, on Saturday 27th January 2024, Forward Operating Base Igbokoda deactivated a legal refining site with a cooking pot of about 33,000 liters and a storage tank of about 25,000 liters. The Nigerian Navy Forward Operating Base FOB Bonny in Rivers State on Thursday 25th January 2024 destroyed some illegal refining sites as well uncovered tapped wellheads in Cowton Channel. The commanding officer of the base, Commodore Reginald Adoki, described the operation as a proactive measure to curtail criminal activities while preventing environmental degradation, amongst others. He enjoined the public to cooperate with the Nigerian Navy by providing any relevant information that would aid in the ongoing efforts to dismantle these criminal networks. On Wednesday, 24th January 2024, Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder in Rivers State intercepted a boat with 11 suspects conveying materials used for construction of illegal refineries along Krakrama axis of the state. The suspects were arrested for further investigations. Forward Operating Base Igbokoda deactivates a legal refining site with 365,000 liters of crude oil in Araromi Seaside, Ilaje, Ondo State on Tuesday, 23rd January 2024.
Get ready to dive into the world of the Nigerian Navy as Nigerian Navy in Focus, a captivating TV program, takes you deep into the heart of the activities of the nation's maritime centennial. Join us as we navigate the waters alongside the brave men and women of the Nigerian Navy who have dedicated their lives to this noble cause. Their hopes, dreams, sacrifices, and triumphs. Experience their courage, their resilience, and their unwavering commitment to serving the nation and protecting her waters and relentless pursuit of safeguarding our maritime borders. Let Nigerian Navy in Focus transport you to the seas, where bravery meets honor and the depths hold countless untold stories. Every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. on the Nigerian Television Authority NTA International. Every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. on Television Continental TVC. Every Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. on Channels Television and The Navigator. Every Thursday on Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria FRCN. Don't miss out on this unmissable TV experience. It is the Nigerian Navy in Focus, and it is all about the Nigerian Navy. Onward together.
The seas are expansive, so the duty and dedication of those safeguarding them equally immense. The Nigerian Navy has consistently showcased steadfast commitments to maritime security, resulting in a ripple effect that promotes economic growth and strengthens the nation's global standing. As we conclude this edition of the program, join us in paying tribute to the guardians of our seas. Their unwavering commitment and courage consistently contributes to shaping a maritime future that is safer and more secure for everyone. Thanks for your attention and viewership. Until our next meeting, my name is Oluwatoyosi Awotunde. Onward together.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
I'm Ifeoma Williams, your guide on this transformative journey.
Welcome to Transform Her, the first of its kind on-air coaching program exclusively on Channels Television.
I define a product as that perfect thing that people are ready to part with their money for.
In a male-dominated environment, being required to uphold a position of leadership.
The good, the bad, the ugly, they all pull together
to make you this woman and this person that you can be.
Join us in shaping the future of African female leadership as we provide practical resources for entrepreneurs and aspiring C-suite leaders. Every Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. West African time, we bring you expert interviews, transformative coaching, and the tools you need for exponential personal and professional growth. Transform her, because it's time to unlock your potential and lead with purpose.
No matter where they are, if it concerns the people, we are there. From community game changers to homemade solution providers, where assurance and trust are built.
Policing should be people from the community who do the job. You don't bring an outsider.
We hear about Amotekun. We've not seen much of them around this area.
Documenting journeys of many starting big from a small place. Creating an intentional community where people go beyond living together to building strong and more friendly communities. Community Report, only on Channels Television.
How does double digits affect your purchasing power? What about ballooning debt profile and scarce FX? How's that affecting your business?
The federal government is turning to the money market to fund these deficits. Are yields contracting or expanding? Is this a good buy for you?
Inflation drives MPC decisions and affects sentiments at the equities market. What is happening to your investment?
Or would you rather go digital? We track all the volatility in the crypto market.
Get the answers from the business team every weekday at 1 p.m. on Business Incorporated, only on Channels Television.
Coming up on Network Africa. Senegal's parliament delays election to December 15th after Monday's chaotic vote. Medical charity Doctors Without Borders say about 13 children die each day of severe malnutrition in Sudan's northern Darfur. Plus, South Africa faces hefty increase in fuel prices amidst the global turmoil. Hello and welcome to the program today. I'm Layo Olarinde. We'll begin in Senegal, where the parliament has voted to postpone its elections till the end of the year. Members of parliament had gathered on Monday to discuss the proposal by President Macky Sall after he made a weekend announcement of moving the election date because of what he called a dispute between the National Assembly and the Constitutional Court over the rejection of candidates. Well, reports say it was a chaotic vote as opposition lawmakers were forcibly removed from the chamber as they debated the president's earlier decision to delay the crucial election. Parliamentary backing came late on Monday when 105 MPs in the 165-seat assembly voted in favor of the measure, which delays the election until December 15 and is keeping Mr. Sall in office until his successor is installed. Well, the bill initially set an election date for August 25, but the president, who has served the maximum 2 terms, was originally due to leave office on April 2nd. Well, as the lawmakers debated the bill on Monday, security forces fired tear gas at protesters who had gathered outside the parliament in Dakar, burning tires and criticizing the decision. Well, joining us now on the program is Madi Kamara, Senegalese journalist in Dakar, for more on this. Hello, Madi. Thank you so much for your time on the program. Talk to us more about Monday's event, the debate by the members of parliament, which eventually led to a December 15th date. We understand some opposition lawmakers were also forcibly removed from the chamber and security forces and protesters clashing. Tell us more about what happened yesterday.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Indeed, a lot happened yesterday. Since the morning, people have been waiting for what's going to be the last decision from the National Assembly, whether the law is going to pass or not. So people were just in the streets. You can see that people are not happy. There were little protests here and there in some neighborhoods, and police, of course, intervened very quickly and dispersed the protesters. And there were a lot of journalists and opposition members and presidential party members in the National Assembly since almost the whole day until 2 a.m. Last night, and it was kind of bit tricky and very complicated between the two groups of lawmakers in Senegal. Some of them thinking that it shouldn't even be voted, and they were trying to avoid the vote, to block the vote, and others are ready to vote because they want the law to pass, which is the majority on the presidential party members. So there have been a lot of clashes between MPs themselves. And finally, while they start voting, the MPs from the opposition party, you ask, can we stand and block the vote and try to block the vote? And so they make the security come to disperse them and to kick them out. So when the vote was happening, a lot of them have already left the room.
Well, we understand that, some opposition presidential candidates are also not agreeing to this decision. Are they planning to challenge this?
I think they have been planning to challenge this since the very beginning, since they heard about the news and the president announced the postponement of the elections. So they are struggling for that not to happen, and they're doing all what's possible at their level to stop it. They call for protests, for mobilization. It seems to be kind of be challenging for them, for the opposition party, to gather people again for multiple reasons. Not only Macky Sall is not running for the elections, clear, but Sonko is not running either. So that has reduced the number of people engaging into protest. So if you call people to come in the street and protest, it's gonna be a little bit challenging without the same impact as it has been in 2021 or the previous month. But they are eager to do their best for the law not to be reinforced. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in the future.
But however, we have one candidate that is supporting this delay. That's Karim Wade. He's the former ruling Democratic Party presidential candidate. What's his reason? Why is he supporting the delay of the election?
To my understanding, and according to experts and people who really know politics in Senegal, Karim Wade is, of course, yes, an opposition member, but what kind of opposition member? If Karim Wade had double nationality, that's the beginning of the trouble. Karim Wade is French and Senegalese, and the Constitutional Council accepted his document, but then pulled him out of the list, saying that he's French. He said then there will be no vote until everybody is able to participate in the vote. That's how it started. And the parliament support this idea because they think that it will give more time to review the decision of the Constitutional Council of maintaining only those 20 people and give another chance for Karim Wade to run for the elections. And of course, Karim Wade knows that and understands that politically, maybe he has more electoral than the Prime Minister Amadou Ba, which a lot of people say that he couldn't win the vote. And there have to be a strong opposition leader. Maybe I'm thinking of maybe Karim Wade will think he will be candidate not only, which is one reason why he supports the idea, but then if there is coalition, first two elections, second two elections, and there must be a coalition who's gonna be running for the coalition within the opposition. And I know that you, as Kanwi and the PDS of Karim Wade, will not do a coalition in order to run for the second two elections. So my guess is maybe there is a hope that there will be a collaboration between APR, the presidential party, and the PDS.
Well, you had mentioned earlier that, you know, the president says he won't be running again, and he has served the maximum 2 terms. And now he's originally due to leave the office on April 2nd. But with this delay of the election, what is expected to happen?
That's a good question, but it's hard to respond to that question. Anything could be expected to happen. Protests can happen again and things can get worse if he decided to stay for 1 more year in power. For what? Like, first of all, people have decided to give him 6 more months, which the Constitution doesn't even accept. It's against the Constitution, say the experts. And then now he's staying for a whole year. What's going to happen? I'm sure that the opposition will keep criticizing, and some activists will stand on the social net platforms and keep criticizing. And it will also put in question the question of Senegal as a model of democracy in West Africa.
And finally, Madi, how is the public, especially, I mean, the electorate, these are the people that are putting these people in power. How are they responding to all that's happened? An election that should have held this month has now been dragged further down to the end of the year.
Especially younger people think that it's not fair and the election should happen no matter what. But then those young people, it's good to mention that a lot of those younger people don't vote. They don't actually vote. They stay at home when the vote happens. They are more into speaking, into protesting, into saying, no, this isn't fair, this shouldn't be this. But people, the older people in general, there is one challenge is they are not even aware of what is happening, what is actually happening. A lot of people don't seem to understand that Macky Sall's mandate finish next April. However, he's gonna stay until December 2024. A lot of people don't understand that, so you don't hear that much reaction from people, from elderly people who often vote, and so it's difficult to put online like the idea of people in general.
All right then, Madi Kamara, Senegalese journalist, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Away from Senegal, about 13 children are dying each day of severe malnutrition at the Zamzam camp in Sudan's northern Darfur as a consequence of the 10-month war in their country. Well, this is according to medical charity Doctors Without Borders, or MSF. The head of emergency response in Sudan, Claire Nicolette, says one child is dying every 2 hours in the camp. MSF says that Zamzam camp, that is housing more than 300,000 people, was originally formed by people fleeing ethnically targeted violence in the region back in 2003. However, since the war broke out between Sudan's military and paramilitary forces last year, April, camp residents have been cut off from vital humanitarian and medical care. Meanwhile, the head of the UN Refugee Agency is warning that Europe may have to deal with a rise in the numbers of Sudanese refugees if a ceasefire agreement isn't signed soon between Sudan's warring factions and relief efforts aren't strengthened. Authorities in the southwestern Somali town of Beled Hawo say 6 Ethiopians are among 7 people that have been killed in an overnight attack by suspected Al-Shabaab militants. The gunmen attacked a compound, killing 5 women and 2 men. The district commissioner of the town, Abdi Rashid Argo, says the 6 slain Ethiopians were ethnic Oromo, while the 7th victim was a Somali woman. She was the neighbor of the Ethiopians and was killed after coming out when she heard the gunshots and shone a light on the attackers. Well, some of the wounded people in that attack have been taken to Mandera, Kenya for treatment, and the victims have since been buried. Well, South Africans can expect an increase of between 72 cents and 75 cents per litre in the price of petrol on Wednesday, with diesel expected to also increase. This is according to data released by the Central Energy Fund, CEF, before the official announcement from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy this week. Projections for the fuel price in February have steadily deteriorated throughout January, going from no change at the beginning of a significant increase by the end of the month. Well, this is predominantly due to a rise in the price of oil due to the conflict in the Middle East and rising geopolitical tensions.
South Africans will have to dig even deeper into already shallow pockets as the price of fuel is expected to increase significantly in February. While most consumers are recovering from festive season spending and stretched budgets, the latest fuel price prediction from the Automobile Association, AA, points to a steep hike at the pumps from Wednesday. The AA said with household budgets in the red, this new fuel price increase will come as a double blow. Acting National Spokesperson, Parliamentary Coordinator Matthew Parks explains.
We've seen the cost of living really rising. Inflation has peaked at about 7.8% earlier this year. Electricity has gone up by 18.65% this year. It's going to go up by 12% next year. Food inflation, which hits workers the hardest, has really gone out of control. So workers are really struggling. Yet at the same time, you find that government and employers continuously blame workers for the economic crisis. They continually seek to impose wage freezes upon workers in the public and the private sector. We think that government really must do more. We appreciate that government cannot do much about the war in Ukraine, and the perennial conflicts in the Middle East, which always push up the international oil price. We're always going to be further exposed as a country because we import oil to these international oil price fluctuations, which then have an impact upon the fuel price. But government can do something about the fuel price tax regime.
While the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy is yet to confirm this increase, the AA said that motorists could expect a litre of 95 octane to climb from 22 rands 44 cents to 23 rands 15 cents a litre. From Johannesburg, South Africa, Innocent Samosa, Channels Television News.
Still ahead on the program. Chinese citizens in Nigeria mark the Chinese Lunar New Year. Please stay with us.
Breaking news.
Again with the latest Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Developing stories. And the conversations that matter.
We see an increase because of the economic pressure on them. The people are paying more for crossing borders irregularly.
Get a glimpse of the world around you on The World Today. Weekdays at this time.
Welcome back to the program. 4 suspects have been arraigned in court in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, over a gas explosion that has killed 6 people and injured nearly 300. Well, the main suspect, the tenant of the property where the blast happened, surrendered to the police on Monday, although Derek Kimati has denied any wrongdoing. Well, he appeared at the Milimani Law Courts along with 3 officials of the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. They are yet to be charged, but local media reports that authorities are considering bringing several charges against them, including murder, abuse of office, and negligence resulting in harm. Their court arraignment comes days after President William Ruto ordered the arrest and prosecution of government officials who allowed the gas plant to illegally operate in a residential area. Well, last Thursday, a lorry carrying gas cylinders blew up just before midnight in a densely populated area of the city, causing several fires. Namibians have held a candlelit vigil in the capital, Windhoek, to pay homage to their late president, Hage Geingob. The much-respected leader, who was receiving treatment for cancer, passed away on Sunday at the age of 82. Well, tributes continue to pour in from around the world for the late president, who was said to be a soft-spoken person, but firm on advancing Africa's agenda as an important stakeholder in global affairs. President Geingob played a central role in what has become one of Africa's most stable democracies after returning from a long exile in Botswana and the United States as an anti-apartheid activist. He also maintained close relations with the United States and other Western countries, but like many African leaders, also forged a warm relationship with China and other global powers. Chinese citizens around the world have been marking the start of another year and the start of spring. In Lagos State, here in Nigeria, the consulate invited members of the diplomatic community, Lagos State government, and members of the Chinese community in the state to celebrate the events. Our foreign affairs correspondent, Amarachi Ubani, reports.
Under the cool, breezy sky of a major hotel in the Lagos metropolis, the Chinese consulate in Lagos holds a big party, one that happens once a year. Only this once-a-year party is the New Year and the Spring Festival. The Consul General, Ms. Yang Yuqing, in her address delivered in Mandarin, sprinkled with some English, welcomed invited guests and wished everyone success in the Year of the Dragon.
I hope all of you have fitness, success, happiness in the Chinese New Year of Dragon. Long-lasting China-Nigeria friendship. Thank you all. 谢谢大家.
It was followed by goodwill speeches from a select number of VIPs.
In the of Chinese traditions, we find a source of inspiration and admiration. The Chinese Gala is not just a celebration, it is a bridge that connects us across cultures and continents. It symbolizes the beauty of diversity and the strength that comes from understanding and embracing one another.
You contribute to our dynamic economy by providing jobs for our people, by bringing your beautiful and your delicious Chinese culinary tasty dishes. We appreciate that. You bring your science and technology. You bring your commerce, and we can see that your innovations are helping Lagos move forward to achieve the vision of the Greater Lagos Rising through the Blue Line project. Thank you, China. Thank you, Chinese diaspora.
The Chinese New Year is a time for joy, it's a time for reunion, it's a time for celebration. It's a time to reflect on the past year and look forward to the opportunities that the future holds.
The event was laced with cultural dances showing the fusion of Chinese and Nigerian values. Even the Consul General could not resist being the center of attraction herself. There's also a return of Chinese goodwill in Lagos.
I thank the Chinese community very well.
The Consul General later speaks on the shared relations.
We often say that Spring Festival is Chinese festival, but it also belongs the whole world. Especially last year, UN announced that the Chinese Spring Festival will be the international festival. So I'm so glad that the peoples from all over the world, include Nigeria, can together celebrate New Year with Chinese people.
How Nigerian can one Chinese get?
I'm in Nigeria almost 21 years. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yes, I'm Nigeria household too. Thank you. So far we are here. We appreciate it. We thank you. Nigeria friends support us. So we so far here. So we are like one family.
And what a celebration without some fireworks. "2024 is the year of the dragon, according to the Chinese zodiac. The dragon symbolizing strength, energy, and vitality." Amarachi Ubani, Channels Television News.
From the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development is in Nigeria to continue conversations with several federal ministries on issues bordering on skills acquisition, development, and export between both countries.
Thank you. Please.
It's a meeting holding at the request of the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, led by the Minister, Venja Scholz.
And also Mr. Chazo, the Director General Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria.
The minister comes with a proposal of cooperation between Nigeria and Germany on issues ranging from development of women-led MSMEs, skills development, and talent exports between both countries.
Our cooperation, I want to point out that is in our common interest. Nigeria is Africa's largest and most populous economy, and Germany is an export nation. We are interested in growing markets. So some 90 German companies are already active here in Nigeria. And one reason is that Nigeria has so many creative young people, and that is what companies like to have and why they are here. However, cooperation with Nigeria is also becoming more and more important for the resolution of shared global challenges, such as the climate crisis, but also with a view to peaceful solutions for the Sahel. I'm the Sahel president of the Sahel Alliance of the donors, and we are also aligned in the fight against terrorism.
Her proposals are attractive to the Nigerian government.
I thank you for this visit and your opportunity here today to engage in very important discussions here that promoting continued cooperation between our two countries, particularly in the area of micro and small and medium-scale enterprises, and in particular, women-led micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. And of course, we are looking at opportunities for skill development and talent export between Nigeria and Germany, a two-way process.
Vice Chancellor Herbeck, and he recommended that we meet with you on specific asks that we had asked. One was on the development of the SME subsector in Nigeria, and the other one was in building skills and certification of artisans, whereby we knew that Germany was interested in a vocational skill worker exchange partnership. And I'd like to inform you that we've been in touch with AHK, and we are in the process of signing an MOU for that to happen, and that will streamline the talent acquisition program and the talent exchange program as we've spoken. And we are very happy to receive you here. And as we already mentioned in the side meeting that we had, you're interested in renewable energy, agriculture, access to finance for MSMEs, increasing access to finance for MSMEs. And that would be a major booster for the industrial sector of the economy. And let me just also cap it up by saying that His Excellency, the President, is highly committed to ensuring that the economy turns around, job creation, reduction of poverty or poverty alleviation, inclusiveness, ensuring the rule of law, and all of this geared towards increasing both capital investment in the country and boosting industrialization.
This meeting is a follow-up to earlier deliberations on the sidelines of the G20 Investment Summit.
And that's it on the program today. Thank you for watching. I'm Layo Olarinde.
In fulfillment of the constitutional rules and mandates, the Nigerian Navy stands as the formidable shield against criminal enterprises at sea. Their unwavering dedication and strategic prowess have transformed the maritime landscape, yielding unprecedented results. Welcome to Nigerian Navy in Focus. My name is Oluwatoyosi Awotunde, your guide for navigation. Today's edition of the program focuses on various arrests of vessels made by the Nigerian Navy and also the gains of Operation Delta Sanity for the week in review. It promises to be an informative voyage.
November Kilo, coming for Delta Kilo.
The constitutional mandate of the Nigerian Navy is to ensure safe and secure maritime environment for legitimate socio-economic activities to thrive. In line with this mandate, the Navy monitors the activities of seafarers and take appropriate action to avert all forms of criminality, including illegal bunkering, piracy, illegal unreported and regulated fishing, IUUF, and crude oil theft, among others. In fulfillment of this national assigned responsibility, tremendous achievements in arresting criminally suspicious vessels has been recorded. Leveraging on its state-of-the-art cutting-edge technology, the Nigerian Navy Maritime Domain Awareness Facility, the Falcon Eye, highly skilled personnel and cooperation of citizens in volunteering information, Nigerian Navy is staying steps ahead of illicit maritime operators. Between December 2014 and May 2022, a total of 28 vessels were arrested for various offenses, largely crude oil theft, by the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Beecroft alone. Some of these vessels include MT Dejikun vessel, arrested due to involvement in the hijack of MT Maximus by a Nigerian Navy ship NNS Beecroft on 19th June 2016. DSV Singapore inspector vessel, arrested by NNS Beecroft on 25th of February 2017. MT Wolof vessel, operating with expired approvals, was arrested on 30th of June 2017. MV Didove 1 vessel, on 13th of August 2017, arrested conveying petroleum product without any valid document. MV Grace Water vessel was on 8th of October 2018 arrested by NNS Beecroft conveying petroleum products suspected to be crude oil without any valid document. MV Akemi Joe Deborah, a vessel conveying petroleum products suspected to be AGO without any valid document, was arrested on 14th January 2019. On 2nd of March 2019, MV D Favor vessel conveying petroleum products suspected to be AGO without any valid document was arrested by NNS Beecroft. MT Team Begele vessel on 3rd December 2019 was arrested conveying AGO product without any valid document. MT Zeebrugge vessel on 12th December 2019 was arrested conveying crude oil without any valid document. MT Ibim vessel conveying crude oil without any valid document was 27th December 2019 arrested by NNS Beecroft. MV Laida vessel was arrested on 31st of December 2019 conveying AGO product without any valid document by NNS Beecroft. On 21st of January 2020, MT Mabogue vessel conveying AGO without any valid document was arrested by NNS Beecroft. 3rd February 2020, MV CX Fleet 1 vessel conveying AGO product without any valid document was also arrested. MV Platform Care 2 vessel was on May 4th, 2022, arrested conveying AGO without any valid document. On 24th of July 2020, MT Mother Comfort vessel was arrested on suspicion of involvement in AGO illegal activities. MT Bound vessel conveying AGO without any valid document was arrested on 31st of January 2020. The vessel is currently at the Badagry Creek. The owner has appealed judgment and litigation ongoing at the Appellate Court. On 13th of February 2020, MV African Support 3 vessel conveying AGO product without any valid document was arrested by NNS Beecroft. It is currently submerged within Badagry Creek. On 15th February 2020, MT Omas vessel conveying AGO product without any valid document was arrested by Nigerian Navy ship NNS Beecroft of the Western Naval Command. MV Fourthman 1 vessel was arrested for conveying 10 Manta boats without naval clearance on 27th of December 2021. MV TIS 4 was arrested on 5th of December 2021 at a creek within Akassa River in Bayelsa State. The vessel was suspected to be loaded with about 700,000 liters of substance to be illegally sourced crude oil. Currently, the vessel has been handed over to the EFCC for prosecution. MV Tokoni vessel was on 3rd of May 2022 arrested by NNS Beecroft for conveying crude oil without any valid document. The vessel is afloat at Badagry Creek. The Nigerian Navy executed daring sting operations, intercepting criminally suspected vessels. These high-stakes missions showcased the Navy's precision and determination in the face of maritime threats. Recognizing the enormity of the challenge, the Nigerian Navy forged partnerships with international organizations and neighboring countries. These collaborations enhanced information sharing and coordinated efforts to combat transnational maritime crime. One of the results of such collaborations was the successful arrest of MT Heroic Idun, a Norwegian-registered vessel caught attempting to steal Nigeria's crude oil in August 2022 by the Nigerian Navy. As the Nigerian Navy's operations intensified, the Gulf of Guinea witnessed a significant reduction in piracy incidents and illegal activities. The Navy's unwavering commitment to maritime security had a ripple effect, fostering economic growth and reinforcing the global standing victory in Nigeria's war on international piracy, culminating in the listing of the country from the rank of piracy-prone nations. Between 2023 and January 2024, several vessels were arrested for various offenses by the highly motivated men of the Nigerian Navy. They include MT Vinalaris 1 vessel, the Nigerian Navy Forward Operating Base FOB Igbokoda in Ondo on Wednesday 6 December 2023 at about 10 p.m. detected a 77-meter-long motor tanker MT Vinalaris 1 Lagos engaged in illegal siphoning of crude oil from one of the wellheads at a basin oil field about 7 nautical miles off the coast of Awoye Riverine Community in Ilaje local government area of Ondo State. The vessel was successfully arrested in the early hours of Thursday, 7th December 2023 at about 3 a.m. with 17 crew members of Nigerian nationality on board at the time of arrest. The apprehension of the vessel was based on credible intelligence received by the base on the illegal activities of crude oil thieves at the location, which informed the swift deployment of Forward Operating Base FOB Igbokoda personnel to enforce the arrest of the vessel and her crew. It is important to note that as the anti-crude oil theft patrol team of FOB Igbokoda approached MT Vinalaris 1 Lagos, the 2 boats attached to the vessel fled on sighting the naval personnel, which confirmed the engagement of the vessel in illegality. On arrival at the scene, it was discovered that the vessel was actively involved in siphoning crude oil from both sides of the wellhead. The vessel's storage capacity is about 15,000 metric tons, and as at the time of arrest, she had loaded about 500 metric tons of crude oil. The arrest of MT Vinalaris 1 Lagos attests to the Nigerian Navy's determination to curb crude oil theft and all manners of illegalities in Nigeria's maritime domain. All criminals and their cohorts are hereby warned that the Nigerian Navy will use all legitimate means at its disposal to track and arrest perpetrators of illegalities in Nigeria's maritime environment. Others include MT Queen Hansel.
This is MT Queen Hansel, arrested on Saturday, 30th December 2023, for alleged COT and AIS infraction. It is under the custody of FOB Ibaka. Investigation is still ongoing.
A fishing vessel, Toki 2, built in 1998 and sailing under unknown flag, was also arrested.
This is MFB Toki 2, arrested on Tuesday, 23rd January 2024, for illicit trawling within 2 nautical miles of FOB Ibaka, an AIS infraction. The vessel is under the custody of FOB Ibaka.
MV Jennifer 1 vessel was also arrested.
MV Jennifer 1 was arrested on 20th January 2024 in a combined effort between NNS Oji and FOB Boni for alleged suspicious activity around Okori Oil Terminal. Preliminary investigation revealed that the vessel switched off her AIS and was suspected of intending to engage in illegal activities due to her failure to display her AIS. Her failure to operate her AIS is an infraction against the maritime laws of the nation. Currently, the vessel is under detention at Bonny Anchorage.
On 21 August 2023, MFV DR Marius 1 was arrested while trawling within an area reserved for artisanal fishing boat that is 4.8 nautical miles from shore around Middleton River without operating her automatic identification system. The fishing vessel has been handed over to the Federal Department of Fisheries for further investigation and possible prosecution. MFV 7 Star 1 was arrested on 29th of November 2023 at about 6 nautical miles from Brass Terminal. Preliminary investigation by FOB Formoso revealed that the captain falsely declares 14 number of crew on board as against 12. The additional 2 crew were discovered to be legally embarked while 2 Indian on board were without passport. MFV Lady Jessica was arrested on Monday 11 December 2023 while trawling within an area reserved for artisanal fishing boats that is less than 5 nautical miles from the shore around Pennington River entrance without operating her automatic identification system. The fishing vessel was handed over to the Federal Department of Fisheries for further investigation and possible prosecution. The Nigerian Navy has executed a series of strategic operations to curb illegal activities within our waters. The Gulf of Guinea, notorious for piracy, is witnessing remarkable success as the Nigerian Navy unwavering dedication and strategic prowess is transforming the maritime landscape. The guardians of the Gulf stand resolute, ensuring that the waves that surround Nigeria tell tales of justice and security while sending a strong message of warning to those who sought to exploit our maritime resources illegally. With the Nigerian Navy intensified efforts in combating maritime crime, criminal activities ranging from smuggling, illegal oil bunkering to piracy, which once threatened the nation's economic lifeline, is fast becoming history. While the Navy is aware that the criminals are feeling heat of the war taken to their doorsteps and will employ every means to smear the ongoing success stories, the Nigerian Navy remains steadfast in its commitment to securing the waters that surround this nation and assets therein. The Navy's triumphs echo not only on the waves but in the hearts of a grateful nation. Nigerians are assured that in accordance with its statutory responsibilities and drawing strength from the strategic directives of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala Admiralty Medal, the Nigerian Navy will maintain a posture of zero tolerance to crude oil theft and other criminal activities in our maritime domain. The Navy shall continue to work in synergy with other maritime stakeholders, Gulf of Guinea states, navies, and strategic partners to ensure that Nigeria derives maximum benefit from its natural maritime endowment. The menace of crude oil theft and illegal bunkering constituted a substantial threat to the nation's economic development and prosperity. In order to derive optimal benefits from Nigeria's maritime environment for economic prosperity, Operation Delta Sanity was flagged off on 11th of January 2024. All participating commands, bases, forward operating bases, units and formations of the Nigerian Navy are vigorously and sincerely delivering results in pursuit of the desired objectives of the operation. The naval base Oguta in Imo State discovered a passport boat laden with multiple sacks of stolen crude oil totaling about 1,200 liters across Oguta Lake River Bank, Imo State on Tuesday, 30th January 2024. In Bayelsa, Monday the 29th of January 2024, had the Nigerian Navy ship Soro deactivated a legal refining site with 2 pumping machines, generator, galvanized pipes, hoses, as well as various empty gallons and jerry cans in Atala of Foropa, Bayelsa State. Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder discovered and destroyed a legal refining site with 3 ovens and 5 reservoirs around Alu Rivers General Area, Rivers State on Friday 26 January 2024. On Wednesday 24th January 2024, Forward Operating Base Bonny in conjunction with Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder Swamp Buggy Team destroyed a total of 9 constructed cooking pots, 4 storage tanks as well as 3 reservoirs around Birakiri General Area in Okrika, Rivers State. Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder intercepted and arrested a boat with 11 crew and laden with 10 metal plates, 14 angle iron, as well as 20 gas cylinders on Tuesday 23rd January 2024. The suspects were handed over by the base operations officer, Commander S.M. Kabir, and to the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps on Monday 29th January 2024. In Araromi seaside of Ilaje, Ondo State, on Saturday 27th January 2024, Forward Operating Base Igbokoda deactivated a legal refining site with a cooking pot of about 33,000 liters and a storage tank of about 25,000 liters. The Nigerian Navy Forward Operating Base FOB Bonny in Rivers State on Thursday 25th January 2024 destroyed some illegal refining sites as well uncovered tapped wellheads in Cowton Channel. The commanding officer of the base, Commodore Reginald Adoki, described the operation as a proactive measure to curtail criminal activities while preventing environmental degradation, amongst others. He enjoined the public to cooperate with the Nigerian Navy by providing any relevant information that would aid in the ongoing efforts to dismantle these criminal networks. On Wednesday 24th January 2024, Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder in Rivers State intercepted a boat with 11 suspects conveying materials used for construction of illegal refineries along Krakrama axis of the state. The suspects were arrested for further investigations. Forward Operating Base Igbokoda deactivates a legal refining site with 365,000 liters of crude oil in Araromi seaside, Ilaje, Ondo State on Tuesday, 23rd January 2024.
Get ready to dive into the world of the Nigerian Navy as Nigerian Navy in Focus, a captivating TV program, takes you deep into the heart of the activities of the nation's maritime centennial. Join us as we navigate the waters alongside the brave men and women of the Nigerian Navy who have dedicated their lives to this noble cause. Their hopes, dreams, sacrifices, and triumphs. Experience their courage, their resilience, and their unwavering commitment to serving the nation and protecting her waters and relentless pursuit of safeguarding our maritime borders. Let Nigerian Navy in Focus transport you to the seas, where bravery meets honor and the depths hold countless untold stories. Every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. on the Nigerian Television Authority NTA International. Every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. on Television Continental TVC. Every Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. on Channels Television and The Navigator. Every Thursday on Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria FRCN. Don't miss out on this unmissable TV experience. It is the Nigerian Navy in Focus, and it is all about the Nigerian Navy. Onward together.
The seas are expansive, so the duty and dedication of those safeguarding them equally immense. The Nigerian Navy has consistently showcased steadfast commitments to maritime security, resulting in a ripple effect that promotes economic growth and strengthens the nation's global standing. As we conclude this edition of the program, join us in paying tributes to the guardians of our seas. Their unwavering commitment and courage consistently contributes to shaping a maritime future that is safer and more secure for everyone. Thanks for your attention and viewership. Until our next meeting, my name is Oluwatoyosi Awotunde. Onward together.
No matter where they are, if it concerns the people, we are there. From community game changers to homemade solution providers, where assurance and trust are built.
Policing should be people from the community who do the job. You don't bring an outsider.
We hear about Amotekun. We've not seen much of them around this area.
Documenting journeys of many starting big from a small place. Creating an intentional community where people go beyond living together to building strong and more friendly communities.
Community Report, only on Channels Television.
Guests gather at the Omolayo Gallery in Lagos to enjoy this solo exhibition that hopes to calm raging nerves and bring peace, stability, and tranquility into the environment by artist Biodun Omolayo.
Currently in Nigeria, we know what we've gone through and what we are still going through. Let's go back a little bit from when we experienced the COVID-19 and the lockdown and everything. And then after that, the EndSARS. After the EndSARS, then the political storm as well. It's as if when one is over, another one is starting again. So as an artist, and I see myself as a minister as well, as an encourager, and then an influencer visually. So I decided to use my art to encourage people, to speak to them, to prophesy that the storm is over.
and the visitors agree that the title is apt, filled with a lot of meaning that resonates with the society now more than ever before.
Isn't the storm over now? With everything we've experienced all around us, and now we are where we are and we are still standing. Well, I would say to those who have passed, may God let their soul rest in peace. But for us who are still here on earth, I believe that the storm is over. And the only thing we can do now is to take advantage of those good things ahead of us, and using art as a tool for nation building.
He has been able to minister to us through his artworks, from the natural, from the hills to the valleys to the streams, the sunsets and the trees, telling us that there's beauty in nature. And then with the theme that the storm is over, it means that we should now be calm.
This narration became an inspiration for the artist, especially with the political, security, economic and financial realities, to declare that the storm is over.
Hello and welcome to our viewers here in Nigeria and all around the world. Here's what is coming up on the program today. King Charles resting at home after beginning outpatient cancer treatment on Monday. goodwill messages pouring from all around the world for King Charles III following the cancer diagnosis. Plus on the program, Senegal's president extends his stay in office, all thanks to the legislature approving a new bill. The World Today starts right now. And wherever you're watching from around the world, we are live from our headquarters here in Lagos, Nigeria. I am Kelly Egiga. Let's get things started now as Britain's King Charles III is said to be resting at home after beginning outpatient cancer treatment on Monday, the day Buckingham Palace revealed his cancer diagnosis. They have not released details about the type of cancer the king is treating, but the king has postponed all of his public duties, save for state duties and his regular weekly meetings with the Prime Minister. The king's absence means other senior members of the royal family have to step up in covering royal duties. And earlier today, the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, was seen handing out honors at Windsor Castle. She's known to be one of the hardest working members of the family, carrying out 457 engagements in 2023, while the king attended to 425. Some of the king's duties will be shared by other members of the family. She was also at a community centre in Eastwood in Nottinghamshire. And for the Prince of Wales, he is expected to return to royal duties on Wednesday, his first public service since his wife Kate had a surgery last month. He will not only carry out engagements without Kate, who is not expected to return to public duties until after Easter by his side, but he will also be tasked with covering some of the king's public duties in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, across the country, people have been expressing their good wishes for the king and keeping him in prayers. And those good wishes have been coming in from all around the world, even from the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, who says he's in regular contact with the king and is thankful the illness was caught early. He had told the BBC he was shocked and sad to hear of the king's cancer diagnosis. And U.S. President Joe Biden has commented on the king's health, saying navigating a cancer diagnosis, quote, takes hope and absolute courage, adding that he and his wife are praying for the king's swift recovery. In the meantime, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi wishes the king's speedy recovery and good health. And French President is not left out. Emmanuel Macron, he says his thoughts and prayers are with the British people. And the Prime Ministers of Canada and Australia have left the king now know he is in their thoughts. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Philip Davis, commends the king for his openness in sharing his cancer diagnosis, adding that he's shining a light on a challenge faced by many people around the world. The New Zealand Prime Minister Christopher Luxon also encourages the king to stay strong. And many in the UK are commending the king for his openness revealing his cancer diagnosis. Oncologists in the country hope this will encourage more people to talk about their symptoms if they suspect they might have cancer and to seek advice. Our London correspondent Junana Lankar is in our London studios, and of course she has this report.
The King's cancer diagnosis is the lead story on almost all of today's front pages. Not just here in Britain, but across the world. World leaders have used X to express their shock and, most importantly, to send their best wishes. US President Joe Biden writes here on the platform, navigating a cancer diagnosis, treatment and survivorship takes hope and absolute courage. Jill and I join the people of the United Kingdom in praying that His Majesty experiences a swift and full recovery. Buckingham Palace said in a statement released to the press on Monday night, during the King's recent hospital procedure for a benign prostate enlargement, a separate issue of concern was noted. Subsequent diagnostic tests have identified a form of cancer. The 75-year-old monarch is already undergoing treatment and is stepping back from public duties during this time.
I think generally the mood music across the UK is obviously one of shock and one of worry and one of anxiety. He has only just taken up the throne, but it looks on the positive side, and you see pictures of him walking around. He looks like he's in good health. He's working as much as ever. He has been in the last few weeks and months. And actually, Queen Camilla has been saying how she thinks he's a workaholic. He needs to slow down sometimes. So I don't think you're seeing any of the physical signs of any deterioration, but it is obviously shocking nonetheless.
Known for being a workaholic, the diagnosis is likely to be professionally devastating for Charles, who was the longest-serving heir to the throne in British history before he became king on the death of his mother, Queen Elizabeth, on September the 8th, 2022.
We should really be careful not to overload him, because he started off very enthusiastic, firing on all cylinders, wanting really to change the ecology, change the youth, change this. So he had a real full menu. But right now, he's got to delete everything and make sure that he takes care of himself.
Well, as to be expected, since the crack of dawn, thousands of people have travelled from across the country here to Buckingham Palace to offer their well wishes to the royal family. As the world awaits further information about the health condition of King Charles III, what we can do now is to keep him and his loved ones in our thoughts and prayers. Juliana Olayinka reporting for Channels Television News in London.
And our London correspondent Juliana Olayinka joins us live now on the program. Juliana, this must be devastating for the royal family. I mean, the king has been barely 2 weeks out of hospital.
Well, I think devastating is the appropriate terminology to describe what's happened over the past 24 hours. It was just on Monday night, yesterday, that Buckingham Palace released an unprecedented, but of course incredibly short statement confirming that during the treatment of King Charles, when he had his enlarged prostate, that a form of cancer had been found. And whilst we know that the king is in high spirits, according to the palace, I think this would be devastating, not only for the king, but for his entire family. One thing that is clear is that the king does take his health incredibly seriously. Of course, he is the longest running heir to the throne in British history. He was waiting to be king for almost 70 years. And during that time, we have been told that he adhered to a very strict diet. So the king doesn't take any processed foods, and he takes his health very, very seriously. In fact, I believe if we look at some of the reports that have been put out today about the king, he has only been seriously sick a few times in his life. Twice, of course, during the COVID-19 pandemic, which he managed to recover from extremely well when he was infected with the coronavirus. And then, of course, he's had several injuries because he was a polo player for several years. But from the conversations I was having with members of the British public and tourists who flocked to Buckingham Palace to deliver their well wishes today, I think, cancer is something that most of us are afraid of. If you look at some of the statistics, it does show that 1 in 2 of us will suffer from some form of cancer at one point in our lives. And it is, of course, incredibly deadly. So yes, devastating, but I'm sure, as to be expected, the king, of course, will be surrounded by the world's leading health professionals. So hopefully he will be back up and running and continuing on with his public duties as soon as possible.
And are they obligated to reveal details about the king's health?
Yeah, I think it is quite interesting that Buckingham Palace decided to step away from protocol last month and announced to the public that the king was undergoing medical treatment for this enlarged prostate. And actually, quite eerily, it was on this day, February the 6th, in 1952, that his father, King George VI, died from lung cancer. A lot of the British media are shying away from talking about it, but I think that's an incredibly important point, especially as, of course, the statement stopped short of saying exactly what form of cancer the King had, but nevertheless they decided to relay that information anyway. And I think that's incredibly important, because in the days after the King or Buckingham Palace did make that announcement about his enlarged prostate, according to cancer research sites, interest in men checking themselves surged by up to 1,000%. So it is a good thing because, of course, you know, it provides more public awareness, but I think we are absolutely not going to be getting running commentary on the King's health. And I think that's fair. It is obviously a difficult time for the royal family, and certainly they would want to keep some aspects of, you know, his condition and, in fact, his recovery private, because they do live such public lives. And, you know, I think there's one thing when you've got to talk about your health condition to your family, but when you have to think about what sentences you can put together to explain it to the entire world, you know, that's heavy. And yes, of course, it does come with him being the head of state, but still, I think most people and the British media are respecting the fact that we will not be receiving a running commentary, and we just wait. The world awaits further updates on his condition.
Juliana, while we are on the subject of health, how is Princess Catherine's recovery process? I'm assuming the British press has been keeping tabs with as much as they can regarding that.
You're absolutely right. The Princess of Wales, Catherine, she was released from hospital just a few days ago. Again, I think that was the beginning, wasn't it, of the health scares, when we got an update from Kensington Palace saying that the princess had undergone some form of abdominal surgery and would not only be spending 3 weeks in hospital, but at least 3 months away from public duty. I don't think we're going to be seeing the princess until after Easter. So now the responsibility falls squarely on the shoulders of Prince William, the Duke, well, the Prince of Wales, former Duke of Cambridge, who will be under immense pressure at the moment. Let's not forget that King Charles is 75 years old, and even before we found out about his cancer treatment, just because of the nature of social media, lots of people were questioning whether or not, after the Queen's death, the King would abdicate to the Prince. Now, that is not a topic of discussion at the moment. In fact, I think the royal family are all rallying around together to make sure, you know, that there is nothing to be seen, nothing to be heard. I think Princess Royal, Prince Anne, she's been at Windsor Castle today. She was pictured handing out honours. We know that Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, has arrived in London from Montecito. His wife, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, is staying behind in Los Angeles with her 2 children. Perhaps they may come at some point. But I do think that, you know, Prince William has a lot of pressure because Catherine is, of course, recovering from surgery. So not only is he going to have to pick up family duties in terms of, you know, just looking after the children. Yes, we know that they've got a lot of help. But, of course, now he is going to have to step up, and people are going to expect a lot from him. I think one thing we cannot forget is that public sympathy for the royal family, not just sympathy but empathy, has reduced slightly. I think, you know, the rift between the 2 brothers, you know, hasn't played out too well. So I think there are hopes, not just across this country, but certainly around the world, that, you know, the 2 brothers can come together. Prince Harry was on the phone with his father yesterday. He's in London now. Is Prince William going to let some of that bitterness and tension go? I think it's absolutely fundamental at the moment. But like I said, we are not going to be receiving a running commentary on King Charles's health. We are also not going to be receiving a running commentary on the condition and the recovery of the Princess of Wales. So what we can do at this time is continue to keep King Charles III as well as the entire royal family in our thoughts and prayers, and we wish the King a speedy recovery.
Well, it must be a very difficult moment for the royal family. Our London correspondent Juliana Lainka, thanks indeed for your analysis. And we're checked in on Prince William, the Prince of Wales, earlier. He has been away from the public eye, attending to his wife, Princess Catherine, who had abdominal surgery last month. And Prince Williams will be returning to royal duties from tomorrow, Wednesday, 1 week since the princess's surgery. Now, one of his engagements tomorrow will be the annual London Air Ambulance fundraiser, and the other will be a new investiture ceremony at Windsor Castle, not far away from his home. It's said to be consistent with what Kensington Palace has said to the public, with them forecasting Princess Kate will return to her duties in full capacity around the Easter period. And we're also hearing the King's other son, Prince Harry, has arrived in the UK after traveling from the US to see his father, the King. And media reports in the UK say he pulled up at Clarence House, the London home of King Charles III and Queen Camilla. And two black SUVs, which were seen leaving Heathrow Airport's VIP Windsor Suite earlier this afternoon, were seen arriving at the royal residence. Observers say they are not certain the family gathering will bring together Prince Harry and Prince Williams, and there are no plans for both to meet. And you're watching The World Today. We're due for a break, but still to come on the program, Rio authorities declare health emergency as they try to contain the spread of dengue fever. Please stay with us.
Massive innovation, true ideas that impact every industry and society, cutting-edge technology that gives you a glimpse of the future, intuitive minds that meet the demand of a revolution of talent. The future of enterprise lies in the digital world. It's full of questions and yet solutions. Join us on Tech Trends as we bring you the finest blend of technology and the latest happenings in the tech space. Tech Trends, the tech edge you need. There are places you would like to go. There are faces you would like to see.
My palm is bruised. It's a tiny scar, but it's very painful.
Too many exciting things happening all at once.
From time I've always loved playing the villain.
But you can't be everywhere. Guess what? Yes, we can. Your favorite lifestyle content lives here. Let us be your eyes and ears here on Entertainment News on Channels Television.
Many thanks indeed for staying with us. Just before we head to Rio, let's stay with the health status of King Charles III, and let's get to bring in general practitioner with the National Health Service in England, Dr. Essenu Okoribi, who joins us live now from Birmingham. Dr. Okoribi, thanks as always to see you. How common is it for doctors to discover cancer diagnosis in patients during regular checkups?
Thank you very much, Kelly, for having me on the show. Well, I would say it is very common for cancers to be picked up during regular routine checkups. As a matter of fact, the National Institute for Health and Care Research, have written that almost 90% of patients with cancer are diagnosed after visiting their GPs or their family doctors in primary care. So this shows the importance of routine, regular checkup, especially with the rising trend of cancer cases. I mean, in 2020, the total number of new cases of cancer stood at 18.1 million, and this figure is projected to increase by 55% come 2040. So cancer is on the rise, and I think the more regular checkups people engage in, the more likelihood that they get their cancer diagnosis picked up early. So I think it's not just about picking up cancers in routine checkup, but more importantly, how early the cancer is picked up.
Yes, and the specific type of cancer the king has not been disclosed just yet. But what types of cancers are predisposed to men, especially here in Nigeria?
Well, you're absolutely right. Buckingham Palace have not disclosed specifically what kind of cancer the king has. And, you know, our deepest thoughts and prayers are with the king. But one thing that was said during the announcement is that his cancer was caught early. And for me, that's very important. And to answer your question, you know, the most common cancer globally in men, of course, is prostate cancer. We know that, of course, that's not the cancer the king has got, because that has been stated clearly. But that's the most common cancer in men. And as age increases in men, the likelihood to have prostate cancer also increases. And usually, typically, they present with symptoms with like blood in the urine, problems with passing, you know, urine and things like that. So when these symptoms are seen, people or men are advised to check in with their doctors, with their GPs, to either have a blood test, to check their PSA, or have their prostate examined. There are other cancers that are common in men, like lung cancer and bowel cancer or colorectal cancer. Likewise, in women as well, you know, breast cancer seems to be the most common type of cancer. But Kelly, as I said earlier, the message, you know, surrounding these entire diagnosis of the king's cancer is that it was caught early. And early detection of cancer, you know, greatly increases the chances for successful treatment of cancer. And there are two components of early detection of cancer, which is early diagnosis on the one hand and screening on the other hand. And with early diagnosis, we talk about people who have got symptoms suggestive of cancer, for example, a lump in the breast, vaginal bleeding in postmenopausal women, blood in your urine, weight loss. And these people can present to health facilities on time to encourage early diagnosis for cancer to be detected early. And on the other hand, screening exercise for people who have no symptoms but are otherwise well in themselves to present for screening. For example, women between the ages of 50 and 70 will go for their 3-yearly breast mammogram to screen for breast cancer. Young ladies between the age of 25 and older ladies up to about 64 will go 3-yearly for their cervical pap smear to screen for cervical cancer. And the same with things like bowel cancer for people over the age of 60. So if this is done together with presenting early when you have a suspicious diagnosis, then just a bit like the king, you know, cancer can be caught early.
Mm. And Dr. Hussein, just before we consider the ways forward, I'd like to squeeze in 2 questions. We know that age is the number 1 risk factor here for most cancers. The king is about 75 years old. How crucial is this? The second part of my question is the fact that in terms of data, the numbers don't lie. In the UK alone, I understand about 1,000 people a day are diagnosed with cancer. Perhaps you can confirm this for us.
You're absolutely correct, Kelly. The age plays a major role in majority of cancers as a big risk factor. And as I said earlier, for example, prostate cancer is more likely to be found, you know, in men above the age of 50. And as these men get towards the age of 70, the chances of having prostate cancer, nearly doubles. So age is a big factor in terms of cancer diagnosis with some specific cancers. And as I said, the incidence of new cases of cancer is on the rise globally, and in the UK as well, it's not an exception. And yeah, people get diagnosed daily in their thousands in the UK as new diagnoses for cancer, different forms of cancer.
Yes, so Dr. Ukorobi, I mean, we are rounding off now with our interview with you. In this part of the world, we know how when people fall ill, they just get to self-medicate. And some of them say, look, I have malaria, I have typhoid. So what are the early ways? How can we prevent cancers?
Very much, Kelly. I mean, it's important to know that 30 to 50% of all cancers are preventable. So that tells us that, we have a high chance of preventing cancer. Earlier on, I talked about, early detection, which is a big step. So early diagnosing and screening for cancers, which is a big step in ensuring that, if it is there, it is caught early. But for people who haven't got cancer at all, then of course there are some lifestyle modifications that can be put in place to reduce your chances of getting a diagnosis of cancer. Of course, one of them is to stop smoking. Smoking alone is the biggest avoidable risk factor for developing cancer. And just smoking alone kills more than 8 million persons per year from cancer and other kinds of illnesses and diseases. So that's one way to prevent cancer diagnosis. Reducing alcohol is also very important. Having a healthy lifestyle. We heard earlier on the show that, even the king has a strict diet regimen. And so healthy diet is very crucial in terms of preventing cancer, and not just cancer, preventing a wide range of other illnesses and diseases. And of course, staying physically active, ensuring that you're not overweight, you're not obese, you're exercising regularly, because excess body mass index, was responsible for at least 3.4% of all cancers when a study was done in 2012. So it is important to stay fit, it's important to stay healthy, eat healthy as well, avoid bad habits like smoking, reduce alcohol or stop it completely. And of course, once again, early detection, which involves early diagnosis if you've got a symptom, and presenting regularly for screening for cancers.
And it's a fine place to anchor a conversation with you, Dr. Ukorobi. I mean, you say 30 to 50% of cancer is preventable. And you also say that early detection is pivotal. But thank you indeed. Great analysis as always. Dr. Isen Ukorobi is a general practitioner with the National Health Service in England, live for us in Birmingham.
Thank you.
And now let's turn our attention to Russia's invasion of Ukraine as we head to Ukraine now, where officials say a 2-month-old baby has been killed. His mother wounded when a Russian missile hit a hotel in northeastern Ukraine. A regional governor of Kharkiv region, Ole Senekovov, said the baby's body was pulled out of the rubble of the 3-story building in the village of Zolokiv. The governor says 2 other women were hurt when Russia fired 2 300 missiles hitting the hotel and nearby buildings. Attacks on the Kharkiv region have intensified since the end of 2023. Zolokiv is only 20 kilometers, that's about 12 miles from the Russian border, and too close for Ukraine's air defenses to offer sufficient cover. In another development, Russia and China have slammed the United States for its recent airstrikes on targets in Iraq and in Syria, accusing the U.S. of raising the risk of regional escalation. The accusations came during a meeting of the United Nations Security Council on Monday. Moscow has also asserted that the U.S. decision to launch the attacks were linked to the upcoming presidential elections in November. Russia, whose invasion of Ukraine has been the topic of bitter debate at the UNSC over the past 2 years, had requested the council meeting after the U.S. launched dozens of strikes against Iran-aligned targets in Iraq and Syria. The attacks followed a drone strike on a U.S. base in Jordan that killed 3 soldiers. And Moscow's UN ambassador, Vitaly Nebenzia, alleged that the strikes were a U.S. attempt to flex its muscles. It was also fueled, he claimed, at the Security Council meeting by a desire to influence its domestic political landscape and shore up the disastrous image of President Joe Biden's administration. Let's switch gears now to focus on news from the United States, beginning with the weather, which has been nothing but awful for California residents, many of whom are without power due to one of the most dramatic weather days in recent memory. Heavy rain and high winds lashed an area from Santa Barbara to LA and is expected to bring more rainfall in major cities. Hours ago, however, rainfall was expected in San Diego County, and there were flash floods warnings for Riverside County, southeastern Orange County, and northwestern San Diego County. A powerful atmospheric river-filled storm is said to be hovering above Southern California, unleashing torrential rain and floods across the metro Los Angeles area. The slow-moving storm has turned deadly, with at least 2 confirmed deaths as trees topple over homes and streets. Intense flooding and mudslides have also damaged many homes in the state. And more from the United States politics this time. But just before we head there, let's bring in a correspondent, a Washington, D.C. correspondent, Maria Baird, who joins us live on the program. Maria, great to see you again. Bring us up to speed as to what exactly could be playing out here.
Thank you. Yes, we're seeing about a year's worth of rain in California, and this amount of rain is very unprecedented. We have not seen this type of rain before, especially in California, where typically you don't have this type of precipitation at these rates. And so what you're seeing is major mudslides. You're seeing people have to evacuate, as you all have seen, areas that are almost like rivers. So we know that this part of the country is not used to this type of atmospheric weather.
All right. And so I'm also just wondering, perhaps, when we also look at the political terrain at the moment in the U.S., I guess we should focus indeed on the issues around the court, where we understand the ruling that former President Donald Trump does not have presidential immunity and can be prosecuted on charges of plotting to overturn the 2020 election. So break that down for us, Maria.
Yes, you are correct. As we've seen, this has been a very heightened political season as we have a president for the first time that has been charged in many courts across the country. And so what we'll begin to see is whether or not he will be eligible to be on what most people are concerned about as the November ballot. We know that the primary elections are underway, but the main general election is what people are concerned about. And so if we find out and the courts do say that he is ineligible, then we could be looking at a very interesting political landscape, because obviously he has been the popular vote across the country and even in what they've called just general election oversight conversations, what many Republicans are looking to as their potential candidate that would be running in the general election. So this would definitely overturn and turn many Republicans a bit concerned about what will be next for their party. As we've seen, some states have said he's eligible to be on the ballot, but this ruling could potentially cause great concern for the Republican Party.
Mm. Maria, I wonder, how will this impact on the other charges he faces? Because it has been a couple of years now since that election, and there are yet to be any repercussions on the former president for his actions.
Yes, there has been, I mean, we know that clearly we've seen there's been other allegations, fraud cases. We've seen New York, Washington. I mean, there's been all types of other legal um, indictments that he has received that are outside of the January 6th event that he's also been convicted of, but they have not brought him to the point where he has been eligible to run for election. This January 6th, the attack on democracy is the one that those who are hoping that he's not on the ballot are hopeful will be able to see him not to be a candidate, because what we know at this time is that he has a huge following in the Republican Party and that he has a very strong chance of winning the general election.
Mm. Maybe just one final question around the elections. The former president has the Republican presidential ticket at this point. Can he move any further in the race to the White House when you look at how things are unfolding and playing out in the U.S.?
It's going to be a bit challenging, but obviously, as we've heard him say before, staying in the spotlight and staying in the news keeps him very relevant. And so he has a very strong base. And so he could be seeing himself getting closer to the White House. The challenge is going to be, as you mentioned earlier, which is if the court ruling about him being involved in the spearheading of the January 6th attacks, and if that is ruled to be the Constitution would then have to reference the fact, which it does, that that type of attack and that type of conviction could make you ineligible for being able to run for office. And that is the only piece at this time that many Democrats see as a viable option to being able to remove him from getting closer to the White House.
All right, so Maria, I mean, just before we let you go, let me bring you again in on issues around the weather in the U.S. We understand it's been a very crazy period for the U.S., especially looking at the torrential rains and all of that. We had mentioned the issue of the atmospheric river earlier on, and I'm wondering for our viewers who do not understand just how dangerous is that for people who reside in those areas. The other part of my question is the fact that the U.S. has also seen a very crazy weather situation since last year. So any good news for those who are looking forward to the spring?
Well, the spring is supposed to come a little earlier this year. That's the predictions with the weather. And so those individuals on the East Coast and some of the Midwest regions are excited about that. But what you're seeing in the West and the Southwest regions is some extreme atmospheric temperatures, which we know, as you said, have been happening for quite a while now, over the past year. And all of that is just due to, as we know, global warming. And so as we look at that, you're just seeing very extreme weather conditions that areas like California are not used to. And as you mentioned, some of the dangers that are posed for their lives of individuals, and also, obviously, the amount of property damage that is actually being undertaken as a result of these very extreme weather conditions.
It's a fine place to live. It's Washington, D.C. correspondent Maria Bird. Thanks indeed for analysis. And away from the U.S., authorities in Rio de Janeiro have declared a health emergency as they try to contain the spread of dengue fever. The incidence of the mosquito-borne disease quadrupled in Brazil in January compared to the same month last year. Rio has registered 10,000 cases so far this year compared to 23,000 for the whole of 2023. And dengue can cause a fever, severe headache and pain behind the eyes, muscle and joint pain, and a blotchy rash. Rio City Hall announced it would open 10 treatment centers for people with the fever. Health officials have also urged people to prevent being bitten by mosquitoes by applying repellent. Let's take you to Chile, where there are many people still missing as wildfires continue to raze homes in the region. More than 120 people have already been killed in the fires, which have burned down thousands of homes. And President Gabriel Boric said the blaze was the worst catastrophe to hit the country since the earthquake of 2010, precisely around February, in which more than 500 people died. The smoke from the fires could be seen from space satellite images shown. A satellite image shows fires in the Valparaiso region. The fires broke out last week amid an unusual heat wave that had drawn tourists to the seaside towns of the region, which are normally cooled by sea breezes. And farmers in Spain have joined their European counterparts in staging protests across the country. Like farmers elsewhere that demand more flexibility from the EU, tighter controls on the produce of non-EU countries, and more help from their government. In several regions, they blocked roads and caused severe disruption to motorists. A large demonstration in central Madrid is planned for later this month. And earlier today, farmers took to the streets of agricultural areas in Spain's northern interior, driving tractors in convoys, beeping horns and waving Spanish flags and brandishing placards. Back here in the continent, a political crisis could be brewing even further in Senegal as the parliament voted to delay presidential elections, which were supposed to have held on February 25 to December 15. The president's announcement about a delay to the presidential polls had resulted in a protest all weekend, and parliamentary backing came later Monday when 105 MPs in the 165-seat assembly voted in favor of the measure, which delays the election until December and keeps Sall in office until his successor is installed. The bill initially set an election date on August 25, and the move to delay the polls even further is likely to risk more unrest. The president, who has served the maximum 2 terms, was originally due to leave office on April the 2nd. And 4 suspects have been arraigned in court in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, over a gas explosion that killed 6 people and injured nearly 300. The main suspect, the tenants of the property where the blast happened, surrendered to the police on Monday, although Derek Kamathi has denied any wrongdoing. He appeared at the Milimani Law Courts along with 3 officials of the National Environment Management Authority. They're yet to be charged, but local media reports that authorities are considering bringing several charges against them, including murder, abuse of office, and negligence resulting in harm. The court arraignment comes days after President William Ruto ordered the arrest and prosecution of government officials who allowed the gas plants to illegally operate in a residential area because of incompetence and corruption. Last Thursday, a lorry carrying gas cylinders blew up just before midnight in a densely populated area of the city, causing several fires. Away from Kenya, authorities in the southwestern Somali town of Belit-Hawo say 6 Ethiopians are among 7 people that were killed in an overnight attack by suspected Al-Shabaab militants. The gunmen attacked a compound, killing 5 women and 2 men. The district commissioner of the town, Abdul Sharid Abdul Arog, says the 6 slain Ethiopians are ethnic Oromo, while the 7th victim is a Somali woman. Yesterday, the Somali woman killed was a neighbor of the Ethiopians who came out when she heard the gunshots and shone a light on the attackers. Some of the wounded have been taken to Mandera, Kenya for treatment, with the victims since buried in Belit-Hawo. Authorities suspect Al-Shabaab militants to be behind the attack. However, the group is yet to comment on the attack. You're watching The World Today. We're due for another break, but coming up on the program, Chinese community in Nigeria celebrates the start of the Chinese New Year of the Dragon. Stay with us. We'll have more in just a moment.
It's a fast beat, unpredictable and full of surprises. The unforgettable moments, unprecedented passion. The victories and defeats in the world of sports makes it engaging. Fasten your seatbelts as we take you through every update in the news and on our shows. We define the moments of true sports. Join us.
modern lifestyle requires a lot of energy, backed up by intense production processes, which impact the environment in more ways than one.
The world has realized that you cannot deal with climate change without looking at loss of biodiversity.
On Echo Africa, nature speaks and the discerning mind becomes champion of sustainable living.
One thing we want to do is to change public behavior around recycling.
Watch Echo Africa on Channels Television and find out what nature is saying.
Many thanks indeed for staying with us. In South Africa, residents can expect an increase of between 72 Celsius to 75 Celsius per litre in the price of petrol on Wednesday, with diesel expected to increase by between 70C and 73C. This is according to data released by the Central Energy Fund before the official announcement from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy this week. Projections for the fuel price in February have steadily deteriorated throughout January, going from no change at the beginning to a significant increase by the end of the month. This is predominantly due to a rise in the price of oil due to the conflict in the Middle East and rising geopolitical tensions.
South Africans will have to dig even deeper into already shallow pockets as the price of fuel is expected to increase significantly in February. While most consumers are recovering from festive season spending and stretched budgets, the latest fuel price prediction from the Automobile Association, AA, points to a steep hike at the pumps from Wednesday. The AA said with household budgets in the red, this new fuel price increase will come as a double blow. Acting National Spokesperson, Parliamentary Coordinator Matthew Parks explains.
We've seen the cost of living really rising. Inflation has peaked at about 7.8% earlier this year. Electricity has gone up by 18.65% this year. It's going to go up by 12% next year. Food inflation, which hits workers the hardest, has really gone out of control. So workers are really struggling. Yet at the same time, you find that government and employers continuously blame workers for the economic crisis. They continually seek to impose wage freezes upon workers in the public and the private sector. We think that government really must do more. We appreciate that government cannot do much about the war in Ukraine and the perennial conflicts in the Middle East, which always push up the international oil price. We're always going to be further exposed as a country because we import oil to these international oil price fluctuations, which then have an impact upon the fuel price. But government can do something about the fuel price tax regime.
While the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy is yet to confirm this increase, the AA said that motorists could expect a litre of 95 octane to climb from 22 rands 44 cents to 23 rands 15 cents a litre. From Johannesburg, South Africa, Innocent Samosa, Channels Television News.
And a 9-man delegation from the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development is in Nigeria to continue conversations with several federal ministries on issues bordering on skills acquisition, development and exports between both countries. The ministries include Finance, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, of Budget and Economic Planning, and the Federal Ministry of Art, Culture and Creative Economy. Delegations is led by the German Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development.
It's a meeting holding at the request of the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, led by the Minister, Venture Scholz.
And also Mr. Chazo, the Director General Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria.
The minister comes with a proposal of cooperation between Nigeria and Germany on issues ranging from development of women-led MSMEs, skills development, and talent exports between both countries.
Our cooperation, I want to point out that is in our common interest. Nigeria is Africa's largest and most populous economy, and Germany is an export nation. We are interested in growing markets. some 90 German companies are already active here in Nigeria. And one reason is that Nigeria has so many creative young people, and that is what companies like to have and why they are here. However, cooperation with Nigeria is also becoming more and more important for the resolution of shared global challenges, such as the climate crisis, but also with a view to peaceful solutions for the Sahel. I'm the Sahel president of the Sahel Alliance of the donors, and we are also aligned in the fight against terrorism.
Her proposals are attractive to the Nigerian government.
I thank you for this visit and your opportunity here today to engage in very important discussions here that promoting continued cooperation between our two countries, particularly in the area of micro and small medium-scale enterprises, and in particular women-led micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises.
And finally on the program, Chinese citizens around the world have been marking the start of another year and the start of spring. In Lagos, the consulate invited members of the diplomatic community, the Lagos State government, and members of the Chinese community in the state to celebrate the event. Our Foreign Affairs correspondent, Amarachi Bani, reports.
Under the cool, breezy sky of a major hotel in the Lagos metropolis, the Chinese consulate in Lagos holds a big party, one that happens once a year. Only this once-a-year party is the New Year and the Spring Festival. The Consul General, Ms. Yang Yuqing, in her address delivered in Mandarin, sprinkled with some English, welcomed invited guests and wished everyone success in the Year of the Dragon.
I hope all of you have witnessed success, happiness in the Chinese New Year of Dragon. Long-lasting China-Nigeria friendship. Thank you all. 谢谢大家.
It was followed by goodwill speeches from a select number of VIPs.
Tapestry of Chinese traditions, we find a source of inspiration and admiration. The Chinese Gala is not just a celebration, it is a bridge that connects us across cultures and continents. It symbolizes the beauty of diversity and the strength that comes from understanding and embracing one another.
You contribute to our dynamic economy by providing jobs for our people, by bringing your beautiful and your delicious Chinese culinary tasted dishes. We appreciate that. You bring your science and technology. You bring your commerce, and we can see that your innovations are helping Lagos move forward to achieve the vision of the Greater Lagos Rising through the Blue Line project. Thank you, China. Thank you, Chinese diaspora.
The Chinese New Year is a time for joy, it's a time for reunion, it's a time for celebration. It's a time to reflect on the past year and look forward to the opportunities that the future holds.
The event was laced with cultural dances showing the fusion of Chinese and Nigerian values. Even the Consul General could not resist being the center of attraction herself. There's also a return of Chinese goodwill in Lagos.
I thank the Chinese community very well.
The Consul General later speaks on the shared relations.
We often say that Spring Festival is Chinese festival, but it also belongs the whole world. Especially last year, UN announced that the Chinese Spring Festival will be the international festival. So I'm so glad that the peoples from all over the world, include Nigeria, can together celebrate New Year with Chinese people.
How Nigerian can one Chinese get?
I'm in Nigeria almost 21 years. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yes, I'm Nigeria household too. Thank you. So far we are here. We appreciate it. We thank you. Nigeria friends support us. So we so far here. So we are like one family.
And what's a celebration without some fireworks? "2024 is the year of the dragon, according to the Chinese zodiac. The dragon symbolizing strength, energy, and vitality." Amarachi Ubani, Channels Television News.
And beautiful since they are the Chinese Dragon Festival. Happy New Year to every Chinese citizen. And those of you here for us on the show, thanks a bit for watching. I am Kelly Egiga. Bye now.
Hello and welcome to Sports News. I'm Olumide Macaulay. Thank you for joining us. If there is any match, a football match, that football fans and semi-football fans will be talking about in Africa, and indeed in some countries around the world, it will be the Africa Cup of Nations semi-final between Nigeria Super Eagles and the South African national team. But that will be tomorrow. Details of that in today's broadcast. Also, we have a question sports, some basketball, and some cricket as well. Welcome to Sports News. But first, the main news headlines. And it's politics, where the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the March 18th governorship election, Mr. Ladi Adebutu, today appeared before an Ogun State High Court sitting in Abeokuta State Capital on allegations of vote buying during the election. He was charged on 7 counts bordering on vote buying and other offenses before Justice Abiodun Akinremi, but pleaded not guilty to all charges. Mr. Adebutu, along with 6 other suspects, was accused of criminal inducement during the poll by security agents alongside other members of his party. He was alleged to have ordered through his bank the issuance of 200,000 preloaded ATM rev cards with 10,000 naira and distributed same on the day of the election across the state with the criminal intention of inducing voters. While all the defendants pleaded not guilty to the charges, their lead counsel, Chief Jordi Uche, pleaded with the court to allow the defendants to continue to enjoy bail on earlier terms. He then prayed the court to grant the first defendant, Mr. Adebutu, bail on self-recognizance. Justice Akinremi granted the first defendant bail in the sum of 1 million naira with a surety in like sum who may be a family member or bondsman. The case was thereafter adjourned till tomorrow, February the 7th, 2024, for hearing. We begin with cricket. Cano State has won both boys and girls categories of the Northwest National Cricket Under-17 Zonal Qualification Tournament and will compete in the National Under-17 Cricket Championship Finals in Abuja. The qualifier tournament, which was hosted by Zamfara State and lasted for 3 days, had all the 7 northwestern states in attendance. Zamfara State government is leaving no stone unturned in efforts to revive all the sporting sector.
I feel very excited, happy, proud, and I look forward to going to the PWC at Abuja, and I hope we do the same thing we did here, go harder on them. So I look forward to going to Abuja, and I'm very happy for the opportunity. More dedication, consistency, hard work, sacrifices that we make. That's all.
A welcoming development from you people, because if you can just look at what happened, this never happened in the history of Zamfara State. But the present government, with the present government that we have now, you see things are changing. I'm very, 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 very glad. And since we come here, the 7 states that are here, Northwest, I was very, very excited when I see them here. And if you look at the caliber of people that we have here today, you know that the Zamfara State governor is ever ready for sports activities in Zamfara State. When the Governor Dauda Lawandere came into administration, he gave me, let's say, the backup and financially and everything. If I need anything, he allows, he give it to us. And we keep on paying them. I think allowance is almost 5 months now we're paying them. So if you can see this now, this never happened. This never exists in Zamfara. So this is the secret. We pay them and we encourage them. We keep them up. If you can look at them, you see them keep up. So that is the secret. We started preparing since the day they come here. Let's say 6-7 months ago, they were here. Since then, we started preparing, and we're still preparing. And if we go there, I'm telling you this, we're not going to be the second. We're going to be the first by the grace of God.
Like His Excellency stated during his campaign and after swearing in, sport and youth development is one of issues we are going to look at. And we saw the need to host this event to encourage our young talents, identify them, and see how we can move their forward. For the records, His Excellency Dr. Dauda Lawandere is changing the narrative. Zamfara, for the past 6 months, has been in the news for the good reasons, not only in cricket, in all games. He has given the Commissioner for Sports the marching orders and other departments that are involved in all sports and youth development to gear up and see how they can improve in all this. And I can assure them they have the political will and they will get all the support, both financially and whatever they need to actualize these dreams.
From cricket to boxing, British-Nigerian boxer Dan Aziz is excited at the prospect of having big boxing bouts in Africa, particularly his motherland, Nigeria. Aziz, who recently lost his British titles by unanimous decision to Joshua Buatsi, believes it'll be aid in developing the sport in the region.
Oh, I would love for that, man. Do you know what I mean? That would be, obviously I'm Nigerian myself. Josh is from Ghana. I've been both countries. I love both of the countries. To be honest, I love both their jollof rice too. So, yeah, if we could bring these kind of events to Africa, it'll be wonderful. Do you know what I mean? It's not just me that's a African sportsman or boxer. There's plenty of us. Like, you know, we're just the lucky ones that have been able to break through and make it onto national TV and whatnot. There's loads of us up and coming. You know, there's still veterans out there. There's loads of good African boxers, and it would be great if one day we could just, you know, put on a show and, you know, show our talent to the world. It'll be brilliant.
From the pugilist to football and the AFCON tournament, three-time champions Nigeria and 1996 champions South Africa face off in the semi-final of the Africa Cup of Nations at the Peace Stadium in Bouake on Wednesday. That will be tomorrow. Wednesday's clash is being billed as the more potentially explosive of the two semi-finals, given the pedigree, rivalry, and ambition of the two teams. The Super Eagles are presently ranked 6th in Africa, while the Bafana are 12th in Africa.
The Super Eagles of Nigeria are in Bouake ahead of the Africa Cup of Nations semi-final against South Africa. The Super Eagles appear the strongest team left at the competition, but they say focus is the watchword for the next encounter.
We show until now a good spirit, we show until now a good organization. Show until now good demand, commitment, sacrifice. You play like a team together. Now we have a tough match against a good national team. And we want to beat South Africa for reach the final, because it's our goal.
I think he's hard on us when he needs to be hard on us, and he's lenient on us when he needs to be lenient on us. So there's a correct balance there for us players to progress and do things in the right way.
I think what's made us strong together is not just the performances, but the whole staff, everyone that's not even playing. It's like one big family, and that's what's given us the strength to get to where we are. So if we continue to do so, I'm sure that we can achieve greatness and create history.
Veteran coach Hugo Bruce might not have had a convincing run in charge of South Africa before the tournament, but the 71-year-old Belgian is proving fans back home wrong.
There were many people in South Africa that didn't believe in that team. But we believed in it. The players believed in the fact that it could happen. And it happened. And I think this is a very, very good thing for South African football.
Football enthusiasts expect a tough encounter between both sides at the Peace Stadium.
When it comes to these kind of games, nobody's the favorite, you know, because it's a semi-final, it's a one-off game, you know. And I know we always say that we are getting the better of South Africa, but I also remember when they got the better of us here in New York. But I think what I would look at, I wouldn't look at this in Nigeria against South Africa. I would just look at the way that we've actually been playing in the tournament, you know, and we've had a very solid tournament. And I just feel that this is our year to come through and win the game. You know?
You can't underrate South Africa because it's not easy for a team
to play group stages, to play second round, to play quarter-final, and be in semi-final. Look at the game against Cape Verde. Their goalkeeper, he saved 4 penalties after the shootout, and it shows that they have a game plan, and I believe they can do something. But Nigeria, traditionally Nigeria is far better than South Africa.
It's a must win. I trust the guys. They've been improving day by day, and we are very positive about the game because they know the science of the game, the philosophy of the game. I know in no time we're just going to beat them out of the game.
I know we have the bragging right over South Africa, and they should be wary of Nigeria, of course, because of the quality of players in the Super Eagles team. And I know that their defense is no match for the attack of Super Eagles because they have about, I think, 5 Mamelodi Sundowns players in that defense already.
South Africa won't be a problem to us, but it's going to be a difficult game because they want to come all out to at least to have a result. We've been ahead of them by if we are going to look at the number of times we played them, we've won them many times.
Africa tomorrow in the semi.
As Nigeria chase the 4th title, head coach Jose Peseiro knows finding a clinical edge could be decisive. A victory over South Africa will bring them closer to the silverware.
So who do you have your money on? Whether you're a betting man or woman or not, time will tell. That'll be tomorrow, which will tell. Now, staying with the story, Super Eagles coach Jose Peseiro believes Nigeria can win the Africa Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire. Peseiro, who spoke at a press conference ahead of the semi-final against South Africa, feels the 3-time African champions have what it takes to win the tournament. The Portuguese tactician confirmed that forward Victor Osimhen, who is battling with abdominal discomfort, is a major doubt for the semi-final in Bouake tomorrow.
I don't know if Nigeria is favorite for everybody or not. I don't know if it's favorite or not. But for me, I believe you can win this competition. Believe one thing. You must do other thing. Tomorrow, in the pitch, you must repeat the same performance like last match. Defend it together with 11. Until now, I cannot answer right because it's some problem with the health. You know that. I think this afternoon I can know better if he can play or not.
Away from the Super Eagles, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, have appointed Egyptian official Amin Mohamed Omar as referee for tomorrow's Africa Cup of Nations semi-final between the Super Eagles, and we stay with them for a moment, and Bafana of South Africa. Now, the match, which will commence 6 p.m. Nigeria, will see, that is 6 p.m. in Nigeria, will see Omar's compatriots Mahmoud Kamil Abdul Rigal and Ahmed Hussam Ibrahim playing the roles of assistant referee and assistant referee 2, respectively, while Sudanese Mahmoud Ali Ismail will serve as the 4th official. Atia Essa Said from Libya will be the reserve assistant referee, with Yaqub Ali Alimi from Djibouti as commissioner and Abubakar Dumbaya from Guinea as the referee assessor. The Eagles are currently ranked 42nd in the world by FIFA, while Bafana are 66th in the world. Walid Regragui will continue as Morocco coach in spite of the Africa Cup of Nations failure. The Royal Moroccan Football Federation confirmed this in a statement released on Monday. Hopes were high for Morocco and the Ivory Coast after Regragui had led them to the semifinals of the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, a first for any African nation. After finishing top of their group with 2 wins and a draw, however, the Atlas Lions lost 2-0 to South Africa in the round of 16, which caused disappointment.
Government's fundamental duty as enshrined in the Constitution is to improve the welfare and well-being of Nigerians. At the seat of power, government is constantly making policies and decisions that affect you. On Dateline Abuja, we try to sort through these policies and the inaction of government to help you make sense of them all.
There is competition for resources as a result of the impact of climate change.
We are reacting. Reaction is actually a sign of failure.
Dateline Abuja, showing at these times on channels television.
Africa's stories become world stories.
Every system of government has oligarchic tendencies.
Network Africa is your one-stop shop for news on the continent.
Cholera is highly dangerous and can kill within a day.
Join us weekdays at 4 p.m. right here on Channels Television.
In club football, Inter Miami forward Lionel Messi says his leg injury is getting better, but the World Cup winning captain could not guarantee he will be fit to play in his club's pre-season friendly in Japan this week. 2 days ago, furious fans in Hong Kong booed Messi and club owner, that is the co-owner, David Beckham, shouting refund after the Argentina great failed to take to the field for a sold-out friendly. Excitement had been building for the friendly at Tokyo's National Stadium, with Inter Miami's pink colors adorning parts of the city's trendy Shibuya district. Tickets for the Japan leg of the U.S. Major League Soccer club's globe-trotting preseason tour. Paulo Dybala scored twice as Roma eased to a 4-0 thumping of Cagliari at the Stadio Olimpico on Monday to notch a third straight Serie A win under Daniele De Rossi. The capital club, who sacked former coach Jose Mourinho last month, moved back within the 1 point of fourth-place Atalanta in the Italian top-flight table to boost their Champions League hopes. De Rossi's only previous role as head coach came at Spal in Serie B. Previous 2-0 wins over struggling Verona and bottom club Salernitana had steadied the ship, but this was an even better performance as Cagliari were blown away. To English Premier League football, Manchester United defender Lisandro Martinez is facing at least 8 weeks out with knee ligament damage. The 26-year-old was forced off during Sunday's 3-0 win over West Ham as his right knee buckled under the weight of Vladimir Koufal as the pair battled for possession. The Argentine World Cup winner had only recently returned from a foot injury that has kept him out for most of the season. Martinez's presence had been felt in United's upturn in form in recent weeks. To basketball in the USA, Donovan Mitchell top scored with 29 points, says the Cleveland Cavaliers won for the 6th straight NBA game, beating Sacramento Kings 136-110. Victory took the Cavs second in the Eastern Conference as they reinforced their status as the league's in-form team. Max Struss contributed with 22 points to help his side to a 9th straight win at home and also matched a season-high 23 three-pointers in one game.
Obviously, with the guys that we have on this team, it's a weapon. But, the thing that's most important is how we're generating them, and that's what I like. So many of them are created because, one guy does a selfless act for another, and then the other guys repay one another. And to me, that's what this is all about. You can be a team that jacks up as many bad threes as you want, but that's not going to impact winning. So for us, it's all about how we generate them. 36 assists on 51 made field goals is awesome. Just, again, speaks to the quality of these guys, how selfless they are and how bought in they are to one another. It's a tough matchup, but I felt like we picked our spots really, really well. I thought we did a great job defensively in that second quarter, which helped us build the lead. And then, in the fourth quarter, when the game was on the line, the 18 points, we really clamped down. So they're a tough team. There's so many weapons that they have over there. The tempo they play at, the pace they play at, they really stress you, you know. But again, I thought our guys, when it mattered most and we needed to kind of lock down, we did a phenomenal job. I mean, it's a momentum builder, right? When you got a guy who plays as hard as Max does, you know, when he makes those shots, like, he uplifts everybody. You know, I think about a couple of the steals that he got in the backcourt, like those types of things. But, you know, then you throw in the threes, and it's a momentum shifter for not only us, but for our fans. And the guys feed off of it. Like, they have such a respect for the work that he puts in and how hard he works and how hard he plays, that they just want to see him all go. And when he gets it going, you know, I mean, it raises everybody's attention.
Well, Sacramento Kings coach Mike Brown concedes that the Cleveland Cavaliers were better than his team and that the result was a true reflection of the game. However, he says he was puzzled by the kind of effort some of his starters put into the game. Brown expects to see adjustments in the way his players approach the game.
I tell you what, to give those guys a lot of credit, they're a really, really, really good team, and they're playing at a high level. You know, the only concern I have, I got to go back and watch the film. I don't know if we were attacking enough, because we had, you know, with 3 minutes to go, right after I took our guys out. About 3 minutes left in the game, we had 8 free throws to their 17, and 2 of the 8 were illegal defenses. So it was 6 to 17 from the free throw line. And Fox, you know, plays 35 minutes, and he's got zero free throw attempts. You know, Domas plays 34 minutes. And he's got 0 free throw attempts. Our starters logged pretty good minutes, and not one of them got a free throw attempt tonight. And so I don't know if I've ever seen that, where you had 5 starters not get a free throw attempt. But you know, maybe we weren't attacking enough. But that's my question. I just got to go back and watch the film to see why none of our starters could get a single free throw attempt during the game tonight when all of them played at least 30 minutes, Keegan being the lowest at 29 minutes and 35 seconds. That baffles me.
Away from NBA action for the moment, this just in, to the African Cup of Nations in football. Reigning Africa Player of the Year Victor Osimhen has arrived in Bouaké, Côte d'Ivoire's second city, that will host Wednesday's Africa Cup of Nations semi-final match between Nigeria and South Africa. Team medics performed their final test and took the decision that he is available for the encounter after the striker arrived at the purpose-built Games Village this afternoon. When the rest of the party traveled out of Abidjan on Monday night, Osimhen was left behind at their Pullman Hotel as a result of abdominal discomfort. Back to the NBA, Anthony Davis delivered his 3rd career triple-double to support big nights from LeBron James and D'Angelo Russell as the Los Angeles Lakers beat the Hornets 124-118 at Charlotte. Russell Westbrook scored 28 points. LeBron James added 26, and Davis dominated with 26 points, 15 rebounds, and 11 assists as the Lakers finished in an NBA road trip 4-2 with the other wins at Boston, New York, and Golden State. As the Lakers play host to reigning champions Denver Nuggets on Thursday, the coach Darvin says he's happy with the team and not thinking about trades.
Well, I just think, you know, a lot of that stuff is beyond our control in terms of playing the what-if game. What if guys were healthy? What if you had this person on your team instead of that person? I've been saying it all year. You know, we've been inconsistent, but what we have in our locker room currently, we feel like can really compete at a high level. And when we're right, and being right means we're defensive focused, we're organized offensively, and everybody to a man and collectively is competing. Just nothing else. Not worrying about mistakes, not worrying about touches, not worrying about, you know, rotations. It's just worrying about doing my part to get a win. And when And I think we've seen that over the last 3 games. And saw it in Golden State Saturday double overtime game. When we play at that level, you know, we have more than enough in our locker room. And obviously, you know, it's just a fact. You can't get your feelings involved. It's just a fact. And the nature of the business is to try to get better, win, and if you can. That's just it. It's the business of basketball. But as far as where we are now, what we were able to do to finish out this trip, you know, there's no doubt in my mind that we got pieces that will do great things for us and play at a high level for us.
Meanwhile, Charlotte Hornets star Miles Bridges is happy his team put up a good fight despite losing to LA Lakers. Bridges led the Hornets with 41 points and was supported by Brandon Miller, who added 31. Bridges is confident about the future of the team if they remain consistent.
I feel great, you know, playing with B. He's a monster, man. He's gonna be great in the future. Not good, great. So it felt good, you know, playing with B Mills, setting up some looks for him and them work. It felt good for me to see some shots go down today. I mean, it was good. I mean, that last shot kind of ruined it. We're doing the AD block that kind of ruined the whole game. But you know, my teammates did a good job of finding me. Coach did a good job of drawing up plays to get me to my spots. So, yeah, I mean, yesterday's Pacers game, I missed, 7, 8 layups. I wanted to kind of capitalize off that and just assert my dominance in the paint, man. You know, AD, he's one of the greatest defenders to ever play in the game. So he was having a tough job tonight with me down there a little bit, but you know, I was just trying to stay aggressive. Just worry about our next game. We play the Raptors next. We got to worry about the Raptors, and that's all we worried about. If you worried about outside noise, it's going to cloud our game. You know, we're doing our best to get a win. You know, we're trying to be competitive, and everybody's locked in, man. It's just like Coach said, we're just kind of underhanded right now, but that's no excuse. You know, everybody's coming in ready to play. We're all NBA players, so we got to come and compete every night.
That's it on Sports News. Thanks for watching. I'm Olumide Macaulay.
The AMVC A's is back again.
And the nominees are...
Let's take a look at the nominees.
And on this 10th edition, we are raising the bar even higher. Do you think your film or television work is good enough? Take a shot by visiting www.africamagic.tv/AMVCA. Entries open from the 15th of January 2024 to the 14th of February 2024. The 10th edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards is brought to you by Africa Magic in association with MultiChoice. Proudly sponsored by Amstel Malta.
It's time for First Bank's Win Big promo. 170 million naira up for grabs. Open or reactivate your First Bank account. Deposit and maintain a minimum of 5,000 naira for just 30 days. And the soft life begins. Transact up to 5 times on our digital channels. And guess what? You could be a lucky 100,000 naira winner each month. But wait, there's more. Deposit and maintain 50,000 naira each month for 4 months, or deposit 200,000 naira for 4 months, and you could stand a chance to win a whooping 1 million naira in the grand finale.
Don't miss your chance to win big with First Bank. This promo runs till February 23rd, 2024 and is open to new and existing account holders. Terms and conditions apply. Keep transacting. Keep winning. You first. First Bank.
Hello,
and welcome to another exciting edition of Diaspora Network, where we showcase Nigerians making their country proud around the world. I'm Teniola Oyetayo. On today's program, we delve into the aerospace industry, showcasing the Nigerian engineers designing, planning and testing cutting-edge technology. We also have an insightful conversation with Seyi Onogoruwa, a chief engineer at Boeing, the world's largest aerospace company. But first, let's catch up on the diaspora news of the week. US President Joe Biden has issued a certificate of honor in memory of former US Air Force officer Queen Irene Olushombo Cole after her many years of service to the armed forces. Queen was born in Lagos State to a notable family, and she was the first granddaughter of Hezekiah Oladapo Davies, who was a leading lawyer, trade unionist and politician who was appointed a Queen's Counsel in 1959, as well as a Fellow of the Research Center for International Affairs in Harvard. During her life, Queen worked in many sectors, including sports and even real estate. In recognition of the award, Queen's Special Aide in Nigeria, Christian Amarewu, said that this day marked the one-year anniversary of her death, voicing the tremendous loss her friends and family have faced since her passing. He called her a mentor, an advocate to the voiceless, and a great lioness. Abigail Marshall-Katung has been elected as the Lord Mayor of Leeds. Ms. Katung is a governor at Leeds City College, which also congratulated her on her new post. The 48-year-old was born in Nigeria but moved to the UK to study at the University of Leeds. In 2008, she founded the David Oluwale Memorial Association, where she is also co-chair. The mother of two joked that her 19-year-old sons have already started calling her Lord Mother. Taking to the social media platform X, she also said she's looking forward to this new responsibility. 2 Nigerians are among 5 African authors who have been shortlisted for the 2024 Dublin Literary Award. The annual event, which was created in 1996, is one of the most significant in the world and is attached to a €100,000 prize. Authors Abubakar Ibrahim and Chidi Ebere's novels When We Were Fireflies and Now I Am Here are among 70 books nominated by 80 libraries from 35 countries worldwide. In addition to this, on the judging panel is multi-award-winning British-Nigerian author and journalist Irinashen Okoji, MBE, whose work has been featured in the New York Times, The Observer, The Guardian and The Huffington Post. She is currently a contributing editor for London-based magazine The White Review. The Dublin Literary Prize winner will be announced in May. Tokpe Awotona, the founder and CEO of scheduling software Candly, has been named by Forbes as the richest immigrant and Nigerian living in the United States. The 42-year-old Lagos native created Candly in 2013 over his own frustrations coordinating meetings while working as a salesman for tech firms such as Dell. The longtime entrepreneur has over 18 years of experience working in tech after graduating from the University of Georgia, where he studied management information systems. In 2021, the self-starter secured a substantial $350 million investment, propelling the company's valuation at $3 billion. Now, the owner holds a net worth of an estimated $1.2 billion.
Live from Beverly Hills, California.
Award season has reached its peak with the announcement of this year's highly anticipated Oscar nominations. Among the list of most talked about films include Oppenheimer, Poor Things and Barbie. Most notably, Nigerian-born photographer Misan Harriman's short film The After has also been nominated in the Best Live-Action Short Film category this year. The film, which stars David Oyelowo, follows his character Dayo as he confronts a brutal and unexpected loss. Harriman was the first black male photographer to shoot the cover of Vogue in its 104-year history in 2020. The After has already won 2 awards this year, making for an exciting year for Harriman's film debut. The live awards will be held on Sunday, the 10th of March at the Dolby Theatre in Hollywood, Los Angeles. Juliana Olayinka with the Diaspora Network News Wrap in London.
As always, we've also been following the activities of the Nigerians in the Diaspora Commission as they continue to engage citizens living abroad through various programs.
Chairman of Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Mrs. Abike Dabiri-Erewa, hosts Naismith Basketball Memorial Hall of Famer Lisa Leslie and two-time WNBA All-Star Chinyegumike in Abuja. Mrs. Dabiri-Erewa commends the duo for their skill, hard work, and commitment to the advancement of sports. She sees the opportunity to reiterate that sports development in Nigeria will go a long way if its diaspora component is fully harnessed.
As chairman Nigerians in Diaspora, what we do is try to engage with the diaspora all over the world. And we believe that as Africans, wherever you are, you're a black person. As long as you're a black person, if we cannot make Africa the way it should be as a continent, the world will continue to look down on us as black people. So it doesn't matter where you are. Let's do what we can for the beauty and benefit of this continent. So we continue to engage with them. We hope that the NBA through Baby Sola will do a lot more right here in Nigeria. So Chidi, we look forward to you doing a lot more things to encourage younger ones that, you can be better, you can achieve whatever you want to achieve, but they need mentorship of people like you.
Special guest of honor and Minister of Sports Development, Mr. John Eno, commends NIDCOM for its diaspora engagement and gives assurances that the ministry is working on creating a diaspora sports desk as a step in rebranding sports development in Nigeria.
The Ministry of Sports Development is available, is open for business, is open to encourage and to provide the enabling environment for everyone that wants to make a contribution to our sports sector. I mean, we're promoting and trying to package sports as business rather than as merely entertainment or recreation. And in this bid, opening up the sector is going to be key. I mean, speaking with the DG of the Diaspora Commission, at our advice, and I think discussing with my team, it's become also imperative that as a ministry, we would have to set up a diaspora desk that, would also help us a great deal in this push. Therefore, without having to take you for much longer, let me again praise the initiative, praise the effort of the Nigerian Diaspora Commission.
The WNBA legends commend NIDCOM for the warm reception and promise to give back to the country by accentuating basketball development in Nigeria.
We persevere. We love to bring others along with us. We operate in a place of love. And it's not just about us as an individual. We recognize that it's bigger than us, that we represent not just Nigeria, but the continent of Africa. So I want to say thank you to all of the dignitaries who are here. Thank you for having me back home.
Oftentimes, people talk about Nigeria and they talk about the natural resources, but we all understand that the best resource is the people and primarily the youth. 1 in 4 individuals by 2050 will have African heritage, will be African. That is the reason why the NBA, the most prominent league in the world, and the WNBA chose that its first league outside of the U.S. will be on the continent.
Meanwhile, outside the shores of the country, the NIDCOM boss leads a delegation to represent Nigeria at the 14th Global Forum on Migration and Development Summit in Geneva, Switzerland. At the summit, the NIDCOM boss delivers a lead paper on culture and narratives on migration as related to Nigeria.
Let's not pay surface to the issue of migrant migration. These people are looking for jobs, and the jobs are there. So why don't you create a legal pathway for them to go there? If they commit a crime like drugs and everything, and they pay for it, but how can we create a legal pathway for regular migration? The media can't set an agenda by telling the true stories the way they are, the positive and the negative. The negative will always be there. If you watch CNN, you never see Africans that are extending all over the world. You're going to see Africans in the desert dying, migrating to Europe. That's what you see. But you listen to the positives of Africans. developing the economies of other countries around the world. So, in terms of politics, the home countries do the best to make your continent, your country, a better place to live in.
On the sidelines of the forum, Mrs. Dabiri-Arewa also pays a visit to the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Dr. Iweala commends the NITCOM chairman for her work and describes the diaspora as a veritable pool of resources and enormous talent.
Aerospace engineers are responsible for some of mankind's most incredible achievements, from rockets to airplanes. In our next report, we highlight Nigerians driving groundbreaking technology, propelling humanity above and beyond Earth.
Edo-born Nigerian-American engineer Robert Okoje completed his secondary school at Ibadan Boys High School in Oyo State. He moved to the United States for further studies at the New Jersey Institute of Technology in Newark, where he obtained his bachelor's and master's degree in electrical engineering. He further earned a PhD and joined the Silicon Carbide Research Group at NASA's Glenn Research Center in Cleveland in 1999. He has received several recognitions and accolades, including the 2009 NASA Abe Silverstein Medal for Research and the 2012 Glenn Research Distinguished Publication Award, among many others. In 2020, he was inducted into NASA Inventors Hall of Fame, making him the 35th recipient of the prestigious honor and 4th African inductee. Mechanical engineer Dr. Ibrahim Salau has contributed large-scale programs and projects within the aerospace industry in the areas of structural analysis of mechanical structures and ensuring compliance with industry standards and regulations. He has also worked with management and engineering teams, troubleshooting, resolving complex issues, minimizing downtime and risk. Dr. Salau has worked with Sikorsky Aircraft since 2014 on the manufacturing, design, and analysis of helicopters and received a certificate of appreciation for his contribution, among many other awards. Nigerian-American aeronautics engineer John Dabiri is a Centennial Chair Professor at the California Institute of Technology, with appointments in the Graduate Aerospace Laboratories and Mechanical Engineering. In 2010, he was awarded a MacArthur Fellowship for his theoretical engineering work. He also established the Caltech Field Laboratory for Optimized Wind Energy in 2011. His honors include Young Investigator Award from the Office of Naval Research, a Presidential Early Career Award for scientists and engineers, and several others. These and many more Nigerians are flying the country's flag in the global aviation and aerospace industry.
Our special report for this week takes a look at how many Nigerian engineers in the diaspora are enhancing their skills with international exposure and contributing to the aerospace industry globally.
Enabling flight requires the collaboration of engineering experts across multiple fields. This is because they are responsible for designing key systems built around crucial aerospace engineering concepts. The study of the various concepts determines one's area of specialty, which ranges from design, manufacturing, testing and maintenance of flight-capable machines like aeroplanes, helicopters, and drones. Decade after decade, the industry continues to advance and record countless successes. International exposure has offered numerous opportunities for many Nigerian flight engineers to enhance their skill set and broaden their horizons in the field. Whether piloting biplanes, fighter jets, or spacecraft, Nigerians are lending their craft to the advancement of flight operations. In addition to the limitless opportunities it brings, the industry enhances connectivity between states, regions, and nations, and many Nigerians in the diaspora are contributing to its growth through the roles they play.
And now it's time to meet Seyi Onagoruwa, the Director and Chief Engineer at Boeing Commercial Airplanes. With over 23 years of experience in the industry, he has played a crucial role in the design and production of world-class aerospace products.
Engineer Seyi Onagoruwa hails from Modogbolu local government area in Ogun State, southwest Nigeria. He holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and a master's in engineering management from Washington State University. He currently serves as director and chief engineer of the Propulsion Organization. In this role, he is responsible for development of an integrated propulsion system, engine company and suppliers integration, propulsion system technical integrity, product safety, product performance, regulatory compliance, production system and engineering support for customers and the fleet. Prior to this current role, Mr. Anogurua served as a senior manager for 747-767 propulsion systems and was responsible for product safety, production system and engineering support for customers and the fleet. Since joining Boeing in 2001, he has led teams supporting development, testing, certification, and sustaining work for the 787, Next Generation KC-46A, P-8A, and the new mid-market airplane programs.
Coming up on the program, you don't want to miss our chat with Sheikh Onogurua, who tells us how his curiosity for how things are made and passion for science and technology led him to become an aerospace engineer. Please stay with us.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com. Click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Sheikh Onogurua, thank you so much for joining us on Diaspora Network.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
You've been at Boeing for nearly 2 decades now, I believe. How would you describe your experience working in the aerospace industry, and what was that journey like actually getting into the sector? Has this been a straightforward journey?
Yes, I've been in the sector for over 2 decades, and I wouldn't say it's been straightforward, but it's been exciting. It's been challenging. It's been fulfilling. My aspiration growing up was to be an engineer. That was just one thing. What type of engineer I was going to be, I wasn't sure at a very early age, but by the time I was out of secondary school, I did know what kind of engineering I wanted to be. I was lucky to going to university and studying mechanical engineering, and then finding myself in the aerospace industry was actually something that was, it's been fulfilling.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, you've always wanted to be an engineer from quite young. What sparked that interest for you? What was the inspiration?
Yeah, the inspiration has always been my parents, my dad and my mom. My dad actually was a believer in science and technology, and my mom also. Their belief is that, a nation gets developed from its technology and actually its science foundation to some extent. And then also I was lucky enough after my secondary school days, I started at Christian College, one of the first set of Christian College, and then I went on to Mayflower and was lucky enough to have met the great late Dr. Tithing. And he was a very big advocate of science and technology. I think his perception was, he had some words about A.G. Wells, that the greatness of a nation is actually not measured by skyscrapers, but the people in it. So my personal journey in terms of going to science was actually my parent and also Dr. Tithing, his emphasis on science and technology. And personally also, I've always been one that wanted to understand the curiosity of how things worked. Why does this thing work? And I wanted to, my first interest was one, either be a civil engineer or structural engineer, because of my dad being an architect and being in construction. I was exposed to construction at a very early age, going to the site with him, understanding how things were being built. And then my other interest was in agricultural mechanized engineering. I just really believe that you have to feed the people, and sustainable manufacturing, especially for a large population, has to be at a large scale. and large scale requires some kind of mechanized engineering to it. So my interest was into that. But eventually, it's always about doing something to help the nation, to help people, before I gravitated into mechanical engineering.
And what would you say has been the highlight for you in terms of achievements, looking at your contributions to the sector so far?
I would say, I think, just first and foremost, I think things have been associated with, programs that have been associated with the safety records, the continuous safety record in those areas. We all fly, you fly, my kids fly, my wife flies, everybody, my parents fly, and, it's personal. You do want that safety. So I think that there's one accomplishment. Anytime I'm on an airplane, or I'm at the airport, or I'm traveling, I'm always looking at, hey, I'm contributing to the safety of masses of people all over the world that you're never going to know or meet. And, that what you do daily, what you've done, and what you continue to do, the continuous improvement and safety is really, really powerful. Those are the biggest accomplishments. Then number two is just, there's a lot of products I've worked on that makes me so proud. From the 737 NG to the P-8 Poseidon airplane, to the KC-46, the tanker, to the 787 composite airplane, to the 737 MAX that I'm currently on. Just being in all those areas has been accomplishing to me, have been great things for me to do. Great accomplishment. It's a team sport. There's no single person that's the best of the expert in aerospace. It's a team sport, and safety is a paramount in all those in what we do.
What about in terms of challenges that you've had to navigate and overcome? How's that been for you?
Yeah, no, challenges, there's one every day. Every time I wake up, every time I go to work, every time, I'm talking to my team, we're trying to solve problems. And that's what an engineer does. We address issues and we solve problems. We have challenges every day. And in terms of challenges, my passion is just, or my goal is to never have a safety incident under my watch. So, every morning, every day, what we do, we are curious. We are trying to make sure that whatever we do, a product that is out there, as the airplanes are flying, when we hear about issues, we quickly get on top of it. So those are the challenges. But in terms of the challenges that we normally have at this point, a lot of it has to do with our supply chain, how we build the airplanes. We've lost a lot of experience in the industry over years. And this is an industry where experience really counts. You can't just bring someone, the aerospace industry needs experience, because there is a lot of history behind what we do, why we do it, because safety is paramount. It is, we can never sacrifice safety for anything. So we've lost a lot of folks over time, either due to in the industry itself, or people aging and people not coming into engineering, or not having enough engineering graduates. So that's will be one of the biggest challenge. And that is a challenge either in the supply chain, our suppliers that make some of our parts, or in our industry, in our final assembly also, or even our engineering environment. We've lost a lot of experience. We call them graybeards. And we just have the difference between the experience and the newer early career engineers. The gap is a lot. So we're trying to do things such as design guides to kind of bridge that gap. I'm on the advisory board of the Washington State University School of Mechanical and Materials Engineering, and I was at the advisory board last week. And some of the things that we're talking about is, how do we get all this, all the newer engineers to quickly assimilate, to get experience of what the industry is expecting of them before they get into the industry, in terms of internship and things like that. So there's some of the biggest challenges that we have. It's that knowledge gap and undercapacity.
And just on a final note, what advice do you have for other aspiring engineers, those just starting their journey? What kept you going that could also help them in their journey?
Yes, I think from a very early age, my personal perception is that every kid can be an engineer. Every kid can learn. So early childhood education is very, very important. And also understanding, there's many people I've met over the years that, you ask them, what do you want to be? And they tell you, I want to be an engineer. I want to be a medical doctor. But they never get to become a medical doctor or an engineer. And the reasons I've found is that they never understood what it takes to get to be an engineer, to be a medical doctor. What are those classes? What are the challenges that you're gonna go through? So having a parent, having older sisters that were in sciences to explain to you, like, oh wow, this chemistry or calculus class is gonna be challenging, and having an elder start to understand it was really, really helped me to get through. And I think that, having some form of mentoring for some of this early career folks and giving them the solid foundation, and also understanding that it's a sacrifice, that 4 years, that 5 years, that experience, it's sacrifice. No pain, no gain. I work out in the gym, I run every morning, and it's just, I feel good doing it. But it's never easy also every morning I wake up to go into the gym. So it's no pain, no gain. And you just have to sacrifice. You have to be determined. And you have to eyes on the prize. Eyes on the prize. That's my advice to them.
All right, then, Sheyi Onagoruwa, it's been a pleasure speaking to you on the program. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And that's a wrap for this edition of Diaspora Network. Remember, you can watch more amazing and inspiring stories of Nigerians in the diaspora on our YouTube channel and website, channelcb.com. Till next time, I'm Teniola Oyetayo. Bye for now.
The National Productivity Center is leading the way in stimulating and promoting productivity consciousness in all sectors of the Nigerian economy through productivity advocacy, research, business development, and consultancy.
We are business solution providers.
With our 5S Kaizen, your organization will experience optimal output.
With green productivity, we can turn your business around. Our value-added productivity measurement is an effective diagnostic tool for your organizational changes.
Join us as we lead the productivity movement and make Nigeria a productive and prosperous country.
National Productivity Center.
Stimulating economic growth and enhancing productivity.
This is your moment to discover new heights of pride and passion. A moment to forget the past and to rewrite history. It's your moment. Make it your moment to be moved by every play and to experience every minute of Africa's grandest football showpiece. It's your AFCON moment. Experience all 52 games of the Africa Cup of Nations in HD the way you like it, live on SuperSport and DSTV Stream.